Hello guys, welcome to Arise Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was ranked the weakest E-rank wizard but had a secret system that let him level up with no limit. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The lowest of the low. The great hall smelled like candle wax and centuries of tradition, and Harry Potter was about to become the most pathetic wizard Hogwarts had ever seen. He didn't know that yet, though. Not for sure. He was standing in a line of other 11-year-olds, all of them freshly sorted into their houses, all of them buzzing with that particular energy that comes from being told you're special your entire life and finally arriving at the place where that specialness was supposed to mean something. The sorting had been 20 minutes ago. Harry had gotten Gryffindor. The hat had whispered something weird to him, something about potential being a funny word, but he'd barely had time to process it before being sent to the table draped in red and gold. Now came the part nobody had warned him about. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the hall, her expression carrying the warmth of a granite cliff face in January. Beside her floated a crystalline orb roughly the size of a quaffle, suspended in midair by some charm that made the air around it shimmer like heat off summer pavement. The orb pulsed with soft white light, rhythmic, almost like breathing. First-year students, McGonagall announced, her voice cutting through the chatter like a blade through smoke, as is tradition, you will now undergo your magical core evaluation. This process is painless, takes approximately 10 seconds per student, and will determine your official wizard rank. Harry glanced sideways at the red-haired kid next to him, Ron Weasley, who'd shared his train compartment and approximately 4 pounds of chocolate frogs on the ride up. Ron looked nervous. Not terrified, but the kind of nervous where you knew something uncomfortable was coming and you just wanted it over with. My brothers said it doesn't hurt, Ron muttered, more to himself than to Harry. Fred got C rank. George got C rank. They're twins so that makes sense, I guess. Charlie was B rank, Bill was A rank. Percy's B. He swallowed. Mum always says rank isn't everything. Is it? Harry asked. Genuinely. He'd been in the wizarding world for approximately 6 weeks and most of that time had been spent trying to figure out how money worked and why there was no logical conversion between nuts and sickles. Ron gave him a look that said, mate, are you serious? It's not everything. But it's, yeah. It kind of is. Helpful. Very helpful. A girl with enormous bushy hair, Hermione Granger, who'd already told Harry 3 unsolicited facts about the Hogwarts Express on the train, was practically vibrating with anticipation 2 spots ahead in line. She kept muttering under her breath. Harry caught fragments. Core density correlates with early magical expression, according to Waffling's revised theory. When your name is called, McGonagall continued, step forward and place both hands on the evaluation orb. The orb will read your magical core and assign your rank. Ranks range from S rank, the highest, down through A, B, C, D, and E. Your rank will be permanently recorded in your Hogwarts file and reported to the Ministry of Magic. She paused. Your rank does not determine your worth as a person. It does, however, determine your placement in certain advanced courses, your eligibility for specific extracurricular programs, and your recommended career trajectories upon graduation. So it doesn't determine your worth, Harry thought. It just determines everything about your future. Totally different. Abbott, Hannah. A round-faced girl with blonde pigtails walked up to the orb on legs that weren't quite steady. She put her hands on the crystal surface and the thing lit up, a warm, golden glow that swirled through the orb's interior like honey dissolving in water. After about 8 seconds, the glow settled into a steady amber color and a letter materialized above the orb in shimmering script, C rank. Polite applause from the Hufflepuff table. Hannah Abbott exhaled like she'd been holding her breath since September 1st and walked back to her seat with a wobbly smile. Solid C, Ron whispered. That's fine. That's totally fine. Average is fine. Average is fine. Ron said it like he was rehearsing for his own result. The evaluations continued. Harry watched with the detached curiosity of someone who had absolutely no frame of reference for what any of this meant in practical terms. He'd grown up in a cupboard under the stairs. 6 weeks ago he didn't know magic was real. The entire concept of having a magical core that could be measured and ranked and filed with a government ministry was so absurd that it circled all the way back around to normal, the way everything in the wizarding world seemed to. Bones, Susan, C rank. Boot, Terry, C rank. Brocklehurst, Mandy, D rank. The D got a noticeable dip in applause volume, and Harry saw the girl's face tighten as she walked back to her table. Brown, Lavender, C rank. Bulstrode, Millicent, C rank. Most kids were landing C. It seemed to be the fat part of the bell curve. Every few students, someone would crack B and get a genuine cheer from their house table. Cornfoot, Stephen scored the first B, and his whole face split into a grin so wide Harry thought his ears might fall off. Then came something different. Crabbe, Vincent. The big, dull-looking kid lumbered up to the orb. His hands engulfed the crystal. The glow was dark, murky, more brown than gold. The letter materialized, D rank scattered, awkward clapping from Slytherin. Crabbe didn't seem to care. Or possibly didn't understand. Hard to tell. More CS. A.D. Another B. The pattern was establishing itself and Harry was starting to feel something he couldn't quite name, a low-frequency anxiety humming in his chest, because here was the thing nobody had told him and he'd been too ignorant to ask. He had no idea what his magical core was like. None. He'd done accidental magic as a kid, sure. Vanished glass at the zoo. Ended up on a school roof somehow. Regrew his hair overnight. But that was uncontrolled, chaotic stuff. Every magical kid did that. It didn't mean anything about rank. Did it? Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl practically sprinted to the orb. Hands on. The glow was strong, rich and bright, swirling with threads of silver in the gold. The whole thing pulsed with visible intensity and Harry heard a few older students at the Ravenclaw table murmur approvingly. B-rank Hermione's face did something complicated. Relief, definitely. Pride, a little. But also, and Harry caught this because he was watching closely and because he'd spent 10 years reading the Dursleys' faces for survival, a flicker of disappointment. She'd expected A. He was sure of it. She walked back to the Gryffindor table with her chin up and her smile firmly in place, but her eyes were doing math. Recalculating something. Goyle, Gregory. D rank. Greengrass, Daphne. A girl with straight, dark blonde hair and the posture of someone who'd been trained to walk with a book on her head stepped up to the orb. She moved with zero visible nervousness. Hands on. The glow was immediate, intense, a deep sapphire blue that was different from everyone else's gold spectrum results. It was striking enough that several teachers leaned forward. A rank the Slytherin table erupted. Not the polite golf clap they'd been doing, actual cheering. A rank at 11 was rare. Really rare. Daphne Greengrass accepted the applause with a small, controlled smile that didn't reach her eyes, walked back to her seat, and sat down like she'd just finished a mildly interesting errand. Harry noticed that she didn't look at anyone while she sat. She looked at the table surface, and for just a second, the mask slipped. She looked tired. Just, tired. Then the mask was back, smooth as glass, and she was accepting whispered congratulations from the girl next to her without any visible emotion. Interesting. Harry filed that away. More names. Longbottom, Neville, the round-faced kid who'd lost his toad on the train, stumbled up to the orb like he was approaching a guillotine. His evaluation took longer than anyone else's. 12 seconds. 15. The glow was weak, flickering, uncertain, like a candle in a draft. D-rank Neville's whole body sagged. Not with surprise, with confirmation. He'd expected this. He walked back to the Gryffindor table and sat down without looking at anyone, and Harry felt something clench in his chest because he recognized that walk. He'd done that walk 1,000 times at the Dursleys. The walk of someone who'd been told they were less than so many times that the official paperwork was just a formality. Malfoy, Draco. The pale blonde kid who'd been a complete tool in Madame Malkin's shop strutted to the orb with the confidence of someone who already knew the answer. Hands on. The glow was instant, powerful, a deep emerald that shifted to brilliant silver. A-rank Slytherin went ballistic. 2 A ranks in 1 year from their house. Malfoy soaked it in like sunlight, turning to give the rest of the hall a look that somehow combined smug satisfaction with barely concealed contempt. His eyes found Harry in the Gryffindor line and his smirk sharpened. On the train, he'd offered Harry his hand. Harry had declined. Malfoy hadn't forgotten that. More names. The line was getting shorter. Harry's stomach was doing something he didn't appreciate. Not Theodore. B rank. Parkinson, Pansy. C rank. Patil, Padma. C rank. Patil, Parvati. C rank. Perks, Sally Ann. D rank. Potter, Harry. The great hall went quiet. Not gradually, instantly. Like someone had hit a mute button on 400 people simultaneously. Every head turned. Every eye found him. Harry had almost gotten used to the staring over the course of the evening. He was the boy who lived, whatever that actually meant in practical terms, and people had been gawking at him since he'd walked through the doors, but this was different. This was focused. This was hungry. Because this was the question, wasn't it? The boy who lived. The kid who'd survived the killing curse as a baby. The infant who'd somehow defeated the most powerful Dark Lord in a century. What rank was that kid going to be? The betting, Harry would later learn, had been running since the Hogwarts Express. Most money was on A rank. The bold bettors had put galleons on S. Nobody, not a single person in the history of that particular informal betting pool, had wagered lower than B. Harry walked to the orb. His footsteps sounded impossibly loud in the silence. He could feel the weight of expectation pressing on him from every direction, from the students, from the teachers, from the paintings on the walls that had literally stopped moving to watch. Dumbledore, up at the high table, was watching with an expression of mild curiosity, his fingers steepled, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the orb's glow. Harry put his hands on the crystal. It was warm. Warmer than he expected. And for a second, just a second, he felt something respond inside his chest. A stirring. Like something enormous shifting in its sleep deep in the center of him, rolling over, and then settling. Going still. The orb's glow was barely visible. Not golden, not silver, not any impressive color. A thin, watery, pale gray, like dishwater. Like fog. Like the ghost of a glow, so faint that the students in the back rows probably couldn't even see it. 3 seconds passed. 5. The glow didn't strengthen. Didn't shift. Just sat there, barely existing, like it was embarrassed to be seen. 10 seconds. The letter materialized above the orb. E-rank silence. Not the odd silence from before. A different kind. The kind where 400 people are all simultaneously processing information that does not compute, that breaks their mental model of how the world works, and nobody wants to be the first to react because reacting means acknowledging that the boy who lived, the vanquisher of Voldemort, the most famous child in the wizarding world, is an E-rank. The lowest rank. The rank that meant your magical core was so weak, so thin, so pathetically underdeveloped that you were barely a step above a squib. The rank that, according to Waffling's revised theory of magical core dynamics, Hermione could have cited the page number, indicated a projected lifetime magical ceiling roughly equivalent to a competent Muggle stage magician. E-rank. The boy who lived was an E-rank. Someone coughed. Someone else shifted in their seat. A Hufflepuff third year whispered something to her friend and then immediately looked guilty about it. Harry took his hands off the orb. He looked at the letter floating above it. He read it again, just to be sure, because some part of him, the stupid, hopeful, childish part that had spent 6 weeks thinking maybe the wizarding world would be different, maybe here he wouldn't be the freak, the unwanted, the less than, some part of him thought maybe he'd misread it. He hadn't. E-rank. Harry turned around and walked back to the Gryffindor table. The silence followed him like a shadow. He sat down in the space between Ron and Neville, and he could feel both of them not looking at him with the careful intensity of people who desperately wanted to say something and had absolutely no idea what. Then, because the universe apparently had a sense of humor that leaned heavily toward cruelty, Draco Malfoy's voice cut across the hall. Not shouting. He didn't need to shout. The silence was so complete that his normal speaking voice carried with perfect clarity from the Slytherin table. E-rank. The boy who lived is an E-rank. A pause, perfectly timed. I suppose that curse killed more than just you-know-who. Laughter. Not from everyone, not even from most people. But enough. Enough that Harry heard it, felt it, absorbed it into the place where he kept all the things he'd been absorbing since he was old enough to understand that the Dursleys didn't love him and probably never would. Mr. Malfoy. McGonagall's voice was sharp enough to cut diamond. That is quite enough. Sorry, Professor. Malfoy didn't sound sorry. Didn't try to. The evaluations continued. Ron went up a few names later and got C rank, which he greeted with visible relief and minimal celebration. Thomas, Dean, C rank. Turpin, Lisa, C rank. Weasley was the last of the WS, and then it was over. Dumbledore stood. The hall's attention shifted to him, because when a man who radiated that much quiet power stood up, you looked. Simple as that. Congratulations to all of our new students on completing your evaluations, he said. His voice was warm, grandfatherly, and absolutely steady. A reminder, as always, your rank is a measure of your magical core's current state. It is not a prophecy. It is not a verdict. It is a starting point. His eyes swept the hall, and Harry could have sworn, they lingered on him for half a beat longer than anyone else. Now then. I have a few start-of-term announcements. First, the Forbidden Forest is forbidden. I feel the name should be sufficient, but experience has taught me otherwise. Harry stopped listening. He stared at his empty plate. Someone had put food on the table at some point, roast chicken, potatoes, vegetables, pies, the works, and around him, students were eating and talking and doing the normal things that normal people did after a mildly uncomfortable ceremony. The conversations were already processing, already converting the raw shock of Harry's result into something more manageable. He could hear the narratives forming in real time. Maybe the killing curse damaged his core. My mum always said the story was exaggerated. Probably his mum's protection that killed you-know-who, not him. Imagine being E-rank. I'd honestly rather be a muggle. Do you think he'll drop out? Harry picked up a bread roll. Bit into it. Chewed. Swallowed. The mechanical act of eating was grounding. The Dursleys had trained him well in this particular skill, the ability to function normally while everything inside you was doing something else entirely. While the floor was dropping out from under you and nobody could see it because you kept your face still and your hands steady and your breathing even. Harry. Ron's voice, low and careful. Mate. You okay? Yeah, Harry said. Good bread. Ron blinked. Yeah. It is. Listen, that thing Malfoy said, he's a complete, I know what he is. Harry took another bite. It's fine. It was not fine. But that was his business. The Gryffindor first-year boys' dormitory was a circular room in one of the towers, fitted with four-poster beds draped in heavy red curtains. It was actually nice. Nicer than anywhere Harry had slept in his life, which was a low bar but still. The mattress was soft. The pillows were actual pillows and not wadded-up stuffing in a thin case. The blankets were warm. Harry lay in his bed with the curtains drawn, staring at the dark canopy above him, and let himself feel it. All of it. The humiliation. The looks. The laughter. The way McGonagall's expression had flickered, just for an instant, when his rank appeared, and in that flicker Harry had seen something worse than pity. He'd seen adjustment. The mental recalibration of a woman who had certain expectations for the son of James and Lily Potter, two famously powerful wizards, both B rank or above, and was now quietly downgrading those expectations to match reality. E rank. He let the words sit in his chest. Poked at them. Examined the shape of the pain they caused. It was sharp. Specific. Different from the Dursleys' cruelty because the Dursleys had hated magic itself, they'd have been delighted by his E rank, and this was pain from the magical world, the world he'd thought would be his escape, his place, his home. And it was telling him he was nothing. Harry closed his eyes. In the other beds, his dorm-mates were sleeping, or pretending to. Ron's breathing had deepened into genuine snoring about 20 minutes ago. Seamus Finnegan had tossed and turned for a while before settling. Dean Thomas was silent and still. Neville had been quiet since they'd come upstairs, and Harry suspected he was also lying awake, running his own D-rank result through the same kind of internal processing. Harry opened his eyes. Because here was the thing. The thing he hadn't told anyone. The thing he'd been carrying since the orb had pulsed its pathetic grey glow and the letter had materialized above it. When he'd touched the orb, in that moment when he'd felt something stir deep in his core and then go still, he'd felt something else too. Something that wasn't the orb and wasn't his core and wasn't any kind of magic he'd heard described in 6 weeks of frantic reading about the wizarding world. It had felt like a door opening. Not a physical door. A door inside his mind, in a room he hadn't known existed, swinging open on silent hinges. And behind the door, he'd caught a glimpse of something. Blue light. Text. A structure. Then the orb had finished its evaluation and spat out its verdict and the door had swung shut, and Harry had been too overwhelmed by the E-rank bombshell to think about it. But he was thinking about it now. Lying in the dark, in his 4-poster bed, in a castle full of witches and wizards who'd already written him off, Harry Potter closed his eyes and reached for that door. Nothing happened. He reached harder. Not physically, there was nothing physical about this. He tried to find the mental space where the door had been, the room he'd glimpsed, the blue light. He concentrated until his head ached. He visualized. He pushed. Nothing. 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 Harry exhaled. Opened his eyes. Stared at the canopy. Maybe I imagined it. Stress response. Coping mechanism. The brain does weird things under pressure. Maybe, he blinked. Because there, floating in the air about 2 feet in front of his face, translucent and glowing with soft blue-white light, were words. Arcane system, initializing. Harry stopped breathing. The text hung in the air like a hologram. It was crisp, clean, rendered in a font that looked like nothing he'd ever seen, not quite modern, not quite ancient, something in between. The blue glow was gentle, not harsh, illuminating the inside of his bed curtains with a light that, he checked, was not visible on the fabric itself. No one outside the curtains would see this. It was only for him. Initialization complete. Welcome, Harry James Potter, you have been selected as the host of the arcane system. What? Harry whispered. The text responded to his voice. Or maybe to his thought. It shifted, rearranged, new lines appearing below the greeting. The arcane system is a unique magical interface that exists outside conventional magical frameworks. It cannot be detected, measured, or observed by any external magical means. Its purpose, to facilitate the unlimited growth of its host. Harry's heart was hammering. He read the words 3 times. Then 3 more times. His hands were gripping the blanket hard enough to whiten his knuckles. Unlimited growth, he whispered. What does that mean? Host's current status, name, Harry James Potter, official rank, E rank, system level, 1, experience points, 0 out of 100, stats, magical power, 3, control, 2, speed, 4, endurance, 5, mental fortitude, 7, luck. Skills, none, skill slots available, 1, level ceiling, none. Harry stared at the stats. Magical power, 3. He had no frame of reference for what that meant in absolute terms, but given that he just scored the lowest possible rank on a standardized magical evaluation, he was going to guess 3 was bad. Control, 2, worse. Speed and endurance were slightly better, probably from 10 years of running from Dudley and doing manual labor for the Dursleys. Mental fortitude, 7, that was his highest stat. And yeah, that tracked. 10 years of psychological warfare with the Dursleys had given him something, at least. The ability to take a hit, not a physical one, an emotional one, and keep standing. Luck? Question marks. He didn't know what that meant and the system wasn't elaborating. But the last line. The last line was the one that mattered. Level ceiling, none. Harry read it again. 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 In the Great Hall, 2 hours ago, the evaluation orb had told the world that Harry Potter's magical core was effectively a dead end. That he'd been born with barely enough magic to qualify as a wizard, and that was his permanent, immutable, ministry-recorded reality. The system was telling him something different. The system was telling him there was no ceiling. That whatever he was now, level 1, magical power 3, the weakest wizard in the building, was not where he had to stay. That the evaluation orb had measured his core, yes. Had measured it accurately, probably. But the orb hadn't known about the door in Harry's mind. Hadn't known about the system. Hadn't known that the conventional rules of magical growth, the ones that said your core was your core and your rank was your rank and that was the end of the conversation, didn't apply here. Harry let out a breath that shook on the way out. Okay, he thought. Okay. So I'm level 1 with garbage stats and no skills. And there's no ceiling. Which means, notification, to gain experience points, the host must engage in magical activity, casting spells, surviving magical threats, solving magical challenges, and advancing magical knowledge all generate EXP, higher difficulty activities generate more EXP, EXP required PR level increases with each level, level up rewards, plus 3 stat points, freely distributable, chance of skill unlock. Harry read it. Processed it. His brain, the brain that had taught itself to read at age 4 using Dudley's discarded books, that had memorized the Dursleys' schedules to avoid beatings, that had survived a decade of being told he was worthless by finding tiny gaps in the walls of his prison and exploiting them, that brain was already working. Magical activity generated EXP, spells generated EXP. He was in a school for magic. A school that was literally designed to teach him spells, that would give him access to practice rooms and textbooks and a library full of magical knowledge. And every spell he cast, every challenge he overcame, every bit of magical practice he put in would make him stronger. Not in the vague, motivational poster sense of work hard and you'll grow. In the literal, quantifiable, numbers going up sense. EXP, level ups. Stat points. Skill unlocks. A measurable, trackable, systematized path from where he was to, wherever the road led. Because there was no ceiling. Harry sat up in bed. Quietly. He reached under his pillow for his wand, Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, the one that had chosen him in Ollivander's shop with a warmth and certainty that now felt like foreshadowing, and he held it in front of him. Lumos, he whispered. The tip of his wand produced light. Technically. In the same way that a dying flashlight with corroded batteries technically produced light. A thin, anemic, barely there glow that illuminated approximately 3 inches in any direction and made the inside of his bed curtains look like the world's saddest nightlight. Rank Lumos. The magical equivalent of a participation trophy. But in the corner of his vision, the system pulsed. Spell cast, Lumos, basic, EXP gained, +1, current EXP, 1/100, 1 point. 1 single point of experience out of 100 needed to reach level 2. Harry stared at the notification. Then he stared at his pathetic, flickering Lumos. Then back at the notification. 1% of a level. From 1 cast of the most basic spell in the first-year curriculum. He thought about that for exactly 4 seconds. Then he thought about how many hours there were in a day. How many days in a school year. How many years at Hogwarts? How many spells existed in the wizarding world? How many ways there were to earn EXP? How many challenges waited, how many threats, how many puzzles and tests and dangers that the system would convert, alchemize, into raw, quantified power. Nox, he whispered. The light died. Lumos. EXP gained, +1, current EXP, 2 out of 100, Nox. Lumos. EXP gained, +1, current EXP, 3 out of 100, the Lumos was the same. Pathetic. Barely there. An embarrassment in spell form. But 3 out of 100 was more than 2 out of 100 was more than 1/100, and 1/100 was infinitely more than 0. Nox. Lumos. 4 out of 100, Nox. Lumos. 5/100, Harry pulled his curtains tighter. Made sure no light escaped. Set his jaw. And he started grinding. An hour later, Harry's wrist ached and his eyes were dry and his brain felt like it had been scrubbed with steel wool. He'd cast Lumos and Nox 104 times. 104. His arm was shaking slightly from holding the wand in the same position, and at some point around cast 60 he'd developed a rhythmic pattern, light, dark, that was almost meditative. But here was the thing. Current EXP, 87/100, he was 13 casts away from level 2. And his Lumos, the spell itself, had changed. Not dramatically. Not in a way that anyone watching would call impressive. But Harry could tell, because he'd been staring at this pathetic little light for an hour straight and he'd memorized exactly how weak it was at the start, and right now, at cast 104, it was brighter. Slightly. Maybe 10%. The circle of illumination had expanded from 3 inches to almost 5. The color had shifted from dying flashlight to cheap candle. It was still embarrassing. It was still the saddest Lumos in Hogwarts history. But it was better than it had been an hour ago, and that tiny, measurable improvement, lit something in Harry's chest that had nothing to do with wand light. He wasn't supposed to be able to improve. E-rank meant his core was fixed, his ceiling was set, his trajectory was plotted. The entire ranking system was built on the assumption that magical cores didn't change, that what you were born with was what you died with, and the orb at age 11 was just telling you the truth about yourself. The system didn't care about any of that. Lumos. EXP gained, +1, current EXP, 88/100, the light flickered at his wand tip. Still weak. Still barely functional. But there, against all official magical theory, brighter than it was at the start. Harry cast 12 more times. EXP gained, +1, current EXP, 100 out of 100, level up. Level 1 level 2, +3 stat points available, distribute stat points. Harry's breath caught. The blue interface pulsed with light, brighter than before, celebratory almost, like it was congratulating him. New text scrolled, current stats, magical power, 3, control, 2, speed, 4, endurance, 5, mental fortitude, 7, luck. Unassigned points, 3 points. He could put them anywhere. Harry's first instinct was to dump all 3 into magical power. His weakest relevant stat, the thing that most directly mapped to how strong is your magic, the obvious choice. But he paused. Because he'd spent 10 years learning that the obvious choice wasn't always the smart choice, and 3 points in magical power might make his spells slightly less pathetic, but he was an E-rank wizard in a school full of people who could already outcast him blindfolded. Raw power wasn't going to save him. Not yet. Not at these numbers. What would save him? Not being noticed. Not drawing attention. Learning as much as possible as fast as possible while everyone ignored him. Control would make his spells more precise, more efficient, less wasted energy. That would help him practice longer without exhaustion. Mental fortitude was already his highest stat, and leveling it further might help him resist magical detection, stay focused, or unlock mental skills later. But the stat that caught his eye was the one he hadn't considered at first. Speed. Not physical speed, or not just physical speed. In the system's framework, speed seemed to encompass reaction time, casting speed, and cognitive processing. If he could cast faster, he could grind faster. If he could process faster, he could learn faster. In a situation where his main advantage was that he had a system nobody else had and could convert time into power, the stat that made him better at converting time into power was. Harry put 2 points into control and 1 into speed. Stats updated: magical power, 3, control, 4, speed, 5, endurance, 5, mental fortitude, 7, luck. Next level, 0/250 EXP, the required EXP had jumped from 100 to 250. More than doubled. The grind was getting steeper already. Harry nodded to himself. He'd expected that. Exponential scaling was basic math. Each level would take longer than the last, which meant brainless Lumos spam wasn't going to be viable forever. He'd need harder spells, bigger challenges, more diverse magical activities to keep the EXP flowing at a useful rate. But that was a problem for tomorrow. For tonight, for this first night in this castle that had already written him off, level 2 was enough. He cast Lumos one more time. The light was stronger than before. Not dramatically, the 2 points in control hadn't transformed his magic into something respectable. But there was a quality to it now that hadn't been there at level 1. A steadiness. The flickering had smoothed out. The light held its shape without wavering. Still pathetic by any normal standard. Still E-rank garbage. But controlled garbage. Stable garbage. Garbage with a foundation that could be built on. Harry smiled in the dark. It was not a nice smile. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who'd been told the rules of the game, been told he'd already lost, and had just discovered that he was playing a different game entirely. A game nobody else knew about. A game with no ceiling. Knox, he whispered. The light died. Harry lay back on his pillow and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the wizarding world would wake up and continue processing the cosmic joke of the boy who lived being an E-rank. They'd pity him. Mock him. Dismiss him. Recalibrate their expectations. Write him off. Move on. That was fine. Let them. Morning arrived with aggressive sunlight and the sound of Ron Weasley crashing into his own trunk while trying to find matching socks. Ow, stupid, why do they make these things with, ow, Harry? You up? I'm up. Harry had been up for an hour, actually. He'd squeezed in another 30 Lumos/Nox cycles before anyone else stirred, earning 30 more EXP, 30/250 toward level 3. The grind continued. He dressed in his Hogwarts robes, secondhand, bought from a used shop in Diagon Alley because he hadn't wanted to spend more of his vault money than necessary, and headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast with Ron and a sleepy-looking Neville. The staring started immediately. It wasn't the odd, reverent staring from yesterday's sorting. That had been, oh my God, it's Harry Potter, the famous hero. This was different. This was, oh my God, it's Harry Potter, the E-rank train wreck. Same intensity, completely different flavor. Harry got his food. Sat down. Ate. People are staring, Ron observed, with the tactical awareness of a man pointing at rain during a hurricane. Yep. It's because of the, you know. The rank thing. Yeah. Ron fidgeted with his toast. He clearly wanted to say something supportive but had the emotional vocabulary of a brick. Look, mate, my mum says rank isn't everything. You mentioned. Harry poured pumpkin juice. Drank. It's fine, Ron. I'm fine. He was not fine. But he was functional, which was close enough. Neville, sitting across from them, hadn't spoken. He was eating porridge with the mechanical focus of someone who was also very much not fine and was using the act of eating as a shield against the world. Harry caught his eye and gave a small nod, not a nod of commiseration, exactly. More of recognition. I see you. I get it. We're in the same boat. Neville's eyes widened slightly. He gave a tiny nod back. Their first class was Charms, with Professor Flitwick. The tiny professor stood on his stack of books at the front of the classroom and beamed at them all with genuine warmth, and Harry immediately decided he liked the man because Flitwick looked at the class and saw students, not ranks. Welcome, welcome. First-year Charms. Today we'll be reviewing the theory of basic light conjuration, yes, the Lumos charm, before attempting practical casting next week. Theory. Not casting. Harry felt a flicker of frustration. He'd been hoping for practical work, which meant EXP, but he quashed it. Theory was knowledge, and knowledge was a form of magical engagement. He took notes. Detailed notes. He wrote down everything Flitwick said about wand movement, intent, magical energy flow, visualization techniques. Not because he was trying to impress anyone, the E-rank kid scribbling furiously in class was more likely to be seen as desperate than dedicated, but because understanding the theory behind spells might make his casting more efficient, which would make his grinding more effective. Hermione Granger, sitting 2 rows ahead, was also taking furious notes. At one point she turned to check something Flitwick had written on the board and her gaze swept past Harry. She saw him writing. Her eyebrows went up a fraction, surprised, maybe, that the E-rank was actually trying, and then she turned back to the front. 45 minutes later, Flitwick wrapped up. Excellent. For homework, I'd like 1 roll of parchment on the theory of intent-driven light conjuration. Due Friday. Quest generated, complete Charms homework, reward, 15 EXP, Harry blinked. The notification had appeared in the corner of his vision, translucent and unobtrusive. The system was generating quests from school assignments. He checked the details. Quest, complete Charms homework, objective, write 1 roll of parchment on intent-driven light conjuration, reward, 15 EXP, bonus, plus 5 EXP if rated exceeds expectations, or higher by the professor, 20 potential EXP from 1 homework assignment. That was equivalent to 20 Lumos casts. And he was going to be doing homework anyway. Harry started working on the essay during lunch. The rest of the day followed the same pattern. Transfiguration with McGonagall, theory again, introduction to the principles of molecular alteration. McGonagall was a B-rank professor, most of the staff were B or A rank, with Dumbledore's legendary SS rank existing in its own category, and her teaching style was precise, rigorous, and exactly 0% fun. Quest generated, complete Transfiguration homework, reward, 15 EXP, History of Magic with Professor Binns, a ghost, literally dead, and his teaching style reflected this. The man droned. The entire class glazed over within 10 minutes. Harry, however, listened. Not because Binns was engaging, he emphatically was not, but because, quest generated, pass history of magic first quiz, reward, 10 EXP, every class was generating quests. Every assignment, every quiz, every test, the system was wrapping the entire Hogwarts curriculum in an EXP framework. Harry started doing math in his head. 7 classes. Homework for each, average 15 EXP, quizzes and tests, probably 10 to 25 EXP each. Practical casting sessions once they started, EXP per cast, scaling with difficulty. And that was just the official curriculum, he could practice on his own time too. The numbers weren't explosive. He wasn't going to rocket to level 50 from homework alone. But they added up. Slowly, steadily, relentlessly, they added up. This was a marathon, not a sprint. And Harry had been running, metaphorically and literally, for his entire life. He found his first secret training spot on Wednesday. The castle was enormous and full of rooms that nobody used. Harry had been exploring after dinner. Ron wanted to play chess, and Harry liked Ron, but he needed to practice, and practicing in the dormitory wasn't sustainable, when he found a classroom on the 7th floor that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The door was stuck but not locked. The room beyond was dusty, empty except for a few broken desks, and lit by a single window that overlooked the forbidden forest. Harry closed the door. Cast a quiet Lumos to check the room. Found no portraits, portraits talked, and talking meant potential witnesses, no ghosts, no signs of recent habitation. Perfect. He set his bag down, drew his wand, and started working. Lumos first. Cast after cast after cast, focusing on Flitwick's theory, intent driving the magic, visualization shaping the output, wand movement channeling the energy. Each cast was marginally better than the last. The light grew incrementally stronger, incrementally steadier. EXP gained, +1, EXP gained, +1, EXP gained, +1, after 50 casts, something changed. Notification, spell proficiency increase, Lumos, novice apprentice, casting efficiency +10%, EXP PR cast, +1 +2, Harry stared at the notification. The system tracked spell proficiency separately from his main level. An increasing proficiency increased EXP gain. Which meant the more he used a spell, the more rewarding that spell became to use, which incentivized deep practice rather than shallow repetition. Okay, he muttered. That's clever. He shifted to Nox. Cast it over and over, paying attention to the feeling of snuffing out the light, the intent to darken, to close, to end. It felt different from Lumos. Not just the opposite, a different kind of magic, like the difference between pushing and pulling. Spell acquired, NOX, basic, NOX, novice, EXP gained, +1, the system classified Nox as a separate spell from Lumos. Separate proficiency track. Separate EXP. He'd been casting it all along without realizing it was contributing to his growth as its own distinct magical action. Harry started alternating with more intention. Lumos, hold for 5 seconds, examining the light, feeling the magic sustain it. Nox, feel the magic withdraw, the light collapse, the energy return to his core. Lumos. Nox. Lumos. Nox. It was meditative. Rhythmic. And productive. 2 hours later, he was sweating in his magical core, that nebulous internal well that the evaluation orb had declared nearly empty, felt stretched. Not depleted, exactly. More like a muscle after a workout, trembling and sore but not broken. He'd cast Lumos about 200 times total that day and Nox about the same, and his EXP stood at, current EXP, 198/250, 52 more to level 3. Harry packed up. Headed back to Gryffindor Tower. Slipped into bed. Cast Lumos under the covers for the remaining 52 EXP, his wrist aching, his eyes burning, his core protesting. Level up. Level 2 level 3, +3 stat points available, he put one into magical power, it was time to start building the base, 1 into control, and 1 into endurance. Stats updated: magical power, 4, control, 5, speed, 5, endurance, 6, mental fortitude, 7, luck. Next level, 0/500 EXP, 500. The curve was steepening. Lumos grinding alone wasn't going to cut it much longer, he'd need new spells, harder challenges, bigger risks. But level 3 on his 3rd night at Hogwarts, starting from literally nothing, wasn't bad. Wasn't bad at all. Harry closed his eyes. Slept like a stone. Thursday brought potions, and potions brought Snape. Professor Severus Snape was an A-rank wizard who taught like he resented the existence of children. His classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dim, and permeated with the smell of things that had been pickled in jars for too long. He swept in with robes billowing and immediately established an atmosphere of controlled hostility that made McGonagall look like a warm hug. Harry sat at the back of the class. Low profile. E-rank. Invisible. That was the plan. Snape took attendance. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes," he said, his voice a low, oily purr. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The way he said celebrity made it sound like a synonym for intestinal parasite. "Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry blinked. They hadn't covered this. This was not in the first-year reading. He'd done the assigned reading, all of it, twice, and this wasn't in there. Snape was testing him on material he had no reason to know. "I don't know, sir." "Tut, tut, clearly fame isn't everything." Snape's eyes glittered. "Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a Bezoar?" Harry opened his mouth to say he didn't know again, and then stopped. Because actually, he did know this one. He'd read it in a margin note of his copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi while doing his herbology homework the night before. A Bezoar was a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it could save you from most poisons. The stomach of a goat, sir. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. He'd expected Harry not to know. The correct answer was, apparently, not part of the script he'd prepared. "Correct," Snape said, in the tone of a man who'd just bitten into something unexpectedly sour. "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite." He'd read that too. It had been in the glossary. Snape stared at him for 3 long seconds. The class was dead silent. Then, "It seems the E-rank has done his reading, at least. Perhaps you'll amount to a passable potioneer if nothing else." He turned away. 5 points from Gryffindor for Potter's cheek. "That's not," Ron started, outraged. 10 points from Gryffindor. "Would anyone else like to contribute?" Silence. Quest completed, answer potions questions correctly, reward, 25 EXP, bonus, plus 10 EXP, hostile environment modifier, 35 EXP. For knowing things. The hostile environment modifier was a nice touch. The system apparently recognized that performing under pressure from a hostile authority figure was harder and worth more. The potions class itself was interesting. Brewing didn't require casting, exactly. It required precision, timing, knowledge, and careful magical infusion. Harry's low magical power wasn't as big a handicap here because potions were more about control than raw strength. He brewed the assigned boil cure potion. Followed the instructions exactly. Didn't improvise, didn't experiment, just executed the recipe with the meticulous attention to detail of someone who'd been cooking for the Dursleys since age 6 and knew that getting a recipe wrong meant going without dinner. The result was adequate. Not brilliant. But competent. Snape swept past his cauldron, looked into it, opened his mouth to criticize, paused, and moved on without comment. No comment from Snape was, Harry would later learn, the equivalent of a standing ovation from anyone else. Potion brewed, boil cure potion, acceptable quality, EXP gained, plus 15, skill opportunity detected, potion brewing. Harry's eyes widened. He had one skill slot available, had been since level 1, and he'd been waiting for the right skill to fill it. He hadn't wanted to waste it on something basic. But potion brewing was interesting. It wasn't a combat skill, wasn't a flashy magic skill. It was a craft skill. And crafting, in any system Harry had ever heard of, games, stories, real life, was one of the best ways to generate value quietly, without attracting attention. An E-rank kid who could fight would raise eyebrows. An E-rank kid who could brew decent potions. That was just a nerd who studied hard. Non-threatening. Ignorable. Assign skill, potion brewing to slot 1. Y/N, yes. Skill acquired, potion brewing, novice, effect, plus 5% potion quality, plus 5% ingredient efficiency, skill EXP tracked separately, skill levels up with use. Harry allowed himself a small, private smile. In a dungeon full of students who outranked him, being taught by a professor who clearly despised him, he just acquired his first skill. The grind continued. The first week at Hogwarts established the pattern of Harry's double life. In public, he was E-rank Harry Potter. The disappointment. The curiosity. The kid who sat in the back of every class, kept his head down, did his homework, and produced spell work so weak that professors usually moved on to other students rather than spend time correcting him. In private, in the empty 7th floor classroom, in his curtained bed after lights out, in every stolen moment between classes and meals, he was grinding. He developed a routine. Morning, 30 minutes of basic casting before anyone else woke up. Classes, active note-taking, quest completion, knowledge absorption. Free periods, reading in the library, which generated small amounts of EXP for magical knowledge acquisition. After dinner, 2 to 3 hours in the 7th floor classroom, practicing every spell they'd been taught that week. Before sleep, 1 hour of quiet casting in bed. It was exhausting. It was monotonous. Some nights his wand arm shook so badly he could barely hold the wand. Some mornings he woke up and his magical core felt wrung out like a wet towel, thin and aching. He did it anyway. Because the numbers went up. And the numbers going up meant he was getting stronger. And getting stronger meant that one day, not today, not tomorrow, but one day, the gap between what the world saw and what he actually was would be too wide to ignore. And on that day, Harry wanted to be ready. By the end of the first week, his status looked like this: name, Harry James Potter, official rank, E-rank, system level, 4, experience points, 127 out of 800, stats, magical power, 5, control, 6, speed, 6, endurance, 7, mental fortitude, 8, luck. Skills, 1. Potion brewing, novice, LV2, spell proficiencies, Lumos, apprentice, LV3, NOX, apprentice, LV2, wand lighting charm variant, novice, LV1, level 4. Stats nearly doubled across the board. Still pathetic by any objective standard, a C-rank wizard probably started with stats in the 15 to 20 range, but the trajectory was what mattered. The direction. The rate of change. And nobody had noticed a thing. The first person to notice was, predictably, Hermione Granger. It happened in the second week, during their first practical charms session. Flitwick had them attempting Lumos, actual casting, not just theory. The classroom was alive with wand waving and muttered incantations and varying degrees of success. Most students produced a reasonable light, C-rank cores pumping out C-rank Lumos, perfectly adequate, perfectly expected. Neville's Lumos flickered weakly. D-rank output. He looked miserable. Harry cast his Lumos and deliberately dialed it back. This was something he'd been practicing, controlling the output of his spells to match what people expected from an E-rank. It was harder than it sounded. His actual Lumos, after hundreds of casts and several proficiency levels, was now roughly equivalent to a mid-D rank output. Weak, but functional. Noticeably better than what a true E rank should produce. So he throttled it. Pushed less magic into the spell. Let the light come out thin and watery and pathetic, the way everyone expected. Strategic concealment active, EXP bonus, +3, maintaining cover, the system rewarded him for hiding. Beautiful. Flitwick walked past, glanced at Harry's dim light, gave him an encouraging smile that was trying very hard not to be pitying, and moved on. Ron, 2 seats away, produced a solid C-rank Lumos and looked relieved. Seamus Finnegan set his feather on fire somehow, which wasn't even what they were trying to do. Harry held his weak Lumos and waited for the class to end, secure in the knowledge that nobody was watching. Except someone was. Hermione Granger was watching. She was 2 rows ahead and 1 seat to the left, and her own Lumos was burning steadily, a good, strong, B-rank light that she'd produced on the first try because of course she had. But she wasn't looking at her own wand. She was looking at Harry's. And her expression, Harry caught it when she turned slightly to check the board, was not pity. It was not dismissal. It was the expression of someone who had just seen a mathematical equation that didn't balance, and it was bothering her. She turned back to the front. Didn't say anything. But after class, as everyone was packing up and filing out, she lingered near Harry's desk. Pretended to adjust her bag. Glanced at him sideways. "Your Lumos," she said. Quietly. Casually. As if making conversation. "What about it?" "It was weak. I'm E rank." "That's kind of the deal." "Yes, but it was consistently weak. Perfectly, uniformly, consistently weak. For the entire 40-minute session." Harry looked at her. Hermione's brown eyes were sharp. Analytical. Not accusing, curious. The way a scientist looks at an anomaly. "An E-rank's Lumos should fluctuate," she said. "Weak cores produce unstable magical output. That's in Waffling, Chapter 3. Your light should have been flickering, surging, dimming unpredictably. Instead it held steady the entire time. At a perfectly constant low output." She paused. "That requires control. More control than an E-rank should have." Harry's heart did something complicated. A spike of alarm, she'd actually noticed, the one person in the room who knew enough theory to spot the inconsistency, mixed with a strange, unexpected warmth. Because she'd been paying attention. Not paying attention to mock him or pity him. Paying attention because she was genuinely, intellectually engaged. He considered his options. Deny it. Play dumb. Make a joke. Deflect. "Huh," he said. "Weird." Hermione stared at him. "That's it?" "Huh, weird. I mean, I don't really know what to tell you. I'm E-rank. The orb said so. The Ministry has it on file. Maybe I'm just a really boring type of weak wizard. Consistently, uniformly boring." Hermione's mouth pressed into a thin line. She wasn't buying it. Not even a little. But she didn't push. Not yet. She just gave him a look that said this isn't over, picked up her bag, and walked out. Quest generated, maintain cover identity, objective, prevent discovery of true abilities by peers and staff, reward, ongoing, +3 EXP PR successful interaction where cover is maintained, warning, discovery carries unknown consequences. Harry read the quest notification and exhaled slowly. Hermione Granger was going to be a problem. The best kind of problem, maybe. But a problem. Neville caught him practicing 3 days later. Harry had been in the 7th floor classroom, running through Lumos variations, trying to change the color of the light, because Flitwick had mentioned that advanced light conjuration could produce colored illumination and Harry wanted to see if the system would register it as a separate proficiency track. It did. Sort of. The system classified color-modified lumos as a variant of the base spell, and the first successful cast, a dim, sickly greenish light that looked like dying algae, had earned him 5 EXP and a new proficiency entry. He was trying to push it toward actual green when the door creaked open. Harry killed his wand light instantly. Spun toward the door. His hand was steady and his breath was even, but his heart was slamming against his ribs because this room was his sanctuary, his secret, and someone had just walked into it. Neville Longbottom stood in the doorway, round face pale in the corridor's torchlight, looking like a kid who'd been caught somewhere he shouldn't be and also like a kid who'd been crying. They stared at each other. "I'm sorry," Neville blurted. "I didn't know anyone was in here. I was looking for somewhere quiet. I'll go." "Wait," Harry said. He didn't know why he said it. The smart move was to let Neville leave, find a new practice room, maintain his cover. But something about the way Neville was standing, shoulders hunched, eyes red, the posture of a kid who'd been kicked and was bracing for the next one, made Harry's mouth move before his brain approved. "You can stay," Harry said. "If you want. I'm just studying." Neville hesitated. Then shuffled inside, closing the door behind him. He sat on one of the broken desks and didn't say anything for a long minute. Harry waited. He was good at waiting. The Dursleys had taught him that. "Malfoy called me a squib in herbology today," Neville finally said. His voice was small. Tight. "In front of everyone. Said my parents would be ashamed. He knows what happened to them. The whole Malfoy family knows." His hands were fists in his lap. Professor Sprout told him off but everyone heard. And then in the corridor after, his friends, Crabbe and Goyle, they knocked my books out of my hands and said it was just D-rank things. Harry sat down on a desk across from him. "Malfoy's a prick." "Yeah." Neville's voice cracked. "But he's an A-rank prick. And I'm just D. My gran wanted me to be like my dad. Dad was B-rank. Mum was B-rank. And I'm D." He looked at his hands. "Sometimes I think the hat made a mistake putting me in Gryffindor." "The hat doesn't make mistakes," Harry said. He didn't know if that was true. But it felt right. "How do you handle it?" Neville asked, looking up. You're E-rank. You can say it. Won't shatter. E-rank. And everyone expected you to be, and instead." Neville trailed off. "How are you just okay with it?" Harry thought about that. He thought about the system. About his secret levels, his hidden stats, his private knowledge that the ranking system was wrong about him. He couldn't share any of that. It wasn't an option. But the truth underneath the system, the emotional truth, that he could share. "I'm not okay with it," Harry said. Nobody's okay with being told they're the worst at something. But here's the thing, being told you're weak and actually being weak aren't the same thing. Neville looked at him. "What do you mean?" "I mean the orb measured what I was on one day. One moment. It scanned my core when I was 11 years old and scared and standing in front of 400 strangers, and it said E-rank, and everyone decided that was the whole story. But since when is the opening chapter the whole book?" Harry didn't know where the words were coming from. They just came. "My magic is weak right now. Yours is weak right now. But right now isn't forever. We're 11. We've been doing magic for 2 weeks. And everyone's already decided who we are and what we're worth based on one test on one night." He shook his head. "That's stupid. That's insanely stupid. And I'm not going to let a glowing crystal ball run my life." Neville's eyes were wide. "But, the ranking system is. I mean, it's science. Waffling's theory says cores are fixed. Waffling also said in 1962 that magical creatures couldn't develop new magical abilities, and then a Niffler in Wales learned to apparate. Harry had read this in a footnote in a library book yesterday. Science is just our best guess until someone proves it wrong. Neville was quiet for a long time. Then, can I practice with you? Sometimes. I know I'm not, I mean, you probably want to be alone, you can practice with me, Harry said. It was, objectively, a risky decision. Another person in his practice room meant another potential witness to his abnormal improvement. But Neville wasn't Hermione. He wasn't going to analyze Harry's spell output and calculate that the control required exceeded his rank's parameters. Neville was just a kid who needed somewhere to practice without being mocked. Harry could give him that. He'd had his cupboard. Neville deserved better than a cupboard. I come here most nights after dinner, Harry said. Door sticks. Jiggle the handle and push hard. Neville smiled. It was a small, tentative thing, like a plant poking through cracked concrete. Thanks, Harry. Don't thank me. We're just studying. Quest completed, forge a bond with a fellow low-rank wizard, reward, 50 EXP, new quest chain unlocked, the Underdog Alliance, 50 EXP for making a friend. The system, Harry reflected, had a generous definition of magical activity. He hit level 5 on a Sunday afternoon, alone in the 7th floor classroom, practicing the levitation charm 3 weeks before it was scheduled in Flitwick's syllabus. The spell was hard. Much harder than Lumos. It required sustained concentration, precise wand movement, and the right inflection on Wingardium Leviosa, or nothing happened. Harry had found the incantation and theory in the Standard Book of Spells, grade 1, and had been attempting it for 2 days. His first dozen casts produced nothing. Cast 13 made the feather twitch. Cast 20 made it wobble. Cast 35 made it lift, barely, shakily, about 2 inches off the desk before his concentration broke and it floated back down. Spell acquired, Wingardium Leviosa, Levitation Charm, Proficiency, Novice, LV1, EXP gained, plus 20 EXP for a new spell acquisition. Way better than the 1 to 2 EXP for repetitive Lumos casts. The system valued novelty. New spells, new challenges, new difficulties, all worth more than grinding the same thing endlessly. Harry grinned and kept practicing. By evening, he could hold the feather at 6 inches for about 10 seconds. The system had already bumped the spell to Novice LV2, and his total EXP had pushed him over the threshold, level up. Level 4 Level 5, plus 3 stat points available, milestone bonus, level 5 reached, plus 1 skill slot, a new skill slot. Harry distributed his stat points, 1 to magical power, now 6, 1 to control, now 7, 1 to speed, now 7, and examined his options for the second skill slot. The system wasn't offering him anything automatically this time. Instead, skill slot 2, empty, available skill types, combat, utility, craft, perception, passive, skills can be acquired through practice, observation, quest rewards, or system milestones, next milestone skill unlock, level 10, so he needed to earn or discover a skill to fill the slot. The level 10 milestone would unlock one automatically, that was 700 and some odd EXP away, which at his current rate was maybe 2 weeks of sustained grinding. Harry decided to keep the slot open. No point filling it with something mediocre when a better option might present itself. He packed up, headed to dinner, and nearly walked into Daphne Greengrass in the 7th floor corridor. She was standing near the staircase, ostensibly reading a book, except that she wasn't turning pages and her eyes weren't moving across the text. She was waiting. For what, Harry couldn't immediately tell. Potter, she said, as he approached. Greengrass. You spend a lot of time on this floor. Harry's internal alarm system, honed by years of navigating deadly minefields, went from idle to active. It's a nice floor. Good views. The 7th floor has no notable views. The astronomy tower is on the 8th, and the western battlements on the 6th offer the best sunset perspective. I meant the, architectural views. The stonework up here is very stony. I was going to say characterful. Daphne closed her book. Looked at him directly. She had very blue eyes, pale, clear, the kind of blue that made you think of ice and then immediately feel stupid for thinking such a cliché thought. I don't care what you're doing up here, she said. That's your business. I'm telling you because Filch patrols this corridor on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 9. If you're going to be here, don't be here on those nights. Harry stared at her. Why are you telling me this? Daphne's expression didn't change. Not a flicker. Because it would be inconvenient if you got caught and the castle's rumor mill spent 3 days talking about what the E-rank was doing sneaking around after hours. The current news cycle has moved on from you, which is better for everyone. That was, actually a reasonable explanation. Pragmatic. Slytherin to the core. But Harry didn't believe it. Not entirely. Because there was no reason for Daphne Greengrass, A-rank, daughter of an ancient and noble house, Ice Princess of Slytherin, to go out of her way to warn an E-rank Gryffindor about patrol schedules. The social calculus didn't add up. Associating with him was a net negative for her. Even being seen talking to him in this corridor was a risk. Thanks, Harry said. Don't thank me. We never spoke. She turned and walked away, robes swishing around her ankles, posture perfect, book tucked under her arm. Harry watched her go. Interesting, he thought, for the second time about Daphne Greengrass. Note, social interaction with high-rank wizard, NOEXP awarded, observation, the Greengrass student's magical aura contains anomalous fluctuations, investigation possible with perception type skill, anomalous fluctuations. In her magical aura? Harry couldn't see magical auras, didn't have any perception skills. But the system could apparently detect something. He filed it away. Added it to the growing mental file labeled, things to figure out when I have more tools. The weeks passed. Harry ground. The numbers climbed. His public persona solidified, quiet, diligent, non-threatening E-rank Harry Potter who did his homework on time, didn't cause trouble, and produced magic so weak that most professors stopped calling on him in practical sessions. He became invisible in the best possible way, not bullied, not pitted, just overlooked. A background character in his own story, at least as far as the world could see. Neville joined him in the practice room 3 evenings a week. They didn't talk much during practice. Neville worked on his own spells, Harry worked on his, and the companionable silence of two people who understood each other's struggles without needing to articulate them filled the space between them. Neville was getting better, too. Not system fast. Not level up overnight better. But his Lumos was strengthening. His herbology skills, already his best subject by far, were turning heads. Professor Sprout had given him the first outstanding of the year on his essay about Devil's Snare properties. You're good at this, Harry told him one evening, watching Neville coax a cutting of Flutterby bush into rooting in a pot of conjured soil. Neville went pink. Plants are easy. They don't judge you. Pretty sure that venomous Tentacula in Greenhouse 3 was judging everyone. That's different. She's just cranky because her pot's too small. Harry smiled. Neville had opinions about plants the way other people had opinions about Quidditch. It was the first thing Harry had seen him be confident about, and the transformation was striking, the stammering, flinching kid replaced by someone who spoke with quiet authority, who knew things, who could explain the difference between 12 types of magical soil amendments without checking a reference. Everyone had their thing. The ranking system just couldn't see most of them. Harry's system status at the end of September, name, Harry James Potter, official rank, E-rank, system level, 7, experience points, 430/2000, stats, magical power, 8, control, 9, speed, 8, endurance, 9, mental fortitude, 10, luck. Skills, 1. Potion brewing, novice, LV 5, 2. Empty, spell proficiencies, Lumos, apprentice, LV 7, NOX, apprentice, LV 5, Wingardium Leviosa, apprentice, LV 3, color modified Lumos, novice, LV 4, fire-making spell, Incendio, novice, LV 2, softening charm, novice, LV 1, mending charm, Reparo, novice, LV 2, his stats had roughly tripled from their starting values. His spell repertoire had expanded to 7, 3 more than the rest of the first-year class had been taught. He was reading ahead in the textbooks, picking up new spells before they were covered in class, and grinding them to proficiency in secret. The gap between his official rank and his actual capability was widening every day. And it was getting harder to maintain the act. October brought 2 things, Hermione Granger's second confrontation, and the homework essay that changed everything. The confrontation came first. It was a Thursday afternoon in the library. Harry was reading Advanced Charms Theory for the Enthusiastic Beginner at a corner table, taking notes on something called the Protean Charm, way beyond first-year level, but the theory was fascinating and he earned EXP just from reading magical textbooks. Hermione materialized in the chair across from him like she'd apparat there. "We need to talk," she said. "Hello to you too. Don't deflect." She pulled a piece of parchment from her bag and slid it across the table. It was covered in her tiny, precise handwriting. Columns of data. Dates. Observations. Harry looked at it. It was a chart of his classroom performance over the past month. "You've been tracking me," he said, not quite a question. "I've been observing patterns." Hermione's chin was up, defensive, like she knew how this looked and had decided she didn't care. "Your Lumos output has been constant, exactly constant, for 4 weeks. That's not how weak magical cores work." I checked. I read everything Hogwarts library has on core dynamics. Weak cores produce variable output. Always. It's a fundamental property of low-density magical fields. Maybe I'm special. You're your rank. You're the opposite of special. That's my point, you shouldn't be special, but something about your magical output doesn't match your rank, and I want to know why. Harry leaned back in his chair. Studied her. She was intense, jaw set, eyes blazing with the particular fire of an intelligent person who'd found a puzzle they couldn't solve and couldn't let go of it. "Why do you care?" he asked. Not defensively. Genuinely curious. The question seemed to catch her off guard. "Because it doesn't make sense. And things that don't make sense bother me. That's it." Academic curiosity. Hermione hesitated. And in the hesitation, Harry saw something he hadn't expected, a crack in the armor. Hermione Granger, B-rank bookworm, overachiever, the girl who raised her hand so often that professors had started developing subtle hand-lowering charms, Hermione was lonely. She didn't have friends. Not really. She had classmates who respected her intelligence and were slightly annoyed by it in equal measure. She had academic rivals who acknowledged her skill and resented it. She had professors who praised her work. But she didn't have anyone who talked to her like a person. Like she was more than a walking encyclopedia with a wand. "I thought," she said, slowly, carefully, "that if you were hiding something. If there was a reason your magic doesn't match your rank. Then maybe the ranking system isn't as fixed as everyone says. And if it's not fixed." She trailed off. "Then your B rank doesn't have to be your ceiling either," Harry finished. Hermione's eyes widened. For just a second, the mask slipped, the confident, have-all-the-answers mask, and underneath was a girl who wanted more. Who knew she was brilliant and couldn't stand being told that brilliance had a cap. "I'm not going to tell you what's going on with me," Harry said quietly. "Not because I don't trust you. Because I can't. Not yet. Maybe not ever, honestly, I don't know. But I will tell you 2 things. Hermione waited. First, your observation is correct. My output is too consistent for an E rank. You're not imagining things and you're not wrong. I can't explain it. But you're right. She let out a breath she'd been holding. Second, the ranking system is garbage. I believe that down to my bones. And I think you believe it too. So maybe instead of trying to figure out what's different about me, you should focus on what you can do to prove the ranking system wrong about you. Hermione stared at him. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then she said, "You're very strange, Harry Potter." "Yeah, I've been getting that a lot lately. I'm going to figure you out eventually. Probably. You're the smartest person in our year." Her cheeks went pink. On a technical basis, my academic rankings are, that's not, good night, Hermione. He gathered his books and left, and he could feel her watching him all the way out of the library. His back warm from the attention. His chest doing something he didn't have a name for. Quest updated, maintain cover identity, status, partially compromised, Hermione Granger suspects anomaly, cover integrity, 85%, note, Granger assigned low threat level, unlikely TO report findings, low threat level. Yeah. But high, something else level. The homework essay that changed everything was for potions. Snape had assigned a 12-inch essay on the properties of Moonstone and its interactions with common potion bases. Standard first-year fare. Harry wrote it, carefully, thoroughly, drawing on the textbook, his growing knowledge from actual brewing practice, and a supplementary reference he'd found in the library about lunar cycle effects on ingredient potency. He turned it in on Friday. Got it back on Monday. At the top of his essay, in Snape's sharp, angular handwriting, was a single word, outstanding. No other comments. No sarcastic remarks. No, I suppose even an E rank can occasionally stumble into competence. Just, outstanding. Harry stared at it. Then he looked up and caught Snape's eye across the classroom, and for exactly 1 second, one fleeting, barely their second, Snape's expression shifted. Not warmth. Not approval. Something more complicated. Something that looked, if Harry squinted, like recognition. Like Snape had seen something in the essay that reminded him of someone, and the memory was painful, and the recognition was involuntary, and he was already burying it under layers of habitual coldness. The moment passed. Snape looked away. Quest completed, achieve outstanding in potions essay, reward, 40 EXP, bonus, plus 15 EXP, first outstanding grade, skill update, potion brewing, novice LV5 apprentice LV1, his potion brewing skill had leveled up to a new tier. Apprentice. The notification unfolded, potion brewing, apprentice LV1, effect, plus 10% potion quality, plus 10% ingredient efficiency, plus 5% chance of discovering improved variations, and below it, something new, achievement unlocked, first class excellence, description, achieve an outstanding in a subject where your rank predicts failure, reward, plus 100 EXP, 100 EXP. For exceeding expectations. The system was explicitly rewarding him for outperforming his supposed limitations. That pushed him to 645/2000. Still a long way from level 8, but the EXP from varied activities, homework, brewing, reading, social challenges, new spells, was adding up faster than pure grinding ever could. Harry tucked the essay into his bag. Allowed himself one small, quiet moment of pride. Then he looked at the calendar. October 31st was in 3 days. Halloween. He didn't know it yet, couldn't know it, but Halloween was going to change everything. The morning of October 31st started normally. Harry woke early. Cast 30 Lumos cycles under the covers. EXP, tick, tick, tick. Dressed. Went to breakfast. Sat with Ron and Neville, who were arguing about whether chocolate frogs or cauldron cakes were better. Ron, frogs, obviously, Neville, cakes, they're more filling. Harry abstained, eating toast. Classes were light, it was a half-day because of the Halloween feast. Harry spent the free afternoon in the 7th floor classroom, working on a new spell he'd found in the textbook, the knockback jinx, Flipendo. It was technically a first-year spell but wasn't on Flitwick's syllabus until after Christmas. The spell required more power than anything he'd attempted so far. Push magic outward, project force, hit a target. His first dozen attempts produced nothing, a faint shimmer from his wand tip that dissipated immediately, like breath on a cold day. By attempt 30, he could push a feather off the desk. By attempt 50, he could knock a broken chair leg across the room. Spell acquired, Flipendo, knockback jinx, proficiency, novice, LV1, EXP gained, plus 25, note, combat spell acquired, EXP modifiers for combat applications now active, combat spell. His first one. The system was differentiating between utility magic and combat magic, and the notification implied that combat applications would carry different, probably higher, EXP rewards. Harry practiced Flipendo until his core ached, then cleaned up and headed to the Great Hall for the feast. The hall looked incredible. Live bats swooped beneath the enchanted ceiling, which showed a stormy October sky streaked with lightning. Enormous pumpkins lined the walls, each one carved with a different face that actually moved, grinning, winking, making rude gestures at passing students. The tables were loaded with food, roast turkey, pumpkin pasties, caramel apples, every kind of candy imaginable. Harry sat with Ron and Neville and ate. The feast was good. The atmosphere was festive. For an hour, he almost forgot about ranks and levels and the double life he was living. Then Seamus Finnegan said, "Hey, where's Hermione?" Ron shifted uncomfortably. "She's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon." Parvati said she's been crying. Harry put down his fork. "Crying? Why?" Ron's ears went red. "I might have said something in charms. About how she's got no friends because she's always showing off. She heard me." Harry looked at him. "What?" Ron said defensively. "She is always showing off. And you said that where she could hear you." "I didn't know she was right behind. Look, it's not my fault she..." Whatever Ron was about to say was obliterated by the great hall doors slamming open and Professor Quirrell sprinting down the center aisle, turban askew, face the color of old porridge. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He fainted. The hall exploded into chaos. Harry's mind went very, very quiet. Because his first thought wasn't about the troll. His first thought was, Hermione doesn't know. She's in the bathroom. She doesn't know there's a troll in the castle. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic like a thunderclap. The hall froze. "Prefects, escort your houses to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, with me to the dungeons." Students started moving. Herded by prefects. Sheep-like. Orderly. The system working as designed, high-rank teachers handle the threat, low-rank students shelter in place. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll." Ron's face went white. "Oh no. We have to warn her. The bathroom's near the dungeons. Where the troll is." "I know." They looked at each other. Ron's fear was visible, his freckles stood out against his pale skin, his hands were shaking. But underneath the fear was something else. Something stubborn. Something Gryffindor. "Let's go," Ron said. They slipped out of the crowd. Neville saw them go. His eyes went wide. He hesitated. Harry could see the war playing out on his face, fear versus loyalty, D-rank caution versus whatever it was that the Sorting Hat had seen in him, and then he followed. The three of them moved through the castle corridors, away from the flow of students heading to their dormitories, toward the bathroom where Hermione Granger was crying and didn't know that a troll was loose in the building. Harry's system was quiet. No notifications. No EXP ticks. Just silence. And then, as they turned the corner toward the first-floor girls' bathroom, the silence ended. Because the troll was already there. Threat detected, mountain troll, B-rank magical beast, warning, host's current level severely below recommended combat threshold, recommended action, retreat, quest generated, survive the troll encounter, reward. The question marks were back. The same question marks as his luck stat. The system couldn't predict the outcome. Harry looked at the troll. 12 feet tall. Skin like granite. Tiny head. Enormous club dragging on the stone floor, leaving gouges in the ancient rock. The smell hit him a second later, a wall of stench, like old socks dipped in an open sewer. The troll was pushing through the bathroom door. From inside, he heard a scream. Hermione's scream. Harry didn't think. Didn't calculate. Didn't consult his stats or weigh his options or do any of the careful, strategic things that had defined his approach to the wizarding world so far. He ran toward the troll. "Oh, he shouted. "Hey! Over here!" The troll paused. Turned its tiny head. Looked at Harry with eyes like dull marbles. And Harry Potter, level 7, E-rank, the weakest wizard at Hogwarts, raised his wand and fired every spell he knew directly into the face of a B-rank magical beast. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, grinding in the shadows. The flipendo hit the troll square in the nose. It didn't do much. Harry knew it wouldn't do much. A level 7 knockback jinx against a B-rank magical beast was like throwing a tennis ball at a truck. The spell connected, produced a flash of light, and the troll's head rocked back maybe half an inch. Like a fly had landed on it. Like a mild breeze had caught it off guard. But it got the troll's attention. The creature turned fully toward Harry, abandoning the bathroom doorway. Its dull marble eyes focused on him with the slow, grinding intensity of something that processed the world at roughly the speed of continental drift. The club dragged across the floor, sending sparks off the stone. The smell intensified, a physical force now, thick enough to taste. Inside the bathroom, Hermione screamed again. "Ron!" Harry shouted, not taking his eyes off the troll. "Get Hermione out. Neville, help him." "What are you going to do?" Ron's voice was high and cracked and terrified, but his feet were already moving toward the bathroom door, because Ron Weasley was many things but a coward was not one of them. "I'm going to be really annoying." Harry yelled back, and fired another flipendo. Combat initiated. Harry Potter, LV7, versus Mountain Troll, B-rank, threat assessment, extreme, combat EXP multiplier, active, x5, times 5. The EXP multiplier for fighting something this far above his level was times 5. If he survived this, and that was a massive, screaming, troll-shaped if, the experience gain would be enormous. The second flipendo hit the troll's shoulder. Same result, basically nothing. The troll grunted, annoyed, and swung its club. Harry threw himself sideways. The club smashed into the wall where he'd been standing. Stone exploded outward in a spray of fragments and dust. The impact shook the entire corridor. A crack raced up the wall from the point of impact, splitting century-old masonry like it was drywall. Harry rolled, came up on one knee, fired again. Flipendo. Flipendo. 2 more hits, 2 more mosquito bites on 12 feet of granite-skinned troll. But the creature was tracking him now, turning, lumbering, club rising for another swing, and Harry was buying seconds. Seconds for Ron and Neville to reach Hermione. Seconds that might mean the difference between 4 dead kids and 0. EXP gained, +5, combat, spell hit on superior opponent, EXP gained, +5, combat, spell hit on superior opponent. The troll swung again. Harry dove. The club whistled past his head close enough to ruffle his hair and slammed into the floor, cracking flagstones like eggshells. Chunks of rock peppered his legs. Something sharp scored a line across his calf and he felt hot blood under his robes. Damage taken, minor, 3 HP lost, note, HP system now active, current HP, 47/50 HP. He had hit points. The system had been holding that information in reserve until he actually took damage, apparently. Harry scrambled to his feet. The troll was pulling its club out of the crater it had made in the floor, and for a precious 2 seconds, it was stuck, wedged into the broken stone, requiring the creature to yank it free with a grunt of effort. 2 seconds. Harry used them. He pointed his wand at the chandelier above the troll, a heavy iron thing with a dozen unlit candle brackets, hanging from a thick chain bolted into the ceiling. He'd never tried flipendo on something that heavy. Didn't know if it would work. Flipendo. The spell hit the chain. The chain didn't break, he didn't have nearly enough power for that, but the impact set the chandelier swinging. The heavy iron frame arced forward and slammed into the side of the troll's head with a resonant clang that echoed down the corridor like a bell. The troll stumbled. Actually stumbled. Its club came free from the floor and it took 2 unsteady steps to the right, shaking its head, momentarily dazed. Environmental combat bonus, creative use of surroundings, EXP gained, plus 15, skill opportunity detected, tactical combat awareness, Harry. Ron's voice, from the bathroom doorway. We've got her. Come on. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He turned and ran. The troll recovered. Roared, a sound that vibrated in Harry's chest cavity, that rattled his teeth, that turned his legs briefly to liquid, and charged after him. It wasn't fast, not compared to a human at full sprint, but each of its strides covered 4 of Harry's, and the corridor was only so long. Harry reached the bathroom. Ron was inside, supporting Hermione, who was shaking and pale but on her feet. Neville was holding the door open, his face a mask of terror but his hand steady on the door frame. Under the sinks. Harry shouted, and all 4 of them scrambled for cover as the troll crashed through the doorway, splintering the wooden frame, sending dust and debris raining down on them. The bathroom was a bad place to fight a troll. Too small. Too enclosed. The creature filled the space, its club carving through wooden stall partitions like a hot knife through tissue paper. Sinks exploded as the club connected. Water sprayed from shattered pipes, cascading across the floor, turning everything slick and chaotic. Stay down. Harry yelled, and then did something that his rational brain, the one that had been carefully, methodically planning his growth for the past month, screamed at him was insane. He cast Lumos. Not the throttled, pathetic, E-rank-appropriate Lumos he showed in class. The real one. Full power. Every ounce of magical power 8, control 9, apprentice-level Lumos proficiency thrown into a single cast. The light that erupted from his wand was blinding. In the confined space of the bathroom, reflected and amplified by the water spraying everywhere, the flash was like a miniature sun going off. The troll shrieked, a high, piercing sound that was almost worse than the roar, and threw its arms up, dropping the club, staggering backward. Its tiny eyes, adapted to dark mountain caves and dim dungeon corridors, couldn't handle the sudden overload. Spell used in combat, Lumos, maximum output, combat application bonus, improvised flashbang technique, EXP gained, plus 25, Ron. Harry shouted over the ringing in his own ears, he'd half-blinded himself too, spots dancing in his vision. The club. Use Wingardium Leviosa on the club. Ron, from behind a shattered stall partition, stared at him with wide eyes. Water was streaming down his face. His wand hand was trembling. I've only done it on feathers, then pretend it's a really big feather. Ron looked at the club. Looked at the troll, which was stumbling around the bathroom, hands over its eyes, smashing into walls. Looked at his wand. Sod it, he said, and pointed his wand at the club. Wingardium Leviosa. The club rose. Slowly, shakily, spinning slightly. Ron's face was red with concentration, veins standing out on his forehead, magical output pushed to its absolute C-rank limit, but it rose. 3 feet. 5 feet. 7 feet. Up to the level of the troll's head. Ron dropped his wand arm. The club fell. It hit the troll on the crown of its skull with a sound like a coconut being cracked open. If the coconut was the size of a car and the thing cracking it weighed about 300 pounds. The troll's eyes crossed. Its legs buckled. It swayed like a drunk tree in a hurricane. And then it went down. 12 feet of mountain troll, collapsing forward, hitting the flooded bathroom floor with an impact that shook the room and sent a tidal wave of water in every direction. It didn't move. Didn't twitch. Out cold. The 4 of them stood in the wreckage, soaked, shaking, surrounded by destroyed stalls and shattered sinks and the unconscious bulk of a B-rank magical beast, and for about 5 seconds, nobody made a sound except for the hiss of water from the broken pipes. Then Ron said, "Bloody hell. Combat complete, Mountain Troll, defeated, EXP calculation, base combat EXP, 100, multiplier, extreme threat differential x5 equals 500, creative tactics bonus, plus 50, team combat bonus, plus 25, first combat victory achievement, plus 100, total EXP gained, 675, 675 experience points. From one fight. That was more EXP than Harry had earned in his entire first month of grinding combined. Level up. Level 7 Level 8, level up. Level 8 Level 9, 2 levels. 2 immediate level ups, back to back, the notification stacking in his vision in rapid succession. 6 stat points to distribute. Harry shoved them into the mental queue. He'd deal with them later, when he wasn't standing in a destroyed bathroom with a concussed troll at his feet and 3 shell-shocked classmates staring at him. "Is it dead?" Neville whispered, from behind a sink that had somehow survived the carnage. Harry checked. The troll's massive chest was rising and falling. "Just knocked out." "Just knocked out," Ron repeated, his voice carrying the slightly hysterical edge of someone processing adrenaline. "We just knocked out a troll. A mountain troll. We're 11. Harry, how did you do that?" "That Lumos, that wasn't, your E rank, that shouldn't have, adrenaline," Harry said quickly. "Adrenaline can cause power spikes. I read it somewhere. It was a terrible lie." He knew it was a terrible lie. Hermione, who was sitting against the wall with water lapping at her legs and tears still wet on her cheeks, looked at him with an expression that said she knew it was a terrible lie too. But before anyone could challenge it, footsteps thundered down the corridor and the bathroom doorway, what was left of it, filled with professors. McGonagall came first, her face white, her wand drawn. Behind her, Snape, limping slightly, his expression murderous. Behind him, Quirrell, who took one look at the unconscious troll and sat down heavily on a piece of rubble. "What in the name of Merlin," McGonagall began, and then stopped, because the scene told its own story. 4 first years. 1 troll. Significant property damage. "Explain," she said, in the voice that turned vowels into verdicts. "Now." Hermione stood up. "It was my fault, Professor." Everyone looked at her. Ron's jaw dropped. Neville blinked. Harry kept his face still. "I went looking for the troll," Hermione said, her voice steady despite the tear tracks. "I've read about them and I thought I could handle it. I was wrong. Harry, Ron, and Neville came looking for me. If they hadn't, I'd probably be dead. It was a lie. A good lie. A lie that protected the boys from being punished for breaking rules while simultaneously giving Hermione agency. She wasn't a helpless victim who'd been crying in a bathroom, she was an overconfident student who'd made a mistake. It preserved everyone's dignity. McGonagall's eyes were narrow. She didn't believe a word of it. Harry could tell, and he was pretty sure Hermione could tell, and he was absolutely sure McGonagall could tell that they could tell. But sometimes the polite fiction serves everyone better than the messy truth. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger, for your foolishness. McGonagall's voice was crisp. Then, softer, and 5 points to each of you, Potter, Weasley, Longbottom, for sheer, stupid, magnificent courage. She paused. Now go to your dormitory. Immediately. They went. In the corridor, soaking wet, adrenaline crashing, the 4 of them walked in silence for about 30 seconds. Then Hermione said, "Thank you." "Don't mention it," Ron said, and meant it. His ears were pink with embarrassment and leftover terror. "No," Hermione said, stopping. Looking at them. At Harry, specifically. "Thank you. That was, you didn't have to," her voice caught. She blinked hard. "Nobody's ever done anything like that for me before." Harry looked at her. Dripping wet, bushy hair plastered to her face, school robes torn at one shoulder, standing in a puddle. And something clicked into place between them, not a dramatic, fireworks and orchestral music something, but a quiet something. A foundation. The kind of thing that gets built when people go through something terrifying together and come out the other side intact. "We look out for each other," Harry said. "That's how this works." Hermione's eyes glistened. She nodded. From that night on, there were 4 of them. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville. Individually unremarkable by the wizarding world's ranking standards, an E, a C, a B, and a D, together, they'd just taken down a troll. The ranking system had no metric for that. November came in cold and grey, and Harry used every minute of it. The troll fight had done 2 things to him. The obvious one was the massive EXP injection, 675 points that had vaulted him 2 levels and shown him what combat tier experience gains looked like compared to the slow drip of classroom grinding. The less obvious one was a fundamental shift in his understanding of how the system wanted him to grow. Repetition was fine. Grinding was necessary. But the system rewarded risk. Novelty. Creativity. Fighting a troll with a flashbang Lumos had earned more EXP than a month of casting the same spell in an empty classroom. The message was clear: push yourself. Try things that scare you. Engage with magic that's above your level, in situations that are above your pay grade. The system didn't want a safe grinder. It wanted someone who reached. Harry reached. He distributed his 6 stat points from the double level up, 2 into magical power, now 10, 2 into control, now 11, 1 into speed, now 9, 1 into endurance, now 10. He was closing in on the point where his actual magical output would match a low C-rank wizard's, maybe already there, in some areas. Definitely past D rank. Then he went back to the books. The Hogwarts library was, Harry had come to realize, one of the most absurdly underutilized resources in the magical world. It contained thousands of books on every branch of magic, charms, transfiguration, defense, potions, runes, arithmancy, history, creatures, herbology, and dozens of subcategories and specializations. First years were technically limited to the general section, but the restricted section was just a rope barrier and a stern look from Madame Pants, and the general section alone contained enough magical knowledge to keep someone busy for decades. Harry wasn't interested in decades. He was interested in efficiency. He started with defense against the dark arts. The class itself was a joke. Quirrell, their actual professor, was a stuttering wreck who reeked of garlic and taught like someone who was actively afraid of his own subject material. His lessons were theoretical to the point of uselessness: read the chapter, answer the questions, here's your homework, try not to make eye contact with the teacher because he'll flinch. But the Dada textbooks were solid. The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection covered jinxes, hexes, curses, counterspells, shield charms, and basic magical combat theory. Harry read it cover to cover in 3 days. Then he read the second-year text. Then the third-year text, which he had to sneak from the upper shelves when Pants wasn't looking. Quest generated, self-study advanced defense theory, objective, read and comprehend defense texts above current year level, reward, 30 EXP PR text completed, bonus, plus 20 EXP for successful practical application of advanced theory. He learned new spells from the books. Practiced them in the 7th floor classroom during every available hour. Protego, the shield charm. 3rd year level. It took him 4 days to get it working. The first 3 days produced nothing but frustration, sore wrists, and the growing suspicion that he was attempting something his stats literally couldn't support. His magical power was 10, but Protego required sustained output, projecting magic outward in a defensive field that had to hold against incoming force. His field kept collapsing, flickering into existence for half a second before dissolving like soap bubbles. He adjusted his approach. Instead of trying to brute force the shield with raw power he didn't have, he leaned into control. Control was his highest combat-relevant stat at 11. What if the shield didn't need to be strong? What if it just needed to be efficient? He visualized the shield not as a wall, the standard textbook visualization, but as a membrane. Thin. Flexible. Just enough magic to deflect, not to block. The difference between a brick wall and a trampoline. On day 4, attempt number, he'd lost count. Somewhere past 200. Protego. A shimmer appeared in front of his outstretched wand. Paper thin, barely visible, wobbling like a heat mirage. But it held. 1 second. 2. 5. 10. Harry threw a book at it. The book hit the shield and bounced. Not hard, it flopped to the floor rather than ricocheting, but it bounced. The shield flexed on impact, bowed inward, and snapped back. Like a membrane. Like a trampoline. Exactly like he'd visualized. Spell acquired, Protego, shield charm, proficiency, novice, LV1, EXP gained, plus 35, note, adaptive casting technique detected, skill modification applied, Protego variant unlocked, membrane shield, low power cost, flexible defense, reduced stopping power. The system hadn't just given him the spell. It had recognized that he'd modified the standard technique and created a custom variant. His Protego wasn't the standard version, it was weaker in terms of raw stopping power but dramatically more efficient in magical energy consumption. A trade-off that perfectly suited his build. Harry stared at the notification and something clicked. The system adapted to him. It didn't force him into a standard growth path, it observed how he approached magic and optimized around his actual style. His style was low power, high efficiency, maximum creativity. So the system was giving him tools that matched. This was huge. This meant that every spell he learned could potentially become a custom variant tailored to his strengths. Which meant the gap between his on-paper stats and his effective combat capability could be much wider than the raw numbers suggested. He spent the rest of the night practicing the membrane shield until his arms ached and his vision swam. Protego, membrane shield novice LV1 novice LV3, 3 proficiency levels in 1 session. The spell was new, the variant was unique, and intensive practice was being rewarded generously. Neville found the room of requirement. Or rather, the system found it through Neville, in a roundabout way that Harry didn't fully understand until later. It happened like this: Neville was having a bad night. Malfoy had been particularly vicious during dinner, something about Neville's parents, delivered in that carrying drawl that Malfoy had perfected, loud enough for the surrounding tables to hear but quiet enough that no professor could pinpoint the source. Neville had left the Great Hall early, face burning, and gone looking for Harry's practice room. Except he'd gotten lost. The 7th floor was a maze of corridors that shifted and rearranged themselves on a schedule that seemed to correspond to the castle's mood, and Neville, upset and distracted, had taken a wrong turn. Then another wrong turn. Then a third, and by the time he realized he had no idea where he was standing in a corridor he'd never seen before, in front of a blank stretch of wall. He paced. Frustrated. Miserable. Wanting somewhere to practice, somewhere to be alone, somewhere that was his and didn't judge him. A door appeared in the wall. Neville, to his credit, did not scream. He stared at it. Opened it. Looked inside. Closed it. Opened it again. Closed it. Then he went and found Harry. "There's a room," Neville said, slightly out of breath. "7th floor. Appears out of nowhere. I think it reads your mind." Harry followed him. Found the corridor. Paced in front of the wall, thinking, I need a place to practice magic. A safe, private, undetectable place to practice magic. The door appeared. He opened it. The room beyond was perfect. 20 meters by 20 meters. High vaulted ceiling, stone walls reinforced with something that hummed faintly with protective magic. The floor was smooth stone, cleared of obstacles, with a series of target dummies arranged along one wall, human-shaped figures made of some kind of enchanted material that repaired itself when damaged. Bookshelves lined another wall, stocked with practice references. A rack of training equipment, weighted wands, resistance bands, focus crystals, occupied a third. In the center of the room, a plaque mounted on a stone pedestal read, "The Room of Requirement. I become what you need, location discovered, Room of Requirement, classification, legendary magical space, properties, adapts to users' needs, unplottable, undetectable by standard magical means, EXP gained, plus 150, quest completed, discover a hidden Hogwarts secret, bonus, plus 75 EXP, training efficiency modifier, plus 25% EXP gain while training in this location, 225 EXP for finding the room, plus a permanent 25% training bonus for using it." Harry's eyes might have actually physically widened. "Neville," he said. "This is the greatest room in the history of rooms." Neville beamed. It might have been the first time anyone had ever reacted to something he'd done with genuine, unqualified enthusiasm. They moved their practice sessions to the Room of Requirement that night. The difference was immediate and dramatic. The room provided everything they needed: target dummies that could be set to different difficulty levels, enchanted obstacles for agility training, a practice dueling circle with safety wards that prevented serious injury. When Harry thought about needing a reference on advanced shield charms, the bookshelf produced 3 volumes. When Neville wished he had soil and seeds to practice herbology, a full greenhouse setup materialized in one corner. The room adapted. The room provided. And the 25% EXP bonus turned every training session into a goldmine. Harry's grinding kicked into a completely different gear. The 2 weeks after discovering the Room of Requirement were the most productive of Harry's life. His routine evolved. Morning, physical training, running laps in the room's auto-generating obstacle course, building endurance and speed stats through exertion the system recognized and rewarded. Afternoon classes, standard Hogwarts curriculum, homework quests, maintaining his E-rank cover. Evenings, 3 to 4 hours in the Room of Requirement, splitting time between spell practice, combat training on the dummies, and reading advanced magical theory. The spell arsenal expanded rapidly. Stupefy, the stunning spell. 4th year level. Harry learned it from a data reference the room provided and spent 2 grueling days getting it to work. His first successful cast produced a red bolt that crossed the room and hit a practice dummy with enough force to knock it off its mount. Not a full stun, a proper stupefy from a high-ranked wizard would render a person unconscious, but enough to stagger, disorient, by time. Spell acquired, stupefy, stunning spell, proficiency, novice, LV1, note, reduced power output, classified AS, stagger variant, Expelliarmus, the disarming charm. 2nd year level. This one came easier, almost naturally, like his magic recognized the spell and welcomed it. The sensation was strange, a warmth in his wand, a rightness in the casting motion, as if he'd done this before in some life he couldn't remember. His first cast sent his wand flying out of his own hand, which was not ideal, but by the 10th cast he'd figured out the targeting, and by the 50th he could disarm a practice dummy from 15 feet. Spell acquired, Expelliarmus, Disarming Charm, Proficiency, Novice, LV1, Note, unusually high affinity detected, accelerated proficiency gain for this spell, high affinity. The system was telling him that Expelliarmus suited him, suited his magic, his style, his nature, in a way that other spells didn't. Interesting. He filed it away and kept practicing. Petrificus Totalis, the full-body bind. First-year level but not on Flitwick's syllabus until spring term. Straightforward, satisfying, useful. Practice dummy stood at attention, arms snapped to sides, rigid as a board. Perfect for non-lethal takedowns. Incendio improvements, his fire-making spell went from barely lights a candle to produces a steady stream of controlled flame over the course of a week. He could direct it, shape it, control the temperature. Not combat grade yet, but functional. And then there were the utility spells. Alohomora for locks, practiced on a set of increasingly complex padlocks the room generated. Reparo for repairs, practiced on objects he deliberately broke and then fixed. Scourgify for cleaning, less useful in combat but the EXP was EXP Episky, a basic healing charm he found in a medical reference text, practiced on small cuts he gave himself with a pocketknife. Each new spell earned acquisition EXP. Each proficiency level earned more. The room's 25% bonus amplified everything. And combat training on the dummies, actually casting offensive and defensive spells against moving targets, earned the highest EXP of all, because the system classified it as simulated combat. By mid-November, Harry's status had transformed, name, Harry James Potter, official rank, E rank, system level, 12, experience points, 1, 230/6000, stats, magical power, 14, control, 16, speed, 13, endurance, 13, mental fortitude, 14, luck. HP, 80 out of 80, skills, 1. Potion brewing, apprentice, LV4, 2. Tactical combat awareness, novice, LV3, spell proficiencies, Lumos, journeyman, LV1, NOX, apprentice, LV6, Wingardium Leviosa, apprentice, LV5, Flipendo, apprentice, LV4, Protego, membrane shield, novice, LV5, stupefy, stagger, novice, LV3, Expelliarmus, apprentice, LV2, Petrificus Totalis, novice, LV4, Incendio, apprentice, LV3, Alohomora, novice, LV4, Reparo, apprentice, LV3, Episky, novice, LV2, level 12. Stats averaging around 14. His Lumos had hit journeyman tier, the proficiency above apprentice, and the light it produced now was genuinely impressive. Clear, bright, warm white illumination that could fill a room. If he'd cast it in class, people would have started asking very uncomfortable questions. His second skill slot had been filled by tactical combat awareness, a passive skill that the system had unlocked after the troll fight. It gave him enhanced situational awareness in combat situations, a slight slowdown in perceived time during dangerous moments, and an instinctive sense for environmental advantages. The skill was still low level, but even at novice LV3, it had changed the way he moved through the world. He noticed things. Exit routes. Defensible positions. Objects that could be used as improvised weapons or shields. His brain catalogued these things automatically, running a constant background process that consumed no conscious effort. The gap between E-rank Harry Potter and actual Harry Potter was now a chasm. Hermione's third approach was less a confrontation and more a negotiation. She found him in the library on a rainy Tuesday, slid into the seat across from him, and placed a piece of parchment on the table. On it, she'd written a single sentence, "I want in." Harry looked at the parchment. Looked at her. In on what? Whatever you're doing. Hermione's voice was low but firm. Controlled. She'd prepared for this conversation. You're training somewhere. Secretly. Outside the curriculum. Your magical output in class hasn't changed, you're still performing at E-rank levels, but your theoretical understanding is accelerating beyond first-year material. You answered a question in Charms last week about wand movement harmonics that's not covered until third year. You caught yourself, corrected mid-sentence and dumbed it down, but I heard the original answer. Harry kept his face neutral. I'm also training outside the curriculum, Hermione continued. I have been since the troll. Because the troll showed me that my B-rank and my textbook knowledge are worth exactly nothing when a 12-foot monster is trying to kill me and the person who actually does something is the kid everyone says can't do magic. That landed. Harry felt it hit something in his chest, not guilt, exactly, but the weight of being seen. Being accurately described by someone who was paying attention. I'm not asking you to explain, Hermione said. I know you won't. I've accepted that. What I'm asking is whether I can train with you. Wherever you train. Whatever you're doing. I want to be better than my rank says I should be, and I think you can help me. Harry was quiet for a long time. The smart move was to say no. Every additional person who knew about his secret training was a risk. Hermione was brilliant enough to eventually figure out the truth, or at least figure out enough of the truth to make things complicated. But she'd lied for him after the troll. She'd protected his cover without being asked. She'd spent weeks observing him, analyzing him, building a case, and instead of going to a professor with her suspicions, she'd come to him. She'd chosen to approach him as a potential ally rather than a mystery to be reported. And she was right, she was training outside the curriculum on her own, and she was doing it without any system benefits, without EXP tracking, without stat boosts or skill unlocks. She was doing it the normal way, through sheer willpower and intelligence, and she was probably making solid progress because Hermione Granger didn't do anything by halves. But she could make faster progress with the Room of Requirements resources. With a training partner. With someone who could push her. Harry made a decision. Tomorrow night, he said. 8 o'clock. 7th floor, left corridor past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past the blank stretch of wall 3 times while thinking about what you need. A door will appear. Hermione's eyes went wide. A door will. Just trust me. She stared at him for 3 full seconds. Then she nodded once, sharply, the nod of a general accepting orders, and left. Quest updated, the Underdog Alliance, member added, Hermione Granger, Alliance members, 3/. Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, team training bonus, plus 10% EXP when training with Alliance members, a team training bonus on top of the room's 25% bonus. The system was incentivizing cooperation. Smart. Dangerously smart. Hermione's first night in the Room of Requirement was revelatory, for her, for Harry, and for the entire dynamic of their training. She walked through the door, stopped dead, and didn't move for approximately 90 seconds. Her eyes swept the room, the training dummies, the bookshelves, the practice arena, the greenhouse corner Neville had claimed, the combat circle, the obstacle course, and Harry could practically see her brain reclassifying her understanding of what was possible. This room. She breathed. Adapts to what you need, Harry said. It's called the Room of Requirement. It's been here for centuries. Neville found it. Neville, who was elbow-deep in soil in his greenhouse corner, waved. Hermione walked to the bookshelves. Pulled out a book. Opened it. Her face underwent a transformation that Harry could only describe as religious. Like she'd found a sacred text. Like she'd come home. This is a 4th-year advanced charms textbook that's not available in the library, she said, her voice slightly strangled. There are only 6 copies in Britain. The room provides. Hermione clutched the book to her chest and turned to face Harry. Her eyes were suspiciously bright. I'm never leaving this room. You have to eat. And sleep. And go to class. Acceptable trade-offs. That first night, Harry ran her through his training routine. They started with what she already knew, Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, basic charms curriculum, and he pushed her on form, efficiency, and sustained output. Hermione was powerful. Her B-rank core meant she had raw magic to spare, and her control was naturally good because she approached everything with academic precision. But she was inefficient. She was using textbook technique, which was designed for the average wizard, and she wasn't average. You're overcharging the levitation charm, Harry told her, watching her hold a heavy book in the air. Your core can handle the output, so you're dumping extra magic into the spell as a safety margin. But that extra magic isn't doing anything, the book is already floating. You're just wasting energy. Hermione frowned. The textbook says to ensure sufficient magical output for the mass of the object. It doesn't say to triple it. Cut your output by half and focus on stability instead. She tried it. The book wobbled, then steadied. Hermione's eyes widened. That's easier. That's significantly easier. The spell requires less concentration when I'm not fighting my own excess output. Efficiency is everything. The strongest wizard in a fight isn't the one with the biggest core, it's the one who's still standing when everyone else has burned through their reserves. Hermione looked at him. Really looked at him. And there it was again, that expression from the library, the one that said you shouldn't know this, you shouldn't be able to teach this, nothing about you makes sense and I am going to figure out why. But she didn't push. She'd promised not to, and Hermione Granger kept her promises. Again, she said. Show me more. They trained for 3 hours. By the end, Hermione's spellwork was noticeably crisper, her magical reserves were holding up better, and she'd started adapting Harry's efficiency techniques to her other spells without being told to. She learned fast. Ferociously fast. The system didn't give Harry EXP for teaching her, exactly, but it did award points for magical knowledge exchange and alliance training coordination, so the night was productive on multiple fronts. EXP gained, 85, training session, room of requirement, alliance bonus. When they packed up at 11 p.m., Hermione hesitated at the door. Harry? Yeah. Why are you helping me? Honestly. He thought about it. Because you're going to be terrifyingly good one day. And I'd rather have you as an ally than an obstacle. Hermione blinked. Processed. Then she smiled, a real smile, not the nervous, eager-to-please smile she wore in class, but something warmer and more private. Something she didn't show many people. That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, she said. In a slightly threatening way. I'm a slightly threatening person. You're an E-rank person. Allegedly. She laughed. Actually laughed. It was a good sound, bright and surprised and genuine, the laugh of someone who wasn't used to laughing and had forgotten how good it felt. Good night, Harry. Good night, Hermione. She left. Harry stood in the room of requirement and listened to her footsteps fade and felt the warmth in his chest and thought, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? He had no idea how much of a problem. Not yet. The training group settled into a rhythm. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Harry, Neville, and Hermione. 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. in the room of requirement. Harry ran combat drills, dueling practice against the dummies, shield work, jinxes and counter-jinxes. Hermione devoured advanced theory and translated it into practical technique with terrifying speed. Neville worked on herbology projects and, slowly, his general spell work. The change in Neville was the most dramatic. In a supportive environment, without the pressure of being compared to ranked classmates, without Snape's withering sarcasm or Malfoy's casual cruelty, Neville bloomed. Not into a combat powerhouse, that wasn't who he was. But into something more fundamental, a confident person. His stammer diminished. His spells stabilized. His lumos, which had been a flickering disaster in September, was now a steady, reliable light. D-rank output, sure. But solid D-rank. Dependable D-rank. And his herbology was extraordinary. The room had provided him with seeds and soil and growing conditions for plants that weren't available anywhere else in the castle, rare specimens that usually required years of experience to cultivate. Neville handled them with the instinctive confidence of a prodigy. His hands moved through soil and stems the way a musician's hands moved across an instrument, natural, fluid, certain. Harry found Neville one evening coaxing a fanged geranium into letting him trim its leaves. The plant, which was known for biting anyone who came within arm's reach, was practically purring under Neville's touch. "How do you do that?" Harry asked, genuinely fascinated. "Do what?" "Make plants love you. That thing tried to bite Hermione's ear off yesterday." Neville went pink but didn't deflect. Something had changed in him, a willingness to own his talent that hadn't been there before. Plants aren't that different from people, really. They respond to how you treat them. If you're nervous or aggressive, they get nervous or aggressive. If you're calm and confident and you treat them with respect, they relax. That's, actually really profound. It's just herbology. But Neville was smiling, and the smile reached his eyes, and Harry thought, this is what the ranking system misses. This right here. Someone who can do something nobody else can do, classified as D-rank because the orb only measures one dimension of magic. Quest updated, the Underdog Alliance, note, Neville Longbottom's herbology proficiency detected as exceptional, potential alliance synergy unlocked, Tuesday and Thursday evenings, Harry trained alone. These were his intense sessions, pushing spell proficiencies, attempting advanced magic, testing the limits of his growing stats. The solo sessions were where the real gains happened, because he could go full power without worrying about anyone seeing his actual capabilities. He'd been working on something new. Something ambitious. Something that the third-year data text described as suitable only for wizards of B rank or above. The Patronus charm. He didn't expect it to work. His magical power was 14, which might be equivalent to a high D rank or low C rank wizard, nowhere near the B rank minimum the textbook recommended. But the description of the spell fascinated him, a projection of pure positive energy, shaped by the caster's happiest memory, capable of driving off dementors and dark creatures. It was a spell that ran on emotion, not raw power. On the quality of the memory, not the quantity of magic. And Harry wondered, genuinely wondered, whether a wizard with a system that enhanced control and efficiency, using a deeply meaningful happy memory, could compensate for a relatively low magical power score. There was only one way to find out. Expecto Patronum. Nothing on the first 50 casts. He cycled through memories, being told he was a wizard, getting his Hogwarts letter, the Sorting Hat's voice in his ear, the first level up notification. All positive memories. All real. None strong enough. On cast 63, he tried a different memory, the troll fight. Specifically, the moment after the troll went down, when he was standing in the wreckage with Ron and Neville and Hermione had said, "Thank you," and Harry had said, "We look out for each other," and he'd meant it. The warmth of that moment. The completeness of it. For kids, soaked and scared and alive, and they'd done it together. Expecto Patronum. A wisp of silver mist erupted from his wand tip. It wasn't a corporeal Patronus, not even close. Just a formless, shimmering vapor that hung in the air for about 3 seconds before dissolving. But it was there. It existed. A first-year, E-rank wizard had produced a Patronus wisp, something most adult wizards couldn't do. Spell partially acquired, Patronus charm, incomplete, current state, incorporeal wisp, insufficient power for corporeal form, EXP gained, plus 50, requirement for full acquisition, magical power 20 plus or equivalent compensating stats. The system was honest, he didn't have the raw power yet. But the partial acquisition meant the spell was on his list, it would grow with him, and when his stats caught up, it would complete. Harry looked at the fading silver mist and felt something that had nothing to do with EXP or levels or stats. He felt hope. Ron found out about the Room of Requirement in late November, and the discovery nearly broke the group apart before it had properly formed. It wasn't Harry's choice to reveal it. What happened was this: Ron noticed that Harry, Hermione, and Neville were all disappearing after dinner 3 nights a week. Ron was not an idiot, he was unconfident about his intellect because he was surrounded by overachievers, but his instincts were sharp and his emotional radar was finely tuned. He knew when he was being excluded. "Where do you lot go?" he asked Harry one morning at breakfast, trying for casual and landing somewhere around, deeply wounded but pretending not to be. Harry hesitated. He liked Ron. Genuinely. Ron had charged a troll for him, had stood in a destroyed bathroom with his wand raised despite being terrified, had been the first person to treat Harry like a normal kid rather than a celebrity or a disappointment. But Ron also talked. Not maliciously, Ron wasn't a gossip, but Ron's family was close and Ron's insecurities were large, and the more people who knew about the room, the higher the risk. "We've got a study group," Harry said. Hermione's idea. "Advanced stuff. It's kind of intense." "A study group." Ron's voice was flat. "You, Hermione, and Neville have a secret study group that I'm not invited to." "It's not that you're not invited, then what is it?" Harry didn't have a good answer. "The truth, I'm hiding my real abilities and every person who sees me train is a security risk," was not an option. The lie, any lie, would hurt Ron, who could smell dishonesty the way Neville could smell compost, instinctively and immediately. "Come tonight," Harry said. 8 o'clock. "I'll show you." He spent the rest of the day worrying about it. Ron's reaction to the Room of Requirement was simpler than Hermione's but no less genuine. He stood in the doorway, looked around, said "wicked," and walked in like he owned the place. Within 10 minutes he'd discovered that the room could generate a chess set on demand, and within 20 minutes he'd discovered that the chess set could be enchanted to play back famous historical games, and within 30 minutes he'd largely forgotten that he'd been upset about being excluded. But the training session itself surfaced something less comfortable. Ron watched Harry run through his spell drills. He didn't see the full power versions. Harry had calibrated his output to look reasonable for an E rank who'd been practicing extra, but he saw enough. The speed. The variety. The control. An E rank first-year casting Flipendo, Protego, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, switching between spells with fluid transitions, hitting practice dummies with accuracy. Ron's face went through several changes during the demonstration. Surprise. Confusion. Recalculation. And then, underneath all of it, something that looked like it hurt. They talked about it later, in the dormitory, after lights out. The other boys were asleep. "You're not really E rank," Ron said. "Not a question. The orb said I am. The orb said what your core was at on one night. Harry, I watched you tonight. You're casting spells that half the third years can't do. Your shield charm is better than Percy's, and Percy's B rank and head boy material. I practice a lot. The room helps. You practice a lot." Ron's voice was strained. "You practice a lot, and suddenly you can do things that should be impossible for someone with your rank. Do you know how that sounds?" "I know how it sounds. It sounds like the ranking system is wrong about you." "And if it's wrong about you?" Ron trailed off. Then, quieter, "If it's wrong about you, what does that mean for the rest of us? What does it mean that I'm C rank? Does that matter? Is it real?" Harry sat up in bed. Looked at Ron in the dim moonlight filtering through the tower window. Ron wasn't angry. Harry had been bracing for anger, jealousy, resentment, the understandable bitterness of a kid from a family of unremarkable ranks watching his supposedly weakest friend outperform all of them. But Ron wasn't angry. He was scared. Scared of what it meant if the system he'd been raised to believe in, the system that had ranked his family as middling, that had shaped their opportunities and their self-image for generations, was fundamentally broken. Because if the ranking system was broken, then the Weasleys weren't C-rank by nature. They were C-rank by measurement. And the measurement was wrong. And everything they'd accepted about their place in the world was based on a lie. That was terrifying. Not because it was bad news, it was arguably good news, but because rebuilding your entire worldview from scratch is one of the scariest things a person can do. The ranking system measures one thing, Harry said carefully. Core density at age 11. That's it. It doesn't measure creativity. Doesn't measure courage. Doesn't measure the ability to levitate a 300-pound club 12 feet in the air while a troll is destroying a bathroom around you. Ron's ears went red. That was you, Ron. C-rank you, casting a spell you'd only ever done on feathers, under the worst possible conditions, with zero room for error. And you nailed it. The orb can't measure that. The ranking system has no category for, does impossible things when his friends are in danger. Ron was quiet for a long time. I still think you're hiding something, he finally said. Probably. And you're not going to tell me what it is. Not yet. But you're going to keep including me in the study group. You knocked out a troll, Ron. You're in the group. Ron exhaled. Long and slow. Some of the tension left his shoulders. Okay, he said. Okay. But when you're ready to tell me the truth, I want the full story. No adrenaline spikes garbage. Harry smiled. Deal. Quest updated, the Underdog Alliance, member added, Ron Weasley, Alliance members, / Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, team training bonus increased, plus 15% EXP when training with Alliance members, for members. 15% team bonus. The system rewarded trust with tangible benefits. December arrived. Snow blanketed the castle grounds. The Black Lake froze over. The Hogwarts corridors filled with the kind of bone-deep cold that made you appreciate every fireplace and warming charm in existence. Harry trained through all of it. The room of requirement became the center of his life, more home than the Gryffindor dormitory, more classroom than any actual classroom. He spent every available hour there, pushing harder, reaching further, climbing the system's exponential curve through sheer, stubborn effort. His approach had matured since September. He wasn't just grinding the same spells anymore. He was training holistically, combining spells and sequences, building muscle memory for combat transitions, developing situational strategies. The room's practice dummies could be set to move, to dodge, to fire weak hexes back at him, and Harry spent hours in combat simulations that left him exhausted and exhilarated. He was also exploring the boundaries of what the system could do. The stat system was straightforward, numbers went up, capabilities improved. But the skill system was more nuanced. Skills weren't just bonuses, they were frameworks that changed how he interacted with magic. Potion brewing didn't just give him percentage bonuses, at apprentice level, it was starting to grant him intuitive understanding of ingredient interactions. He could look at a list of components and sense which ones would complement and which would conflict, without consulting a reference. The skill was developing into something closer to instinct than knowledge. Tactical combat awareness was even more dramatic. At Novice LV5, the highest novice tier before apprentice, the skill activated automatically in any situation the system classified as threatening. Harry's perception sharpened. Time seemed to stretch. Details jumped out, the angle of a practice dummy's wand, the trajectory of an incoming hex, the structural weakness in a barrier. It wasn't precognition. It was hyper-awareness. The ability to process combat information faster than his conscious mind could handle, fed directly into his reflexes. And then there was the level 10 milestone. Harry hit level 10 on a Thursday evening, partway through a grueling solo session where he'd been fighting 3 practice dummies simultaneously, the room's equivalent of a 3-on-1 dueling scenario. His EXP counter crossed the threshold mid-fight, and the level up notification blared in his vision at the exact wrong moment. Level up. Level 9 Level 10, plus 3 stat points available, milestone reached, Level 10, milestone reward, rare skill unlock. A practice dummy's hex caught him in the shoulder while he was reading the notification. He stumbled, recovered, dispatched the remaining dummies with a sequence of stupefy flipendo expelliarmus that his body performed on autopilot while his mind processed the milestone reward. Rare skill unlocked, mana sense, description, the ability to perceive magical energy in your environment, effect, passive perception of magical auras, ENCGNTMENTS, wards, and residual magic. Skill level, novice, LV1, note, this skill does not require a skill slot, IT is a milestone passive and is always active, a passive skill. Always on. Didn't cost a skill slot. Harry stood in the room of requirement, breathing hard from the combat session, and activated mana sense. The world changed. Not visually, or not entirely visually. It was more like a new layer of reality became perceptible, overlaid on the physical world like a transparency on a projector. The room of requirement, which had been a stone-walled training space moments ago, was now alive with light. The walls glowed. Dense, complex, interwoven patterns of magical energy, the enchantments that made the room work, the ancient spellcraft that allowed it to reshape itself on demand. The patterns were beautiful in a way that Harry had no vocabulary for, geometric and organic at the same time, pulsing with slow rhythms like the heartbeat of the castle itself. The practice dummies had faint auras, the residual magic that animated them. The bookshelves shimmered with preservation charms. The floor was laced with protective wards and patterns that looked almost like circuit boards, magic flowing through them in regulated channels. Harry turned slowly, taking it in. The entire room was a masterpiece of magical engineering, layer upon layer of enchantment, centuries of accumulated spellwork, all of it visible now in colors and patterns that his eyes hadn't been designed to see but his mana sense was translating into something comprehensible. He walked to the door. Opened it. Looked into the corridor beyond. Hogwarts lit up. Every stone in the castle carried magic. Every wall, every floor, every ceiling, enchantments layered so densely they blurred together into a warm, golden ambient glow. Individual spells were distinguishable if he focused, the anti-apparition wards, a tight lattice of restrictive magic, purple-black, the structural reinforcement charms, deep red, solid, load-bearing, the heating enchantments, orange, flickering like contained flame, the detection wards, thin silver threads, running everywhere, connecting to nodes that Harry guessed were monitoring stations. It was like seeing the castle's nervous system. Like suddenly perceiving the infrastructure that made magic work, not the spells themselves, but the framework underneath. Harry stood in the corridor and stared at the castle he'd been living in for 3 months and saw it, really saw it, for the first time. Beautiful, he whispered. Mana sense, perception calibrating, initial adjustment period, 24 to 48 hours, warning, sensory overload possible during high magic environments, focus techniques recommended, the warning was warranted. By the time Harry got back to Gryffindor Tower, his head was pounding. The dormitory was dim but to mana sense, it blazed, protective wards on the beds, warming charms on the blankets, preservation magic on the furniture, and the 4 other boys' magical cores, each one a distinct ball of light, glowing with different intensities and colors in the dark. Ron's core was warm amber. Medium brightness. C-rank, steady and reliable. Neville's was pale green with flickers of deeper emerald. D-rank, but the green was interesting, unusual for a general wizard. It reminded Harry of the color he saw when Mana Sense looked at magical plants. Seamus's was orange-red. C-rank, slightly volatile. That explained the tendency to set things on fire. Dean's was cool blue. C-rank, calm, even. Harry looked at his own hands. His own core. And frowned. Because his core, to mana sense, was wrong. Not wrong as in damaged or broken. Wrong as in it didn't match what he expected. His core should look like an E-rank core, faint, thin, barely there. That's what the evaluation orb had measured. Instead, what he saw was nothing. A void. Where the other boys' cores were visible as glowing orbs of colored light, Harry's core was an absence. A dark spot that absorbed the magical light around it rather than emitting it. Not empty, he could feel his magic, could cast spells, could sense its presence. But to mana sense, his core was invisible. Unreadable. A black hole at the center of his chest. Observation: Host's magical core is shielded from mana sense detection. The arcane system prevents all forms of magical perception from reading the host's true core state. This includes the host's own mana sense, reason, security protocol, preventing self-analysis that could be extracted through legilimency or other mind-reading techniques. The system was hiding his core from himself. As a security measure. Because if someone could read his mind, legilimency, the magical equivalent of telepathy, and found a detailed analysis of his true magical state, the secret would be blown. Paranoid. Thorough. Brilliant. Harry lay in bed and watched the magical lights of his dormmate's cores pulse in the darkness, invisible to everyone but him, and thought about what this new skill meant. It meant he could see wards. He could see enchantments. He could see the magical defenses of the castle, the hidden protections, the subtle spellwork that most wizards never noticed because they couldn't perceive it. He could analyze enemies' magical output in real time, see the spell forming in their core before it left their wand. He could find hidden rooms, detect traps, sense ambushes. Mana sense was not a combat skill. It was an information skill. And information, in any kind of conflict, was worth more than raw power. Harry distributed his stat points from the level 10 milestone, 1 into magical power, now 15, 1 into control, now 17, 1 into mental fortitude, now 15. His mental fortitude was becoming crucial, not just for emotional resilience, but because mana sense taxed his mental processing, and higher mental fortitude helped him filter the overwhelming flood of magical perception into useful data. System level, 10, next level, 0/10,000 EXP, 10,000 EXP. The curve was serious now. Brute force grinding was increasingly impractical. He needed high-value activities, combat encounters, major challenges. The good news was that the school year wasn't even half over. And things at Hogwarts, Harry was beginning to understand, had a way of providing challenges whether you wanted them or not. The conversation with Daphne Greengrass happened during the second week of December. Harry had been in the library, studying runes. Ancient runes wasn't taught until third year, but the theory was fascinating and the system generated EXP for self-study of any magical discipline. He was deep in a chapter about protective runic arrays when a shadow fell across his desk. He looked up. Daphne stood there, immaculate as always, hair perfect, robes pressed, posture geometrically precise. She was holding a book of her own, Political Dynasties of the Sacred 28. This seat taken? She asked, gesturing at the chair across from him. It's a library. Seating's first come. She sat. Opened her book. Appeared to read. 5 minutes passed in silence. Then, without looking up from her book, "You're reading runes. That's a third-year subject. I'm an overachiever. You're an E-rank reading material 3 years above your level in a library where anyone could see you. That's not overachieving. That's careless." Harry turned a page. Noted. More silence. Daphne turned her own page. Neither of them was actually reading anymore. "The Patil twins are betting that your rank was a mistake," Daphne said conversationally. "That the orb malfunctioned. They've written to their father, who works at the ministry, asking if there's a precedent for reassessment." "Is there?" "No. The orb has never malfunctioned in 700 years. But the rumor is more comfortable than the alternative. Which alternative? Daphne looked at him directly. The alternative where the boy who lived is genuinely E-rank but somehow keeps doing things that E-rank wizards can't do. That alternative makes people uncomfortable because it breaks their model. And people who are uncomfortable tend to either ignore the anomaly or investigate it. The Patils are choosing to investigate. Harry closed his runes book. Gave Daphne his full attention. Why are you telling me this? Because you're interesting. No hesitation. No deflection. Just a flat, honest statement. I've spent my life surrounded by people who are exactly what their rank says they are. A-rank Slytherins who behave like A-rank Slytherins, powerful, ambitious, utterly predictable. You are the first person I've met whose behavior doesn't match their classification, and I find that valuable. Valuable how? I'm a greengrass. My family is ranked. My marriage prospects are ranked. My career options are ranked. Every aspect of my life is filtered through a system that decided what I was worth when I was 11 years old. And I am very, very good at playing the game that system creates. She paused. But I don't have to like it. Something shifted between them. Not romantic, not yet, nothing so simple. But a recognition. Two people who wore masks looking at each other and acknowledging, silently, that the masks existed. You don't like the ranking system, Harry said. I think the ranking system is a prison. A comfortable prison, for those of us at the top. An uncomfortable prison, for those at the bottom. But a prison regardless. Daphne's voice was calm, measured, controlled, the voice of someone who had practiced saying controversial things without flinching. My sister is 9 years old. Her accidental magic has been inconsistent. My parents are terrified she'll score below A. Not for her sake, for the family's reputation. They've already started talking about preparation strategies. Tutoring. Magical core stimulation exercises. Essentially trying to game the evaluation. Can you game it? No. But the fact that they're trying, the fact that a 9-year-old girl's worth to her own parents is measured by a letter grade she'll receive in 2 years, tells you everything you need to know about what the system does to people. Harry was quiet. He thought about the Dursleys, who'd measured his worth in chores completed and cupboard space. He thought about the Great Hall, the orb, the letter floating above it. He thought about Neville, crying in a corridor because a bully knew his parents' story. What do you want, Daphne? Right now? I want to sit in a library and talk to the one person in this school who might actually understand what it's like to be defined by a system you didn't choose. She met his eyes. Can you give me that? Yeah, Harry said. I can give you that. They sat in the library for another hour. They talked, really talked, not the careful, status-conscious verbal chess that Daphne played with her Slytherin classmates and not the guarded, half-honest deflections Harry used with everyone else. They talked about the ranking system, its history. Daphne knew the political backstory. It had been implemented in 1742 by a ministry faction that wanted to formalize pure-blood superiority, its effects, stratified society, reduced social mobility, self-fulfilling prophecies, and its vulnerabilities. The system assumed cores were fixed. If someone could prove otherwise, the entire structure would be undermined. They talked about their families. Daphne's parents, wealthy, traditional, loving in a conditional way that made Harry's chest tight. Harry's situation, orphan, raised by muggles, no family context in the magical world. Your parents were both powerful, Daphne said at one point. Your father was B-rank. Your mother was A-rank. One of the highest-ranked Muggleborns in a generation. An E-rank child from that pairing is statistically improbable. And yet. Daphne's eyes were steady. The evaluation orb measured your core. It didn't measure everything else. She said it like it meant something specific. Like she was giving him a clue, or acknowledging something, or both. Harry filed it under, things Daphne Greengrass knows or suspects that she's not saying directly. When they left the library, separately, 5 minutes apart, because Daphne's social calculus required that they not be seen together, Harry stood in the corridor and felt the edges of something new. Not the EXP-driven clarity of the system. Something softer. Less quantifiable. The feeling of being understood by someone who spoke a language most people didn't even know existed. Note, social bond formed, Daphne Greengrass, NOEXP awarded, classification, personal, the system had no metric for this. Some things existed outside the numbers. Harry hit level 10 in mid-December. But the push toward level 11 was brutal, 10,000 EXP, the steepest climb yet, and he was grinding against the diminishing returns of familiar activities. Classroom quests were still generating EXP, but the amounts felt like pocket change against 5-digit requirements. He needed something bigger. The something bigger arrived on the last night before Christmas break. Harry was in the room of requirement, alone, running through combat drills at full power. The dummies were set to their highest difficulty, faster, smarter, firing hexes at irregular intervals. He was working on multi-target engagement, switching between offensive and defensive spells, trying to keep 3 opponents suppressed simultaneously. He'd been at it for 2 hours. His core was straining. His arms ached. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead. He was in the zone, that flow state where movement and magic blurred together, where his body and his wand were one instrument and the spells came out clean and fast and right. Mana sense alert, anomalous magical signature detected, proximity, immediate, Harry froze. Killed his spells. Dropped into a defensive crouch, wand up, membrane shield flickering to life in front of him. The room of requirement had changed. The training setup was gone. The dummies, the obstacles, the familiar layout, all vanished. In their place was a corridor. Stone walls, torchlit, stretching ahead into shadow. Old. Ancient. The magical signatures Harry's mana sense detected were dense and layered, centuries of enchantment, protective wards that made the rest of the castle look like amateur work. A door at the end of the corridor. Heavy wood bound with iron. Runes carved into the frame, protective runes, warning runes, containment runes. Harry could read some of them from his self-study: keep, guard, hold, seal. System quest generated, the hidden chamber, description, the room of requirement has revealed a passage to a sealed space within Hogwarts that responds to your unique magical signature, objective, investigate, reward. Warning, unknown dangers present. Harry stared at the corridor. Stared at the quest notification. Question marks again. The system couldn't predict what was behind that door. Common sense said to leave. Walk away. Come back when he was higher level, better prepared, less alone. Harry Potter had survived 10 years with the Dursleys, a sorting ceremony that labeled him worthless, and a troll attack, through a combination of intelligence, stubbornness, and the willingness to walk toward things that scared him. He walked toward the door. The corridor was 20 meters long. The air grew colder as he advanced, not the castle's usual drafty chill but something deeper, something that felt intentional, like the cold was a defense mechanism. His mana sense was screaming with data. The wards on the walls were incredibly complex, layered protections he couldn't fully parse, spells designed by masters. He reached the door. Touched it. The runes flared and his wand hand tingled. Rune lock detected, difficulty, high, requires, magical power 10+, control 15+, runic knowledge, basic, host qualifies. His runic self-study was paying off. His stats qualified. The door recognized something about him, his magical signature, the system's influence, something, and the runes pulsed once, twice, and the lock clicked. Harry pushed the door open. Beyond it was a chamber. Circular, perhaps 10 meters across, with a domed ceiling covered in star charts that moved, actual stars, actual constellations, rotating in slow, precise celestial mechanics. The floor was inscribed with a massive runic circle, concentric rings of symbols that Harry recognized as protective, binding, and amplification arrays. In the center of the circle stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal lay a book. Just a book. Leather-bound, thick, old. No title on the spine. Harry's mana sense registered the book's aura and nearly overloaded. The magical energy radiating from it was dense, complex, and completely unlike anything he'd sensed before. Not Hogwarts magic. Not any school of magic he could identify. Something older. Something that operated on different principles. He approached carefully. Checked for traps. Mana sense revealed 3 separate ward layers protecting the pedestal, all of which had deactivated when the door opened. The room's defenses recognized him as an authorized presence. Harry picked up the book. The cover was warm. Not body temperature warm, magically warm, the warmth of active enchantment. He opened it. The first page was blank except for 3 words, written in ink that glowed faintly blue, for the system's host. Harry's heart hammered. Someone had left this here. Someone who knew about the system. Someone who had placed this book in a sealed chamber inside Hogwarts, protected by centuries-old wards, accessible only through the Room of Requirement, waiting for the person who carried the arcane system to find it. He turned the page. If you are reading this, then the system has chosen a new host. I do not know how many years or centuries have passed since I wrote these words. I do not know your name. But I know what you are experiencing, the levels, the stats, the skills, the relentless drive to grow, because I experienced it too. My name is not important. What is important is what I learned about the system during my time as its host, and what I failed to do with that knowledge. The arcane system is not magic. It is not technology. It is something older than both, a framework that exists in the spaces between what we understand. It selects hosts who have been underestimated. It appears in those whose potential has been ignored, suppressed, or denied by the structures of their time. In my era, it was bloodline hierarchy. In yours, it may be something different. But the principle is the same, the system chooses the overlooked. I have left this book as a guide. Within it, you will find techniques for accelerating your growth, strategies for managing the system's more advanced features, and warnings about dangers I encountered that you will likely encounter too. But first, the most important thing I can tell you, the system has no ceiling. You already know this. What you may not know is what that means. In my time, the most powerful wizard alive could bend reality within a radius of approximately 50 meters. He was considered godlike. He was S-rank by the standards of his era, the highest anyone had ever reached. When I died, I was 4 levels above him. There is no ceiling. And that means there is nothing, no wizard, no creature, no force, that you cannot eventually surpass. The only limits are time and will. Read carefully. Train hard. Trust the system. And beware the ones who will try to take it from you. Harry read the passage 3 times. His hands were shaking. Quest completed, the hidden chamber, reward, 500 EXP, item acquired, the host's guide, a manual for arcane system users, quest chain unlocked, legacy of the previous host, note, the host's guide contains advanced training techniques, system feature explanations, and historical records, 500 EXP. But the real reward was the book. Harry sat down on the chamber floor, cross-legged, surrounded by slowly rotating star charts and centuries-old runes, and began to read. He read until 3 in the morning. The guide was dense, detailed, and written by someone who had clearly been a scholar as well as a fighter. The previous host, whoever they were, whenever they'd lived, had documented the system with methodical thoroughness. Key revelations, the system's origin, unknown even to the previous host. They speculated that the system was a self-propagating magical construct, something that existed independently of any wizard or magical tradition, that attached to suitable hosts and enhanced them, then moved to a new host when the current one died. The system had existed for longer than recorded magical history. Advanced features, at higher levels, new system features would unlock. Harry was still in the early stages, the equivalent of a tutorial. At level 15, he'd gain access to the Skill Forge, which allowed the creation of custom skills by combining existing ones. At level 20, he'd unlock Adaptive Resistance, a passive ability that made him gradually more resistant to any type of magic he was repeatedly exposed to. At level 25, Arcane Analysis, the ability to deconstruct any spell he could see into its component principles and learn it immediately. And beyond that, the guide's descriptions became increasingly vague, the previous host noting that the system's higher functions are best experienced rather than described. Training techniques. The previous host had developed several methods for accelerating growth. The most important was called resonance training, a meditation practice that improved the efficiency of the system's EXP conversion by aligning the host's conscious mind with the system's processing. In practical terms, if Harry spent 30 minutes in resonance meditation before a training session, his EXP gains for the next few hours would be boosted by approximately 15%. Warnings. The guide devoted an entire section to threats. Other magical entities could sense that something was different about the host, not the system itself, which was invisible to all detection, but the host's unusual growth pattern. A wizard who improved too fast, who broke the expected trajectory of their rank, would attract attention. Some of that attention would be curious. Some would be hostile. There are those who will try to take the system from you, the previous host wrote. They cannot. The system cannot be transferred, stolen, or removed by any known means. But they will try. And in trying, they may try to kill you, because a host who is dead is at least no longer a threat. Harry closed the book at 3 a.m., walked back to Gryffindor Tower on autopilot, and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The system was ancient. Possibly older than Hogwarts itself. It had had other hosts. At least one of those hosts had become more powerful than the strongest wizard of their era. And that host had died, of natural causes, old age, or violence, the guide didn't say, and the system had moved on. To Harry. To the E-rank kid in the cupboard, the overlooked, the underestimated, the one everyone had already written off. The system chose the overlooked. Harry closed his eyes. Felt the system's presence in his mind, that blue-lit room behind the door, humming quietly, patiently, endlessly ready to convert his effort into power. Current status, level, 10, EXP, 627/10,000, the host's guide has been added to inventory, resonance training available, not tonight. Tomorrow. There was time. There was, after all, no ceiling. Christmas at Hogwarts was a revelation for someone who'd spent every previous December 25th receiving a wire coat hanger or a pair of Vernon's old socks. Harry stayed at the castle over break. So did Ron, whose parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. Hermione had gone home but left Harry with a reading list and 3 annotated charms textbooks. Neville was with his grandmother. Christmas morning, Harry woke to presents at the foot of his bed. Multiple presents. From multiple people. Ron had given him a box of homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley and a used copy of Quidditch Through the Ages. Hermione had given him a leather-bound journal, blank, high quality, with a note that said, "For all the things you won't tell me yet. At least write them down." Neville had sent a small potted plant that moved when you talked to it, a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, juvenile, apparently very rare. Hagrid had sent a wooden flute he'd carved himself. And there was one more package. No name on the tag. Just a note in elegant, flowing handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Inside was a cloak. Silvery, fluid, shimmering like liquid moonlight. Harry's mana sense activated automatically when he touched it, and what it showed him made his breath stop. The cloak's magical aura was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Not the structured, orderly patterns of Hogwarts enchantments. Not the familiar signatures of standard spellwork. This was wild magic, primal, ancient, woven into the fabric at a molecular level. The aura was so dense it appeared almost solid, and its color. Harry had no name for the color. It existed outside the normal spectrum his mana sense could process. His perception slid off it the way water slid off glass. He put it on. Looked in the mirror. His body was gone. Invisible. Not disillusioned, he could see the difference with mana sense between a disillusionment charm, which bent light around the target, leaving a distortion, and true invisibility, which removed the target from perception entirely. This cloak didn't bend light. It erased him. Completely, perfectly, absolutely. Item identified, Cloak of Invisibility, classification, legendary artifact, deathly hallow, properties, renders wearer invisible to all forms of detection, including magical. Note, this artifact is of extraordinary significance, historical and magical context available in the Host's Guide, Chapter 7, Deathly Hallow. Harry sat on his bed, invisible, holding an artifact of legend, and processed the fact that someone, probably Dumbledore, based on the handwriting, had given an 11-year-old one of the most powerful magical objects in existence. Why? What did Dumbledore know? What was the headmaster planning? And how did an invisibility cloak that had belonged to Harry's father fit into the larger picture of the arcane system, the ranking hierarchy, and the Dark Lord whose shade was still out there, somewhere? Questions for later. Right now, Harry had a cloak that made him invisible, a training manual from a previous system host, and 10,000 EXP to earn before level 11. He put the cloak in his trunk. Locked it. Went to Christmas breakfast. Ate too much turkey. Pulled a cracker with Ron. Laughed at the joke inside. And after breakfast, while the castle was quiet and the corridors were empty and the few remaining students were napping off their meals, Harry slipped the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and went to the room of requirement. He opened the host's guide to the chapter on resonance training. He read the instructions carefully. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room, closed his eyes, and began. Resonance training was meditation, but not the kind Harry associated with the word, not sitting quietly and thinking about nothing. It was active. Engaged. A process of turning his attention inward, finding the connection between his conscious mind and the system, and synchronizing them. The guide described it like tuning an instrument. The system operated at a particular frequency. The host's mind operated at a different one. Resonance training brought them closer together, reducing the noise between them, allowing the system to process EXP more efficiently. The first session was frustrating. Harry sat for 30 minutes, following the guide's instructions, focus on the system's presence, feel its rhythm, match your breathing to it, and felt nothing. No synchronization. No resonance. Just a kid sitting on a cold stone floor thinking very hard about a magical interface in his head. The second session, the next day, was slightly better. He caught a flash of something, a vibration, a hum, like hearing a note from very far away. Gone before he could hold it. The third session, on December 27th, it clicked. One moment he was sitting in silence, reaching for the hum. The next, he found it. And the system responded. The blue interface blazed to life behind his closed eyes, not the usual translucent overlay but something deeper, a direct connection. The system's architecture spread out before him like a blueprint. He could see the EXP processing pipeline, the mechanism that converted magical activity into experience points. He could see the stat distribution framework. He could see the skill trees, branching and interconnecting in patterns of staggering complexity. And underneath all of it, powering it, a core of energy that burned like a captured star. Harry held the connection for 12 seconds before it slipped away. But those 12 seconds were enough. Resonance training, first synchronization achieved, EXP boost, plus 15% for next 4 hours, skill acquired, resonance meditation, passive, effect, daily meditation sessions provide cumulative EXP boost, current boost, 15%, maximum, 50%, at higher proficiency, 15% boost, scaling to 50. Combined with the room's 25% bonus and the Alliance training bonus of 15%, Harry's effective EXP rate during team sessions would be boosted by over 50%. The exponential curve of the system's level requirements was steep. But Harry's ability to earn EXP was scaling to match. He spent the remaining Christmas break training like a man possessed. Morning, resonance meditation, 30 minutes. Physical training, 1 hour. Study, the host's guide, focusing on advanced combat techniques the previous host had developed. Afternoon, spell practice in the room. New spells from books the room provided, plus deep refinement of his existing repertoire. Evening, solo combat simulations against the room's practice dummies, difficulty maxed, fighting until his core ached and his HP dipped into caution territory. Ron joined him for some sessions. Ron's specialty was turning out to be tactical awareness, not the system-enhanced kind Harry had, but a natural strategic instinct that made him devastating at chess and surprisingly effective at anticipating dummy movements during combat drills. When Ron said, "It's going to feint left then strike high," he was right about 70% of the time. "How do you do that?" Harry asked him, after Ron correctly predicted a 3-dummy ambush pattern for the 4th time in a row. "It's like chess," Ron said, shrugging. "Everything has patterns. People have patterns, spells have patterns, even these dummies have patterns. You just have to watch long enough to see them." Observation: Ron Weasley demonstrates natural aptitude for tactical pattern recognition. Note, this ability does not require high magical rank, it is a cognitive skill. The system kept noticing things about Harry's friends. Filing observations. Recognizing strengths the ranking system couldn't measure. Harry wondered, sometimes, whether the system was building towards something. Whether the Alliance quest chain, the team bonuses, the observations about his friends' abilities, whether it was all pointing toward a future where Harry wouldn't face challenges alone. The thought was comforting. January arrived. Students returned. Hogwarts refilled with noise and energy and the smell of unfamiliar laundry soap from 100 different households. Hermione came back with new books and a determination that radiated off her like heat from a furnace. She'd spent Christmas practicing at home, limited by the underage magic restrictions, but she'd found loopholes in theoretical study and non-wand-based magical exercises. Her first night back in the room of requirement, she demonstrated a Lumos that was noticeably stronger than when she'd left. "I optimized my visualization technique," she said, eyes bright. "Applied the efficiency principles you taught me to my mental model of the spell. The power output increased by roughly 12% with no additional magical expenditure." "You did that in 2 weeks." "I had a lot of free time. My parents are dentists. Christmas is quiet." Harry grinned. Hermione grinned back. And there it was again, that warmth, that spark, the thing between them that didn't have a name yet and didn't need one. Neville returned with a suitcase full of rare plant cuttings his grandmother had given him, and his first session back in the room's greenhouse corner produced results that made Hermione's textbook fall out of her hands. "Neville," she said, staring at a flitterbloom that had grown 6 inches in 20 minutes under his care. "That plant usually takes a month to show that much growth." "It's all about the soil pH balance," Neville said absently, adjusting a root structure with his bare hands. "And the ambient magical resonance. Plants in this room grow faster because the room's magic supplements their natural intake. If you calibrate the soil correctly, you can amplify that effect." Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. They shared a moment of mutual recognition. Neville Longbottom, Deerank, was a genuine magical prodigy in his field. Not a wizard prodigy, the ranking system would never acknowledge his talent. A herbology prodigy. A specialist. Someone whose abilities existed entirely outside the metrics that the magical world used to measure worth. "Neville," Harry said. "Have you ever considered that your magic isn't weak, it's just specialized?" Neville looked up from his plant. His expression was unguarded, open, confused, hopeful. What do you mean? I mean your magical core might not have low density. It might have focused density. All your magical energy concentrated into one area, plant magic, earth magic, growth magic, instead of distributed across general spellcasting. That's... Hermione's eyes went wide. That's not in any of the textbooks. But it's theoretically plausible. If a core could develop asymmetrically, with disproportionate investment in a specific magical domain, then the evaluation orb would read the overall density as low, Harry finished. Because it measures general core density, not specialized concentration. A core that's 90% invested in herbology and 10% in everything else would register as D rank on a general assessment, even if the herbology-specific density was S rank, Hermione breathed. They both looked at Neville. Neville's hands had gone still in the soil. His face was doing something complicated: hope, disbelief, the fear of hoping too much. You think I might be S rank at plants? He whispered. I think the ranking system doesn't have a category for what you are, Harry said. And I think that's the ranking system's problem, not yours. Neville's eyes were bright. He blinked rapidly. Turned back to his Flitterbloom. Thanks, Harry, he said quietly. Don't thank me. Just keep making things grow. Quest updated, the Underdog Alliance, BREAKTHRUGH, Neville Longbottom Specialized Magical Affinity Identified, Reward, 100 EXP, Note, Alliance member specializations enhance team capabilities. Neville's herbological expertise may provide strategic advantages and future challenges. 100 EXP for recognizing a friend's hidden strength. The system valued human connection. Not as a replacement for personal power, but as a complement to it. Harry was beginning to understand that the system wasn't just building him. It was building a team. By late January, Harry's public mask was getting increasingly difficult to maintain. The problem was Charm's class. Flitwick had moved on to the Softening Charm, which was a mid-year first-year spell of moderate difficulty. Most of the class produced adequate results, cushions softened to varying degrees, roughly correlating with rank. The C-rank students managed the spell reliably. The B-rank students, Hermione, Theodore Nott, produced excellent results. The D-rank students struggled. Harry was supposed to struggle. He was E-rank. His Softening Charm should have been barely functional, a slight change in texture, maybe, if the magical gods were feeling generous. Instead, when he cast the spell on his practice cushion, the cushion turned to a consistency approximately equivalent to marshmallow. Perfectly, evenly, completely soft. A textbook-perfect softening charm that would have been impressive from a B-rank student. Harry caught himself a fraction of a second too late. The cushion was already transformed. The spell was already cast. And Flitwick was walking toward him with an expression of mild curiosity. Mr. Potter, may I see your cushion? Harry's mind raced. He couldn't uncast the spell. Couldn't make the cushion less soft. Could he pushed a burst of unstable magic into the cushion. Deliberately destabilized the spell. The cushion's texture fluctuated, soft, hard, soft, lumpy, settling into an inconsistent, patchy result that looked like a weak wizard's uncontrolled attempt. Flitwick said, picking up the cushion and examining it. Inconsistent, but there's a good foundation here, Mr. Potter. The initial texture change was quite good, you just need to work on sustaining the evenness. He smiled. Practice makes perfect. Thank you, sir. Flitwick moved on. Harry exhaled. Close. Way too close. From 2 rows ahead, Hermione gave him a look over her shoulder. The look said, I saw the original cast. We both know that was perfect before you sabotaged it. Harry gave a tiny shrug, what can you do? Hermione rolled her eyes and turned back to the front. But she was smiling. What Harry didn't see, because she was 2 tables behind him, on the Slytherin side of the room, was Daphne Greengrass watching the entire exchange. Daphne, who had A-rank magical perception and had been trained since childhood to notice details. Daphne, who had seen the cushion's initial transformation and recognized it as a perfect cast before Harry deliberately ruined it. Daphne, who noted this observation in the mental file she was building, alongside patrol schedules and library conversations and the growing certainty that Harry Potter was the most dangerous person at Hogwarts and nobody knew it but her. She didn't say anything. Didn't change her expression. Just turned back to her own cushion and produced an appropriately A-rank result. But that evening, a note appeared in Harry's potions textbook. No signature. Neat, precise handwriting he recognized. Your sabotage technique needs work. The transition from perfect to imperfect was visible to anyone with A-rank perception or above. Fortunately, only 3 A-rank students were in the room, and Malfoy was too busy admiring his own work to notice. Next time, start imperfect and degrade from there. Harry read the note. Read it again. She was coaching him. Helping him maintain his cover. Actively participating in his deception without being asked, without being part of the alliance, without any apparent benefit to herself. He wrote a reply on the back of the note and left it in his potions textbook where she'd find it during their shared potions class. Thank you. Your handwriting analysis skills need work, I know it's you, Greengrass. The next day, a new note appeared, obviously you know it's me. That's the point. If I wanted to be anonymous, you'd never know I existed. DGPS. You're still the worst liar I've ever met. Harry grinned. February. The EXP grind continued. The levels climbed. The secret deepened. Harry's status entering the second term of his first year, name, Harry James Potter, official rank, E-rank, system level, 13, experience points, for 200/15,000, stats, magical power, 18, control, 20, speed, 16, endurance, 16, mental fortitude, 18, luck. HP, 95/95, skills, 1. Potion brewing, apprentice, LV7, 2. Tactical combat awareness, apprentice, LV2, milestone passive, mana sense, novice, LV7, passive, resonance meditation, LV4, current boost, 25%, magical power 18. Control 20. His raw output now firmly matched a C-rank wizard's, and his control exceeded most B ranks. The efficiency focus was paying massive dividends, his spells consumed less magic for more effect, which meant his effective combat capability exceeded what his stats alone suggested. The host's guide had taught him 3 new advanced techniques, spell chaining, casting multiple spells in rapid sequence, each one feeding into the next, creating combinations greater than the sum of their parts. Stupefy into Flipendo into Petrificus Totalis, executed in under 2 seconds. The system classified chains as separate EXP events for each spell, multiplied by a chain bonus. Mana cycling, a breathing technique that accelerated core recovery during combat. Instead of waiting for his magical reserves to regenerate naturally, Harry could cycle ambient magical energy through his core, topping it up at roughly 3 times the natural rate. The technique was exhausting and couldn't be sustained indefinitely, but in a fight, it meant he could outlast opponents with larger cores simply by recovering faster. Focused burst, concentrating multiple seconds of magical output into a single instant, dramatically increasing the power of one spell at the cost of a brief recovery period afterward. A focused burst stupefy from Harry could, in theory, stagger a B-rank wizard. Not incapacitate, his base power was still too low for that, but stagger, disorient, create an opening. He practiced all 3 relentlessly. The room of requirements combat simulations became increasingly complex, 4 dummies, 5 dummies, environmental hazards, time limits, low light conditions. Harry fought his way through them night after night, burning through HP, burning through magical reserves, pushing himself to the edge of his capabilities and then pushing past. He was getting good. Not just by E-rank standards, not just by first-year standards. By actual, objective, combat effectiveness standards. His spell repertoire was extensive, his tactical awareness was sharp, his efficiency was exceptional, and his experience, real combat experience, not practice drills, was growing. The troll had been his only real fight. He needed more. The system needed more. The curve demanded more. And Hogwarts, obligingly, was about to provide. The ranked duel system was a Hogwarts tradition dating back to the school's founding. Students could issue formal challenges to other students within one rank tier of their own. An A rank could challenge another A rank or a B rank, a C rank could challenge another C rank or a D rank, and so on. The duels were supervised by professors, held in a designated dueling hall, and governed by rules that prevented serious injury. E-rank students could be challenged by D-rank students. This was, historically, rare. Challenging an E-rank was considered unsporting, like challenging a muggle to a magical duel. There was no glory in beating someone everyone knew was weak. Unless, of course, the E-rank in question was Harry Potter, and the person orchestrating the challenge was Draco Malfoy. Draco couldn't challenge Harry directly. A-rank versus E-rank was prohibited, too many tiers apart. But Draco had minions. And minions had ranks. Crabbe challenged you to a ranked duel, Ron announced at breakfast one morning, his expression a mix of outrage and disbelief. Crabbe. D-rank Crabbe. The kid who can barely spell his own name challenged you to a formal duel. When? This Saturday. Professor Flitwick is supervising. Harry ate his toast. Thought about it. D-rank versus E-rank. The wizarding world expected this to be a massacre, Crabbe's dull, thuggish magic overwhelming Harry's non-existent magical ability. Crabbe probably expected the same. Malfoy had certainly told him it would be easy. But Harry was level 13 with stats that matched or exceeded a C-rank wizard. He had combat training, spell chaining, tactical awareness, and a dozen spells in his repertoire that first-years shouldn't know. He could take Crabbe apart in seconds. The question was whether he should. Winning too decisively would blow his cover. Losing deliberately would be demeaning and would earn 0 EXP. The optimal play was somewhere in the middle, win, but make it look like a desperate E-rank victory, the kind of thing people could explain away as luck or adrenaline or Crabbe being particularly stupid. "I'll do it," Harry said. "Are you mental?" Ron stared at him. "Crabbe's D-rank. He's twice your size." I'll do it," Harry repeated. "Tell whoever needs to be told." Saturday arrived. The dueling hall filled with Spec Chapter 3, the dungeon incident. February bled into March the way ink bleeds into water, slowly, then all at once. The days got longer. The Scottish Highland winds shifted from actively trying to kill you to merely deeply unpleasant. And Harry Potter's secret second life continued to accelerate at a pace that would have given any reasonable person vertigo. The duel with Crabbe had changed things. Not dramatically. Not in the way that a revelation or a confrontation would have changed things. More subtly than that, like a pebble dropped into a pond, the ripples spreading outward in concentric circles that touched everything without disturbing anything enough to notice. People looked at Harry differently now. Not with respect, exactly. More with recalibration. The E-rank who'd beaten a D-rank in a sanctioned duel occupied a new category in the Hogwarts social taxonomy, not pathetic, not impressive, but uncertain. And uncertainty, Harry was discovering, was more powerful than either extreme. Pathetic people got ignored. Impressive people got watched. Uncertain people got wondered about. Wondering was exactly where Harry wanted them. The immediate aftermath of the duel produced 3 notable consequences. First, Malfoy stopped being openly cruel to Harry and started being strategically cruel to Harry. The casual insults, E-rank embarrassment, the squib who lived, disappeared. In their place came something more calculated, a cold, assessing watchfulness. Malfoy was studying Harry the way a chess player studied an opponent who'd made an unexpected move. Not panicked. Not scared. Just, recalibrating. Harry noticed because his tactical combat awareness flagged it. Malfoy's body language in shared classes had shifted, fewer dismissive glances, more evaluative ones. The sneer was still there, the superiority still dripped from every syllable, but underneath it was something new, the first faint stirring of taking Harry seriously. That was dangerous. A Malfoy who dismissed you was annoying. A Malfoy who took you seriously was a problem. Second, Professor McGonagall pulled Harry aside after Transfiguration and had a conversation that was ostensibly about his commendable improvement in practical spellwork but was actually about something else entirely. Harry could tell because McGonagall's poker face was excellent but not perfect, and the question she really wanted to ask, how did an E-rank cast a second-year disarming charm? Kept pressing against the edges of her actual sentences like a cat trying to get through a closed door. Your Transfiguration homework has been consistently adequate this term, Mr. Potter, she said, which was McGonagall for, suspiciously good. Thank you, Professor. And your practical work, while still, limited by your core assessment, has shown unexpected moments of clarity. I practice a lot, Professor. Yes. So I've been told. A pause. The cat pushed harder at the door. Mr. Potter, I want you to know that Hogwarts offers resources for students who wish to develop their abilities beyond their assessed rank. Remedial tutoring, supplementary practical sessions, access to extended library hours. Should you ever feel that you need additional support, my door is open. Translation, I know something's going on and I'm giving you a safe channel to come clean. I appreciate that, Professor. I'll keep it in mind. Translation, no thank you, I will not be coming clean. McGonagall's lips thinned. But she let him go. Third, and this was the one that hit hardest, Dumbledore started paying attention. Harry didn't notice it at first. The headmaster was subtle. There was no summoning to the office, no direct conversation, no obvious surveillance. But Mana Sense, which had been quietly developing in the background, growing sharper and more detailed with each passing week, began picking up something in the Great Hall during meals. A thread of magic. Incredibly thin, almost invisible even to enhanced perception. Running from the high table to Harry. It took him 3 days to identify it. A passive observation charm, not legilimency, not a tracking spell, not anything invasive. More like a magical telescope. Dumbledore was watching Harry's magical aura during meals, monitoring it for changes, fluctuations, anomalies. The charm was masterful. SS-rank craftsmanship. Anyone without Mana Sense would never have detected it. And even with Mana Sense, Harry almost missed it, the thread was so fine, so precisely constructed, that it blended with the ambient magical noise of the Great Hall like a whisper in a crowd. But Harry had been specifically warned about this. The Host's Guide, Chapter 4, those in positions of power will eventually notice your growth. Their observation may be benign or hostile. Either way, you must be aware of it. Harry didn't try to block the observation. Blocking it would alert Dumbledore that he could detect it, which would be far more alarming than whatever the headmaster was seeing. Instead, Harry did what he was getting very good at, he performed. Every meal in the Great Hall became a low-key acting exercise. Harry kept his magical aura deliberately flat, suppressed, boring. The system's shielding prevented his true core state from being read, but his ambient magical emissions, the background hum that every wizard produced, could still be perceived, and if those emissions started climbing above E-rank levels, Dumbledore would notice. So Harry kept them E-rank. Consciously. Constantly. It was like holding his breath, magically speaking, sustainable for hours at a time, but requiring concentration and energy that he'd rather have spent elsewhere. Quest updated, maintain cover identity, new threat, Dumbledore's passive observation detected, cover integrity, 75%, recommendation, increase mental fortitude to improve suppression sustainability, 75% cover integrity. Down from 85. The walls were closing in, slowly but measurably. Harry needed to be more careful. Or he needed to get strong enough that being careful stopped mattering. Preferably both. The grind took on a new intensity in March. Harry restructured his training around the host's guide's intermediate program, a regimen the previous host had designed for system users between levels 10 and 20. The program was brutal but efficient, cycling through 5 training modalities on a weekly rotation. Day 1, Raw Power. Push magical power stat through high-output spell repetition. The room generated targets that required progressively stronger spells to destroy, stone blocks, enchanted shields, moving barriers. Harry blasted through them until his core screamed. Day 2, Control and Precision. Fine manipulation exercises. Levitating multiple objects simultaneously, threading magic through narrow spaces, performing spells with the minimum possible energy expenditure. This was where Harry's natural affinity shone. His control stat was his highest, and precision work generated excellent EXP because the system valued technical mastery. Day 3, Combat Simulation. Full contact practice against the room's dummies, difficulty scaled to just above his current capability. The key word was just. The previous host's notes emphasized that fighting opponents slightly above your level was the sweet spot for combat EXP, while fighting opponents way above your level was just suicide with extra steps. Day 4, Knowledge Acquisition. Theory, reading, runic study, potion research. The system awarded EXP for genuine learning, not just rote memorization. Harry had to understand the material, integrate it into his existing knowledge framework, make connections between disciplines. This was where Hermione's influence had rubbed off on him, because 6 months ago he wouldn't have known how to study properly, and now he could disassemble a complex magical theory into its component axioms the way she did. Day 5, Resonance Meditation and Recovery. Deep synchronization with the system, core recovery, stat optimization review. These sessions were physically passive but mentally intense. Harry spent hours in the meditative state, feeling the system's architecture, understanding its rhythms, pushing his resonance boost higher. Weekends were wild cards. Sometimes he trained with the Alliance. Sometimes he explored the castle under the invisibility cloak, mapping Hogwarts' hidden passages and secret rooms with mana sense. Sometimes he just rested, because the previous host's notes were very clear on one point: overtraining will break you faster than any enemy. The system converts effort into growth, but the body and mind that house the system are still human. Rest is not weakness. Rest is maintenance. The results were tangible. By mid-March, Harry crossed level 14 and felt the difference in his daily life. His reflexes were noticeably sharper, not just in combat, but in everything. He caught falling objects before they hit the ground. He processed conversations faster, picking up subtext and implication that would have sailed past him 6 months ago. His magical senses were heightened to the point where he could feel the wards shifting when Hogwarts adjusted its internal configuration. His spell repertoire had expanded to include Reducto, the Reductor Curse. 4th year level. His version wasn't full power, but it could blast through wood and crack stone, which was more destructive capability than any first year should possess. He practiced it exclusively in the Room of Requirement because the collateral damage was significant. Impedimenta, the Impediment Jinx. A versatile combat spell that slowed or stopped targets. Harry found it incredibly useful in multi-opponent simulations. Hit one dummy with Impedimenta to freeze it, deal with the others, come back to the frozen one at his leisure. Diffindo, the Severing Charm. Precise, surgical, dangerous. Harry was careful with this one. The difference between cutting rope and cutting skin was just targeting, and he didn't want to build reflexes that might harm someone accidentally. Aguamenti, Water Conjuration. Not a combat spell, but useful in about 1,000 situations. The room had generated a fire-based obstacle course, and Harry had learned Aguamenti out of pure self-preservation. Silencio, the silencing charm. Perfect for stealth operations. Harry could now move through the castle after hours with virtually zero chance of detection, invisibility cloak for visual concealment, silencio for sound suppression, and mana sense to detect magical surveillance ahead of him. Each new spell was more EXP. Each proficiency level was more EXP. Each combat simulation was more EXP. The curve was steep. Level 14 to level 15 required 20,000 EXP, but the diversity and intensity of his training was generating 4-digit EXP days during peak sessions. The level 15 milestone was approaching. And according to the host's guide, level 15 would unlock the skill forge. Harry could hardly wait. Daphne Greengrass escalated their relationship, if that was the right word, and Harry genuinely wasn't sure it was, on a Wednesday afternoon in the library. She sat down across from him. Placed her bag on the table. Removed a book, a quill, and a piece of parchment. And then, without preamble or greeting, said, "Malfoy is planning something." Harry looked up from his ancient runes text. Daphne was wearing her default expression, composed, precise, giving away nothing. But her eyes were sharp. Sharper than usual. What kind of something? The kind that involves you. He's been corresponding with his father. I don't know the content. Malfoy uses encrypted post, which is obnoxious but effective, but the frequency increased after your duel with Crabbe. 3 letters last week. That's triple his normal rate. How do you know his correspondence frequency? I make it my business to know things about people who might become problems. Daphne's tone suggested this was as obvious as breathing. Malfoy is angry. Not the performative anger he displays in class, real anger. You embarrassed him. You weren't supposed to win that duel, and you did, and now there's a thread loose in his narrative that he can't tuck back in. Harry closed his book. This wasn't a casual information drop. Daphne was here for a purpose. Why are you warning me? Malfoy's in your house. If he found out you were feeding information to me, he won't find out. Absolute certainty. Not arrogance, competence. I've been managing Slytherin politics since I was 6 years old. Malfoy can scheme, but he schemes in straight lines. I scheme in dimensions he doesn't know exist. Harry almost smiled at that. Almost. There's something else, Daphne said. She leaned forward slightly, a tiny shift, barely perceptible, but from someone whose posture was usually calibrated to the millimeter, it was the equivalent of grabbing his arm. Quirrell. What about him? He's wrong. Harry waited. I can't explain it precisely. My family's magical sensitivity is above average. It's one of the Greengrass bloodline traits, sensory magic. Not as developed as whatever you're doing. She caught his expression and waved a hand dismissively. Don't insult me by denying it, Potter. I've watched you react to magical signatures across rooms. You have some form of magical perception, and it's not standard issue. We can discuss that later. The point is, Quirrell's magical aura is wrong. Harry's attention sharpened to a fine point. He'd noticed it too. With mana sense. Quirrell's aura was the magical equivalent of a double exposure, 2 overlapping signatures, one weak and stuttering, one powerful and dark, layered on top of each other in a way that shouldn't be physically possible. He'd noted it weeks ago and hadn't known what to make of it. Wrong how? He asked, testing. Doubled. Like there are 2 magical signatures occupying the same body. Daphne's eyes were intent. One of them is Quirrell's, weak, anxious, consistent with a low B-rank specialist in dark arts theory. The other is. I don't know. Something powerful. Something that feels like looking into a pit. You can feel that? Greengrass bloodline sensitivity. I told you. And you haven't told anyone? Daphne gave him a look that combined patience with mild offense. Told whom? Dumbledore, who certainly already knows. Snape, who I've watching Quirrell with the expression of a man guarding a viper. McGonagall, who would need concrete proof before acting and would have to go through bureaucratic channels that would alert everyone involved. She shook her head. The adults in this castle are playing a game with Quirrell. I don't know what the game is. But I know that we, the students, are pieces on the board, not players. We, Harry repeated. You and I. The ones who can see what's happening. Daphne held his gaze. I'm not part of your little Gryffindor study group. I don't want to be. But I am offering you an alliance of a different kind. What kind? Information. I watch Slytherin. You watch, whatever it is you watch with those enhanced senses. We share what we find. No strings, no obligations, no pretending to be friends in the corridors. A purely practical arrangement between two people who see things others don't. Harry studied her. The offer was logical, strategic, perfectly Slytherin. It benefited both of them with minimal social risk. It was exactly the kind of arrangement Daphne would propose, clean, transactional, controllable. And it was also, underneath all that rational framework, a reaching out. A connection. Daphne Greengrass, surrounded by Slytherins who saw the world through the lens of blood status and rank, looking across the house divide at the one person who might understand what it was like to see through the system instead of at it. Deal, Harry said. Deal. She extended her hand across the table. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm, cool, precise. Just like everything else about her. One condition, he added. Name it. Don't call me Potter. We're past that. A flicker in her eyes. Not warmth, exactly. But something adjacent to it. Harry, then. And you'll call me Daphne. Already did, in my head. I know. You've been doing it since December. You're transparent. I'm E-rank. Transparency is all I've got. That, Daphne said, collecting her things and standing, is the most ridiculous thing you've ever said. She left. Harry watched her go and felt the edges of something he couldn't quite categorize, something that existed in the space between strategic alliance and genuine connection, between masks and the faces underneath them. Daphne paused at the library door. Didn't turn around. Just said, quietly enough that only someone with enhanced hearing or close proximity would catch it, be careful with Quirrell, Harry. The thing wearing his face is interested in you. I can feel it looking at you during defense class. Then she was gone. Harry sat very still for a long moment. He'd known Quirrell was wrong. He'd known for months. But hearing it confirmed by someone else, someone with independent magical sensitivity, someone whose perceptions he trusted, transformed it from weird thing I've noticed to active threat that needs to be addressed. The thing wearing Quirrell's face was interested in him. Quest updated, the Dark Lord's shadow, status, active threat, Quirrell/unknown entity, priority, elevated, recommended action, increase combat readiness, investigate Quirrell's dual signature, prepare for confrontation, the system agreed. Harry returned to his runes text but didn't read. His mind was elsewhere, calculating, planning, running scenarios. If Quirrell was hosting something, something powerful and dark, something that was watching Harry with intent. He needed to be ready. He needed to level up faster. The breakthrough came 3 days later, at 2:17 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Harry was in the room of requirement, deep in a combat simulation, 5 dummies, max difficulty, environmental hazards active. The room had generated a simulated dungeon environment, narrow corridors, low ceilings, poor visibility, traps embedded in the walls. The dummies moved through it like a train strike team, coordinating attacks, cutting off escape routes, using the terrain against him. He'd been fighting for 40 minutes. His HP was at 38/95. His core was running on fumes. His left arm was numb from a hex that had gotten through his shield, and his right eye was half closed from a glancing stinging jinx. The dummies closed in. 3 from the front, 2 circling behind. Classic pincer. Harry's tactical combat awareness triggered. Time stretched, not literally, but perceptually, the system accelerating his cognitive processing to give him more time to think and less time to act. He saw the angles. Saw the openings. Saw the move he needed to make. He didn't have enough power for it. His core was nearly empty. His reserves were scraped raw. The spell he needed, a simultaneous Protego and Stupefy, shield in front and stun behind, 2 spells at once, required more magic than he had left. Unless. Mana cycling. The breathing technique from the host's guide. He'd practiced it for weeks, but only in calm conditions, only during controlled training. Never in combat. Never under pressure. Never when his body was screaming and his core was empty and 5 magical attacks were converging on his position. Harry breathed. In. Out. Deep. Rhythmic. Pulling ambient magic from the room's environment, the dense, generous, centuries-old magic that saturated every stone, cycling it through his core like water through a pump. His reserves ticked up. Not much. Not enough for a sustained fight. But enough for one moment. He cast. Protego erupted from his wand, the membrane shield snapping into place in front of him, and simultaneously, his left hand, wandless, fingers splayed, pushed a pulse of raw magic behind him. The pulse wasn't a spell. It wasn't Stupefy or Flipendo or any named magic. It was just force, undirected, unrefined, a blast of magical energy pushed through his palm with nothing but intent behind it. Wandless magic detected, classification, instinctive magical discharge, raw, proficiency, none, first instance, the 2 dummies behind him staggered. Not disabled, the wandless blast was too weak for that. But staggered, knocked off their attack rhythm for 1 precious second. The membrane shield absorbed the 3 frontal attacks, flexing, bowing, holding. Harry dropped the shield, spun, and fired Stupefy Flipendo Petrificus Totalis in a chain so fast the 3 spells blurred into a single continuous stream of light. The first 2 dummies went down. The third dodged, but Harry was already casting Expelliarmus, and the dummy's simulated wand flew from its grip and the room registered a combat victory. Combat simulation, complete, all targets neutralized, performance rating, A-EXP gained, 450 EXP. His best simulation score yet. But that wasn't what made Harry stand in the center of the simulated dungeon with his heart hammering and his hands trembling and a grin splitting his face. Wandless magic. He'd done wandless magic. Not strong. Not controlled. A raw, instinctive blast of force that a real combatant would have shrugged off. But it was wandless. It was magic without a wand. It was something that, according to every textbook Harry had ever read, was supposed to be impossible before any WT level at the earliest, and even then, only the most talented wizards could manage it consistently. And Harry had done it at level 14, in the middle of a combat scenario, running on empty. New skill opportunity detected, wandless casting, requirements, magical power 15+, control 18+, mental fortitude 16+, host current stats, MP 18, control 20, MF 18, requirements met, assigned to skill slot. He had an open skill slot. Slot 2 was still filled by tactical combat awareness, but the system was offering to open a 3rd slot as part of the skill acquisition, a slot that had been locked until the right skill appeared. Note, wandless casting qualifies as a rare skill. Rare skills unlock additional skill slots upon acquisition. Skill slot 3, unlocked, assign wandless casting to slot 3. Y/N, yes. 1,000 times yes. Skill acquired, wandless casting, novice LV1, effect, ability to cast basic spells without a wand, reduced power, 50% of wand output, reduced range, 3 meters, requires high concentration, skill EXP, 0/500, 50% power. 3-meter range. High concentration. It was weak. It was limited. It was arguably useless in most combat scenarios compared to just using his wand. And it was one of the most important things he'd ever learned. Because a wand could be disarmed. A wand could be broken. A wand could be taken away by a teacher, confiscated by a ministry official, destroyed by an enemy. Every wizard in the world was dependent on a stick of wood for their magic. Harry no longer was. He spent the next 2 hours practicing wandless lumos. His first cast produced a faint glow from his palm, weaker than his earliest wand lumos, back when he was level 1 and E rank and everything was terrible. His 10th cast was a little brighter. His 50th was enough to read by. Wandless casting, Novice LV1 Novice LV2, the grind began again. A different grind. A deeper one. Harry left the room of requirement at 4 in the morning, invisible under his cloak, silent under his silencio, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower through a castle that his mana sense painted in layers of ancient light. He was tired. Bone deep, core drained, barely standing tired. His HP was low, his reserves were empty, his body ached in places he hadn't known could ache. He was happy. Not the triumphant happiness of a level up or a combat victory. A quieter happiness. The happiness of someone who was becoming something, slowly and steadily and against all odds, that nobody expected and nobody could predict. The happiness of potential being realized. Level 15 arrived on March 19, during a solo training session in the room of requirement. The milestone notification was different from regular level-ups. The blue interface expanded, filling his vision with intricate geometric patterns, fractal structures that pulsed with light, rotating and interlocking like the gears of some cosmic machine. The system was showing him something deeper. Structural. Architectural. Milestone reached, level 15, system feature unlocked, skill forge, description. The skill forge allows the host to combine 2 or more existing skills or spell proficiencies into a new, unique hybrid skill. Combinations are permanent. Component skills are consumed in the forging process. Higher level components produce stronger hybrid skills. Experimentation is encouraged. Not all combinations are intuitive. The skill forge. The feature the host's guide had described as a game changer in the previous host's development. Harry read the instructions carefully. The forge consumed existing skills to create new ones. That meant he needed to be strategic. Combining low-value skills might produce something weak, while combining high-value skills might produce something powerful but at the cost of capabilities he relied on. He pulled up his current skill and proficiency list. Skills: Potion Brewing, Apprentice LV7, Tactical Combat Awareness, Apprentice LV4, Wandless Casting, Novice LV3, Milestone Passives, Mana Sense, Apprentice LV1, Resonance Meditation, LV6, Notable Spell Proficiencies, Lumos, Journeyman LV3, Expelliarmus, Apprentice LV6, Protego, Membrane Shield, Apprentice LV4, Stupefy, Stagger Variant, Apprentice LV3, various others at Novice Apprentice levels the Forge could combine skills with. Skills with spell proficiencies, or spell proficiencies with each other. The possibilities were staggering. Harry spent 30 minutes just exploring combinations in the Forge's interface, a workspace that materialized when he activated the feature, showing him potential merges with predicted outcomes ranging from likely success to outcome uncertain to high risk, component loss possible. He wasn't going to combine anything tonight. This required planning. Analysis. Maybe consultation with the host's guide, which had an entire chapter on Forge strategies. But he explored one combination, just to see what the interface showed. Potential Forge, Mana Sense plus Tactical Combat Awareness, Predicted Outcome, High-Value Hybrid Skill, Predicted Result, Battlefield Perception, a unified sensory and tactical framework that combines magical perception with combat analysis in real time. Component Cost, Mana Sense, Consumed, Tactical Combat Awareness, Consumed, Risk Level, Low, Components are highly compatible. Forge. Y/N, battlefield perception. A single skill that did what two skills currently did, but unified and presumably more powerful than either alone. The trade-off was that he'd lose both component skills and gain one. If the hybrid was weaker than expected, he'd have traded two useful abilities for one mediocre one. If it was stronger, a true synergy, greater than the sum of its parts, it could be transformative. Harry marked it as a candidate and moved on. He'd think about it. Plan. Wait until he fully understood the risks. Patience. Strategy. The long game. He distributed his level 15 stat points, 1 into magical power, now 19, 1 into mental fortitude, now 19, 1 into speed, now 17. His overall stat average was approaching 18, which put him firmly in C-rank territory with spikes into low B-rank in control. System level, 15, next level, 0/25, 000 EXP, 25,000. The curve kept steepening. But Harry's EXP generation had scaled to match, high-difficulty combat simulations, advanced spell acquisition, knowledge-based quests from the host's guide, and the compounding bonuses from Resonance, the Room, and Alliance training. The numbers worked. Barely. Tightly. Like a budget where every line item was essential and there was no room for waste. Harry was okay with that. He'd been working with tight budgets his whole life. The incident that changed the shape of the school year happened on March 28. It started, as many terrible things do, with a homework assignment. Hagrid, who had been cultivating a friendship with Harry since September, a friendship that Harry valued genuinely because Hagrid was one of the few adults who treated him like a person regardless of rank, let something slip during a Friday afternoon visit to his hut. "Shouldn't we said that," Hagrid muttered, for approximately the 7th time. "Shouldn't we said that." What he'd said, over tea and rock cakes that could double as building materials, was this: the thing that the three-headed dog on the 3rd floor was guarding was connected to Nicholas Flamel. And Nicholas Flamel was connected to Dumbledore. And whatever was being guarded was important enough to warrant a 12-foot Cerberus and a series of additional protections designed by the school's professors. Harry already knew about the three-headed dog. He'd discovered it during an invisibility cloak exploration in January. Mana Sense had flagged the enormous magical signatures behind the 3rd-floor door, and he'd been wise enough not to open it. But the Flamel connection was new. He brought it to the Alliance. The 4 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, convened in the Room of Requirement that evening. Harry laid out what he knew, which wasn't much: Fluffy the three-headed dog, Hagrid's name, the 3rd-floor corridor, the connection to Flamel. Hermione's eyes lit up. "Nicholas Flamel," she said, and then paused, that particular pause she did when she was accessing her internal library. "I've read that name somewhere. I know I have. Give me 20 minutes. She didn't need 20 minutes. She needed 4. "Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone," she announced, brandishing a reference book the room had produced. "An alchemical artifact that produces the elixir of life and can turn base metals into gold. Flamel is over 600 years old. He and Dumbledore are close associates. If the school is guarding something connected to Flamel, then it's the stone," Harry finished. "The Philosopher's Stone is hidden at Hogwarts." The room was quiet for a moment. "Why?" Neville asked. The simple question that cut through everything. "Because someone's trying to steal it," Ron said. His tactical instincts were firing. Harry could see it in the way Ron's eyes sharpened, the way his posture shifted from casual to alert. "You don't guard something with a three-headed dog in a corridor full of protections unless there's an active threat." "Quirrell," Harry said. 3 heads turned toward him. "The doubled magical signature," Harry continued, choosing his words carefully. He couldn't explain Mana Sense, but he could frame the information through Daphne's observation, which he attributed to something I overheard a Slytherin mention. Half-truth. Better than nothing. There's something wrong with Quirrell. Something beyond the stuttering and the garlic. His magical presence is off. Like there are two people sharing one body. Hermione's face went through a rapid sequence of expressions: skepticism, consideration, connection. Possession? Some form of magical parasitism? Maybe. Whatever it is, it's powerful. And it's been watching me. Watching you specifically. Ron looked alarmed. During defense class. Every session. The thing behind Quirrell's surface personality focuses on me. I can, Harry stopped himself. Almost said, feel it. Redirected. I can tell from his behavior. The way his eyes track me when he thinks I'm not looking. The stuttering stops for half-second intervals when he's staring at me, like whatever's inside him is paying attention, and the Quirrell facade slips. Neville had gone pale. Harry, if something's possessing a professor, shouldn't we tell Dumbledore? Dumbledore already knows. Harry was certain of this. The passive observation charm, the carefully neutral expression whenever Quirrell was mentioned, the fact that Dumbledore, SS rank, the most powerful wizard alive, had hired a possessed dark arts professor and was letting him teach children. He knows and he's allowing it. Which means either he has a plan, or he's using the situation to draw out whoever is behind Quirrell. Or both, Hermione said quietly. Or both. The Alliance processed this for a minute. The room of requirement was quiet except for the crackle of the fire that had appeared in a hearth none of them had asked for, the room sensing their tension and trying to help in its own way. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry looked at his friends. Ron, jaw set, scared but steady. Hermione, mind racing, already building frameworks and contingencies. Neville, frightened but present, not running, not hiding. We prepare, Harry said. We don't know when Quirrell, or whatever is in Quirrell, is going to make a move for the stone. But when it happens, the protections guarding the stone are going to be tested. And if the protections fail, and if the professors are somehow not enough, we need to be ready to act, Hermione finished. We're first years, Neville said. Not as a protest, as a reality check. We killed a troll, Ron pointed out. Technically Harry and I killed a troll. You helped. And Hermione distracted it. By being in the bathroom. I saved your lives by lying to McGonagall, Hermione said with dignity. And that was a genuine contribution. Despite everything, they laughed. The tension broke, reformed, settled into something more manageable, not fearlessness, but readiness. The willingness to face whatever was coming. Quest updated, the Dark Lord's shadow, Alliance briefed, team preparation status, active, priority, high. The next week, Harry used the skill forge for the first time. He'd spent days analyzing the options. Read the host's guide chapter on forging 3 times. Run predicted outcomes on a dozen different combinations. And he'd made his decision. He wasn't going to combine mana sense and tactical combat awareness. Not yet. That combination was too valuable to risk without more experience using the forge. Instead, he combined 2 spell proficiencies. Skill Forge, active, combining, Lumos, Journeyman LV3, plus Incendio, Apprentice LV4, predicted outcome, uncertain, light and fire magic have moderate compatibility, risk, moderate, component proficiencies will be consumed regardless of outcome, Forge. Y/N, Harry hesitated. Lumos was his most leveled spell, Journeyman was the highest tier he'd reached in any proficiency. Losing it meant losing all that accumulated progress. But the forge wasn't about preserving what you had. It was about creating what you needed. Yes. The interface blazed. The 2 spell proficiencies appeared as structures of light in the forge workspace, Lumos as a clean, white crystalline framework, Incendio as an orange-red lattice of interlocking flame patterns. The forge brought them together, merged them, dissolved their boundaries, and for a heart-stopping moment they collapsed into chaos, unstructured magical noise, formless and wild. Then they snapped into a new shape. Forge complete, new spell proficiency created, solar flare, classification, combat/utility, hybrid, description, projects an intense burst of light and heat in a directed cone. At full power, capable of temporary blindness, thermal burns, and disruption of magical constructs within range, proficiency, apprentice, LV1, note, forged spells begin at apprentice regardless of component levels, reflecting the integrated nature of the hybrid, lumos and incendio proficiencies removed, spells can still be cast but without proficiency bonuses until relearned, solar flare. A weapon forged from a flashlight and a campfire. Harry tested it immediately. Pointed his wand at the far wall of the room of requirement, visualized the spell, a cone of light and heat, not the improvised lumos flash he'd used on the troll but a refined, purpose-built version, and cast. The room lit up like the inside of a furnace. A cone of searing white gold light erupted from his wand, 3 meters wide at its base, expanding to 6 meters at full extension. The light was blinding, Harry had to shield his eyes with his free arm. The heat was physical, tangible, a wave of warmth that made the air shimmer and the stone wall at the far end glow faintly. The practiced dummies in the cone's path staggered. Their enchanted surfaces flickered and sparked. One of them, the one closest to the cone's center, toppled backward, its animating magic disrupted by the combined sensory overload. Solar flare, cast successful, damage, moderate, thermal, plus high, sensory disruption, effective range, 10 meters, cost, moderate, approximately 3x standard spell energy expenditure, moderate damage, high disruption, 10-meter range. It wasn't a killing spell. It wasn't meant to be. It was a tactical spell, a way to blind, disorient, and destabilize a group of opponents simultaneously. Perfect for someone who was still numerically weaker than most threats but needed to control the battlefield through chaos rather than raw force. The troll fight Lumos trick, evolved into a proper weapon. Harry grinned. This was the skill Forge's power, not just combining things, but creating tools that matched his specific fighting style. His style was efficiency, creativity, controlling the fight on his terms. Solar flare was exactly that. He spent the next hour practicing it, learning its nuances. The cone could be narrowed for longer range or widened for area coverage. The balance between light and heat could be adjusted, more light for blindness, more heat for damage. At full power, the spell was energy intensive, but at reduced output it was sustainable for extended combat. Solar flare, Apprentice LV1 Apprentice LV3, 3 proficiency levels in one session. Forged spells leveled fast, the system accelerating their development as if compensating for the loss of the component proficiencies. Harry's Lumos and Incendio were still castable, the Forge had consumed the proficiency levels, not the ability to cast the spells. But they were back to base level output, equivalent to an unpracticed first cast. He'd need to rebuild those proficiencies from scratch. A trade-off. Power now for breadth later. Harry was okay with that. The situation with Quirrell was escalating. Breadth could wait. What he needed was another weapon. April was when the real danger started. Not from Quirrell, that threat remained dormant, simmering, the doubled aura pulsing with quiet menace during every defense class. From something else entirely. Something Harry hadn't anticipated. Someone was following him. He noticed it on a Tuesday. Mana Sense flagged a presence in the corridor behind him, faint, obscured, using some form of concealment that was good enough to fool normal perception but not good enough to defeat apprentice-level Mana Sense. A magical signature hidden under a disillusionment charm, tracking him through the castle at a careful distance. Harry didn't react. Didn't speed up, didn't turn around, didn't deviate from his route to the library. He just walked, and watched through his expanded senses, and catalogued. The follower was skilled. Moved quietly. Maintained consistent distance. Adjusted when Harry changed pace. Professional surveillance, or close to it. Harry let them follow him to the library. Sat down. Pretended to read. Waited. The followers stationed themselves behind a bookshelf, 40 feet away, still disillusioned. They stayed for 20 minutes, watching, and then left. This happened 3 more times over the next week. Different days, different times, same follower. Harry mapped their signature, distinct, sharp, adult-level magic with a particular flavor he was starting to recognize. On the 4th surveillance, Harry deviated from his routine. Instead of going to the library, he took a circuitous route to the 7th floor, walked 3 times past the Room of Requirements wall without summoning the door, and then turned abruptly into a dead-end corridor. And waited. The follower rounded the corner 20 seconds later. Harry was standing at the end of the dead end, face to face with them, and the expression on his face was not an 11-year-old's expression. The disillusionment charm dropped. Professor Snape materialized, robes black as ink, face unreadable, wand in his hand. "Professor," Harry said. Snape stared at him. The silence stretched for 5 seconds. 10. "How did you know I was there, Potter?" Snape's voice was low. Controlled. A very specific kind of controlled, the kind that covered something intense. Harry's mind raced through options. Lie. Deflect. The truth, "I have a secret magical perception ability that lets me see through concealment charms," was obviously off the table. But Snape was a legilimens. Harry could feel the feather-light touch of passive legilimency brushing against his mental defenses, not a full probe, just surface-level detection, the telepathic equivalent of Snape squinting at him. His mental fortitude, at 19, held. The surface thoughts Snape would read were carefully curated: nervous kid, confused, startled, wondering why his potions professor was following him. "Your cloak billowed, sir," Harry said. "When you turned the corner behind me. Just a flash, but I caught it." A lie. Disillusioned cloaks didn't billow visibly. Snape knew this. Harry knew Snape knew this. But the alternative, admitting how he'd actually detected Snape, was worse for both of them. Snape's eyes bored into him. Dark, fathomless, carrying a weight of emotion that Harry couldn't fully read. The legilimency probe pushed slightly harder. Harry's mental fortitude pushed back, not aggressively, that would be suspicious, but with the passive resistance of someone whose mind was naturally well defended. "You are a poor liar, Potter," Snape said. "Just like your father." "I'm told my mother was better at it." Something flickered across Snape's face. Fast. Raw. Gone before Harry could process it, buried under layers of control and practice and years of emotional armor. "Why were you following me, Professor?" Harry asked. "That is not your concern." "With respect, sir, when a professor follows a student through the castle 4 times in a week using concealment magic, it becomes the student's concern." Snape's jaw tightened. He hadn't expected Harry to know the exact number of times. They faced each other in the dead-end corridor. Professor and student. Slytherin and Gryffindor. A-rank adult wizard and ostensible E-rank child. The power dynamic should have been entirely one-sided. It wasn't. "You are not what you appear to be, Potter," Snape said. Each word was precise, deliberate, placed like chess pieces. The evaluation orb measures magical core density. It is the most reliable diagnostic instrument in the wizarding world. It rated you E-rank. And yet you defeat trolls. You win duels against superior-ranked opponents. You navigate the castle with a confidence that suggests you can perceive things others cannot. A pause. "I have been observing to determine whether you are a threat." A threat to whom? To this school. To its students. To another flicker. To whatever remains of your mother's sacrifice. The mention of his mother hit Harry like a physical blow. Not because it was cruel, it wasn't, not exactly, but because it was personal in a way that Snape's usual cruelty wasn't. This wasn't the potions professor scoring points off a student he disliked. This was something else. Something that ran deeper. You knew my mother, Harry said. I did. You're protecting me. I am protecting the school. Your safety is a secondary consideration. But Snape's voice cracked on secondary, just slightly, just enough, and the crack told Harry everything the words didn't. I'm not a threat, Professor. Prove it. How? Snape's gaze was unblinking. Quirrell is going to make his move. Soon. When he does, if you are what I suspect you are, something more than your rank suggests, you will be in danger. Not from Quirrell. From what is inside Quirrell. He knew. Snape knew about the possession. The headmaster has a plan, Snape continued. A plan that involves the protections guarding the third-floor corridor. A plan that, in my professional opinion, relies too heavily on the assumption that an 11-year-old boy will behave predictably. His lip curled. Your father was many things. Predictable was not among them. And my mother? Your mother, Snape said, and his voice dropped to a register that was almost gentle, which on Snape was as startling as an earthquake in a library, would have wanted you to survive. He turned. Swept down the corridor. Paused at the corner. The third-floor protections include a logic puzzle designed by me. The answer is the smallest bottle on the left. You did not hear this from me. He vanished around the corner. Harry stood in the dead-end corridor and tried to process the last 5 minutes. Snape was an ally. Not a comfortable ally, not a friendly ally, but an ally nonetheless, someone who knew about Quirrell, who was watching Harry not to threaten him but to protect him, who had just given him information about the defenses guarding the stone. Why? Because of Lily Potter. Because Snape had known Harry's mother, and whatever that relationship had been, it was powerful enough to override his evident loathing for Harry's father and his deep suspicion about Harry himself. Quest updated, the Dark Lord's shadow, new intelligence. Snape is aware of Quirrell's possession, aligned with Dumbledore's plan but skeptical of IT's sufficiency, protection intel, logic puzzle, solution provided. Note, Snape's loyalties are complex but his protective intent toward the host appears genuine. The system classified Snape as genuine. Harry chose to trust that assessment. April accelerated toward May, and Harry's preparation intensified. He used the skill Forge again. This time, he made the big combination, the one he'd been planning since level 15. Skill Forge, active, combining, Mana Sense, Apprentice LV3, plus Tactical Combat Awareness, Apprentice LV5, Predicted Outcome, High-Value Hybrid Skill, Risk, Low, Forge. Y/N, yes. The Forge blazed. 2 skills, one perceptual, one tactical, dissolved and merged in the workspace. The process took longer than the Lumos/Incendio combination, the structures more complex, the integration more delicate. Harry felt it happening at a deep level, felt the 2 streams of ability twisting together like DNA strands, forming something new and whole. Forge complete, new skill created, battlefield perception, classification, passive, always active, description, a unified sensory and tactical framework that combines real-time magical perception with combat analysis. The host perceives magical energy, auras, enchantments, and environmental data simultaneously with tactical assessment of threats, opportunities, and optimal responses. Proficiency, Apprentice, LV1. Note, battlefield perception includes and supersedes all functions of Mana Sense and Tactical Combat Awareness. Additional capabilities, Predictive Threat Modeling, Real-Time Spell Analysis, Enhanced Environmental Awareness, Mana Sense and Tactical Combat Awareness have been consumed. The world shifted. It wasn't as dramatic as the first time Mana Sense had activated, there was no sudden explosion of color and light. The transition was more like putting on glasses after years of slightly blurry vision. Everything sharpened. Clarified. Unified. Before, Mana Sense and Tactical Combat Awareness had been separate channels, one showing him magical data, the other analyzing tactical information. He'd had to switch between them mentally, like toggling between two screens. Now they were one screen. One integrated display of reality that encompassed both magic and tactics simultaneously. He could see the room of requirements enchantments and assess the defensive value of every piece of cover simultaneously. He could feel the practice dummies' magical signatures and predict their movement patterns in the same cognitive breath. He could sense Hogwarts' ward structure and identify which wards would impede his movement and which he could exploit. It was seamless. Holistic. Like gaining a sixth sense that combined sight, hearing, and intuition into a single unified perception. And there was something else. Something the individual skills hadn't been able to do. Predictive threat modeling. Battlefield perception didn't just show him what was happening. It showed him what was about to happen. Not precognition, the system wasn't reading the future. But it was processing environmental data, magical signatures, behavioral patterns, and tactical analysis simultaneously, at speeds his conscious mind couldn't match, and outputting predictions. Harry activated the room's combat simulation. 3 dummies. Max difficulty. The dummies moved. Battlefield perception engaged. And Harry could see their attacks before they cast. Not the spells, the intentions. The subtle shifts in magical aura that preceded a spell by a fraction of a second. The weight transfers that indicated direction of movement. The wand angles that revealed targeting. Everything was data, everything was processed, everything was translated into a fluid, continuous stream of tactical awareness that told Harry exactly what was coming and exactly how to respond. He fought the 3 dummies. He didn't get hit once. Combat simulation, complete, all targets neutralized, performance rating, S, damage taken, 0, EXP gained, 600, S-rank performance. 0 damage taken. Against 3 max difficulty opponents. Harry sat down on the stone floor and laughed. Not from joy, from the sheer, absurd reality of where he was. Level 15. E-rank on paper. S-rank performance in combat simulations. A skill set that included wandless magic, forged hybrid spells, and a perception ability that bordered on prescience. The boy who lived. The weakest wizard at Hogwarts. The kid nobody took seriously. If they could see him now. May arrived. The air warmed. Students began thinking about exams. And the thing inside Quirrell made its move. Harry felt it during breakfast on May 26, battlefield perception, which now ran constantly as a background process, flagged an anomaly in the Great Hall. Quirrell's dual signature, the one Harry had been monitoring for months, shifted. The secondary presence, the dark one, the one that felt like looking into a pit, it surged. Briefly, intensely, like something straining against a leash. Then it settled. Quirrell continued eating his breakfast, stuttering through a conversation with Professor Vector, the image of harmless incompetence. But Harry had felt the surge. And he knew what it meant. Tonight. The thing inside Quirrell was going to make its move tonight. He gathered the alliance during lunch. Room of requirement. Emergency session. It's happening, Harry said. Quirrell, the thing inside Quirrell, is going after the stone. Tonight. Ron went pale. Hermione's jaw set. Neville gripped the edge of his chair. How do you know? Hermione asked. I know. She searched his face. Whatever she saw there was enough. What's the plan? Ron asked. Harry had been running scenarios in his head all morning. Battlefield perception had been modeling possibilities, processing variables, outputting optimal strategies. He'd been refining the analysis through 5 periods of classes while outwardly paying attention to transfiguration and charms. The stone is guarded by a series of protections, each one designed by a different professor, Harry said. Fluffy, Hagrid's contribution. Some kind of plant, probably Professor Sprout. A flying challenge, maybe keys or broomsticks, Professor Flitwick style. A logic puzzle, Professor Snape. He didn't mention how he knew the puzzle's answer. And something from Dumbledore himself. Probably the final protection, the most powerful one. And Quirrell knows how to get past all of these? Ron asked. He's a professor. He knows the defenses because he helped design the system. The troll at Halloween, that was his contribution. He let it in as a diversion. And now he's going to bypass the rest. We should tell Dumbledore, Neville said. Dumbledore isn't here, Harry replied. He'd noticed the headmaster's absence at breakfast, confirmed by Mana Sense, which no longer detected the familiar SS rank signature anywhere in the castle. He was called away. Urgent ministry business, allegedly. I think Quirrell engineered it. The room was quiet. So we're alone, Hermione said. We're alone. With 4 first years' worth of training, a room of requirement, and whatever we've built over the past 8 months. Harry looked at each of them. I'm not going to pretend this is safe. It's not. Whatever is inside Quirrell is powerful, more powerful than any of us. Probably more powerful than most of the professors. If we go down that corridor tonight, we might not come back. Then why go? Neville's voice was quiet but steady. Because if Quirrell gets the stone, whoever's inside him gets the elixir of life. Immortality. Unlimited resources. And whatever that entity wants to do with immortality and unlimited resources, I'm pretty sure it's bad for everyone. Another silence. Longer this time. Ron broke it. I'm in. Obviously I'm in, Hermione said. But we're doing this with a plan, not just charging in. I wouldn't dream of it. Harry turned to Neville. Nevada. This is your choice. Nobody's going to think less of you if, I'm in, Neville said. His voice shook. His hands shook. His everything shook. But he said it. And he meant it. Quest updated, the Dark Lord's shadow, phase, active confrontation, alliance status, committed, difficulty, extreme, warning, the host and alliance members face significant danger, system recommendations follow, the system provided a tactical briefing. Environmental data on the 3rd floor corridor. Estimated difficulty ratings for each protection. Recommended spell loadouts. Suggested team formations. Harry read it all. Then he told the Alliance what they needed to know, minus the system parts, translated into natural-sounding tactical recommendations. Neville, the plant protection is yours. Whatever Sprout designed, you're our expert. Ron, the chess game, if there's a strategic puzzle, you're the best tactical mind we have. Hermione, the logic puzzle. Your analytical skills are unmatched. I'll take point on combat. And the final protection? Hermione asked. Dumbledore's? Harry paused. I'll handle it. Whatever it is. Harry, trust me. Please. Hermione held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. They had 6 hours until nightfall. 6 hours to prepare. Harry spent every minute in the room of requirement. He trained harder that afternoon than he ever had before. Solo session. Maximum intensity. Everything he had, every spell, every technique, every ounce of magical energy, pushed to its absolute limit. The host's guide had a section on pre-combat preparation that Harry had read but never implemented, because he'd never faced a genuine life-or-death fight against a superior opponent. The guide recommended a specific routine: empty the core through intense casting, allow it to refill using mana cycling, and repeat. 3 cycles. The process temporarily expanded the core's capacity, like stretching a muscle before heavy exertion. It was painful and exhausting but could provide up to a 20% increase in available magical energy for several hours afterward. Harry did it. 3 cycles of core depletion and recovery, each one more grueling than the last. By the end of the third cycle, he was on his hands and knees on the stone floor, panting, vision swimming, core burning. Temporary stat boost, magical power +4, duration, 6 hours, current effective magical power, 23. B rank territory. For 6 hours, his raw magical output would match a moderately talented adult wizard. He distributed the level 15 stat points he'd been holding in reserve. He'd been saving them for exactly this kind of situation. 2 into magical power, 1 into endurance. Permanent stats, magical power, 21, +4 temp equals 25, control, 21, speed, 17, endurance, 18, mental fortitude, 19, magical power 25 with the temporary boost. Control 21. He was operating at solid B rank levels across the board, with control approaching low A rank. He checked his full status one last time: name, Harry James Potter, official rank, E rank, system level, 15, experience points, 8 for 30/25, 000, HP, 95/95, skills, 1. Potion brewing, apprentice LV8, 2. Battlefield perception, apprentice LV3, 3. Wandless casting, novice LV6, passive, resonance meditation, LV8, current boost, 35%, notable spell proficiencies, solar flare, apprentice LV5, expelliarmus, apprentice LV8, protego, membrane shield, apprentice LV6, stupefy, stagger variant, apprentice LV5, reducto, novice LV5, flipendo, apprentice LV5, impedimenta. Novice LV4, Petrificus Totalis, Novice LV5, Patronus Charm, incomplete, incorporeal, numerous utility spells at various levels. He was ready. As ready as he could be. Level 15. 8 months of grinding, training, studying, fighting, growing. From level 1 and magical power 3, a pathetic, barely magical wreck, to this. A wizard whose paper rank said E but whose actual capabilities rivaled B-rank combat veterans. Not enough. Not even close to enough, probably, for what waited at the end of the third-floor corridor. But everything he had. Every ounce, every point, every hard-won level. Harry stood up. Drank water. Stretched. Checked his wand. And found a note tucked into his robe pocket that hadn't been there before. I know what you're planning. Don't get killed. The world is more interesting with you in it. DG Harry read the note 3 times. Folded it carefully. Put it in his innermost pocket, close to his chest. Then he went to meet his friends. They went after midnight. The castle was quiet. Filch was elsewhere. Harry had mapped his patrol pattern weeks ago. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was in the dungeons. The professors were in their quarters. Dumbledore was still absent. Harry led. Invisibility cloak covering him and Hermione, Ron and Neville under a notice-me-not charm that Hermione had cast with impressive precision. Battlefield perception running at full capacity, scanning every corridor, every doorway, every potential threat. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door to Fluffy's chamber was already ajar. Quirrell's been here, Harry murmured. He's ahead of us. They entered. Fluffy, the three-headed Cerberus, was asleep. A harp played itself in the corner, enchanted music keeping the beast sedated. Quirrell's doing, he'd neutralized the first protection. The trapdoor was open. Darkness below. Jump, Harry said. There'll be something soft at the bottom. They jumped. The something soft was Devil's Snare. Neville recognized it before they'd even stopped falling. Nobody move. He shouted, his voice carrying an authority that Harry had never heard from him before. The voice of someone in their element, facing a challenge they were born for. The Devil's Snare was wrapping around them, thick, ropey tendrils constricting around limbs and torsos. Ron panicked, struggling, which made the plant tighten. Hermione froze, forcing herself to stay still. Harry let himself go limp, feeling the tendrils relax slightly against his passive body. Neville dropped to his knees. Put his hands flat against the plant's main body. And did something that Harry could see with battlefield perception but couldn't have explained to anyone who wasn't a magical botanist. He pushed his magic, his green, specialized, herbological magic, directly into the plant. Not an attack. A communication. He was telling the devil's snare to let go. Speaking its language. Engaging with it on its own terms, plant to wizard, using a form of magical empathy that had nothing to do with conventional spellcasting and everything to do with Neville being the most gifted herbologist his age and possibly the last century. The devil's snare shuddered. Trembled. And retracted. All of it. Every tendril. The entire massive plant pulled away from them in a rippling wave, curling against the walls, opening the chamber floor. Not fought. Not burned. Simply, persuaded. The four of them stood on cleared ground, unharmed. Neville, Hermione breathed. That was incredible. Neville's face was flushed. His hands were shaking. But his eyes were bright and certain. I told you. Plants respond to how you treat them. That was S-rank herbology, mate, Ron said, staring at the retreated devil's snare with something approaching awe. Neville ducked his head, but Harry caught the ghost of a smile. Environmental challenge, devil's snare, bypassed, method, alliance member specialization, Neville Longbottom, herbological empathy, alliance synergy bonus, plus 50 EXP, the next chamber was the keys. A massive room with a vaulted ceiling, filled with hundreds of flying keys. A broomstick hovered in the center. The door at the far end was locked, heavy, enchanted, requiring a specific key to open. Harry's battlefield perception scanned the room. Hundreds of signatures. All identical except one, slightly larger, slightly brighter, slightly different in magical frequency. An old-fashioned silver key with a bent wing. There, Harry pointed. Silver, blue wings, right cluster, about 30 feet up. How can you tell? Ron squinted upward. I just can. Trust me. Ron mounted the broomstick. He wasn't a great flyer, C-rank reflexes, decent coordination, nothing special, but Harry talked him through it using battlefield perception data translated into verbal instructions. Left. Up 3 feet. It's banking right, wait for it, now. Ron grabbed the key on the third attempt, crashed into a wall on the landing, and emerged with a split lip and a triumphant grin. One key, as ordered. Beautiful flying, Ron. That was terrible flying and we both know it. But the key's here. The door opened. The chess room was next, and this was Ron's battlefield. An enormous chess set, life-sized, stone pieces that moved with grinding mechanical precision. The black pieces were in position, waiting. The white pieces were theirs to command. Ron took one look at the board and his entire demeanor changed. The uncertain, insecure kid vanished. In his place was a strategist, cold-eyed, calculating, already analyzing the position, already planning 6 moves ahead. Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, you're the castle. Neville, stay off the board, you're our reserve. Ron mounted the knight. Drew a breath. This is going to get rough. These pieces don't play nice. How rough? Hermione asked. When a piece gets taken, it gets destroyed. Violently. So don't get taken. He started calling moves. The game was violent and brilliant. Ron played with a ferocity and precision that Harry had never seen from him, sacrificing pieces with cold-blooded necessity, creating openings through calculated losses, maneuvering their forces with the instinct of someone who spoke chess the way Neville spoke plans. It took 28 moves. Ron sacrificed 3 pawns, a bishop, and, in the move that won the game, himself. Knight to h3, Ron said, his voice steady despite the fact that he was about to be destroyed. Ron, no, Hermione started. It's the only move. Harry takes the king after the queen takes me. That's checkmate. It's the only way. Ron looked at Harry. His face was calm. Scared, but calm. Win. The Black Queen turned toward Ron's knight. Moved across the board with grinding inevitability. The impact was brutal. The Stone Queen's arm struck the knight, and Ron went flying, launched off the piece, hitting the stone floor hard, rolling, sliding. He didn't get up. Ron! Hermione screamed. Harry checked, battlefield perception scanning Ron's magical signature. Alive. Unconscious. Injured, but not critically. He's alive. Hermione, stay with him. Neville, go, Neville said. His face was white but his voice was firm. We'll watch Ron. You end this. Harry moved his piece. The white bishop slid across the board. Check the king. Checkmate. The remaining black pieces withdrew. The door opened. Harry crossed the chess chamber without looking back. He couldn't afford to look back. If he looked at Ron, unconscious on the stone floor, he'd stop, and if he stopped, Quirrell would get the stone, and whatever was inside Quirrell would get the elixir of life, and the future would be worse than this moment. Forward. Always forward. That was how you survived. The next room was the troll. Already dispatched, Quirrell had handled it on his way through. The unconscious beast lay in a heap, stinking up the chamber. Harry passed it without stopping. Then, Snape's protection. The logic puzzle. A table with 7 bottles. A riddle in verse. Flames blocking the exits, purple fire behind, black fire ahead. The puzzle was clever, genuinely clever, designed to be solved by logic rather than magic, which meant it would stump most wizards who relied on power rather than thinking. Hermione would have solved it in minutes. Harry solved it in 30 seconds, because Snape had already given him the answer. The smallest bottle on the left. He drank it. Cold spread through his body, the potion's protection against the black flames. He stepped through the fire and into the final chamber. And found Quirrell. The chamber was circular, dominated by a large ornate mirror in the center. The Mirror of Ariste, Harry recognized it from his late-night invisibility cloak explorations in December, when he'd found it in an unused classroom and spent an hour staring into it, watching his parents smile at him from a life he'd never lived. Quirrell stood before the mirror, turban askew, muttering. No stutter. The facade was gone. The man reflected in the mirror was angry, frustrated, intense, nothing like the bumbling Professor Harry had watched for 8 months. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? Where is it hidden? A voice answered. Not Quirrell's voice. Something else, high, cold, rasping, coming from somewhere that shouldn't have a mouth. Use the boy. Harry's blood froze. Quirrell spun. Saw Harry standing in the chamber doorway. And smiled. It was the worst smile Harry had ever seen. Worse than Malfoy's smirk, worse than Dursley's sneer, worse than anything in his experience. It was a smile that said, I've been waiting for you. Harry Potter, Quirrell said. No stutter. His voice was smooth, confident, carrying the undertone of someone else's power. The E-rank wonder. Come to save the day. Harry's wand was already in his hand. Battlefield perception was running at maximum, scanning Quirrell's dual aura, analyzing the chamber, cataloging threats, modeling scenarios. What it showed him was terrifying. The second signature inside Quirrell was massive. Not just powerful, massive. Dense, complex, layered with decades of dark magic, radiating malice and intelligence in equal measure. It was caged, contained within Quirrell's body, limited by the host's physical and magical constraints. But even caged, even limited, it was stronger than anything Harry had ever sensed. Stronger than Dumbledore's observation charm. Stronger than Hogwarts' ancient wards. Whatever was inside Quirrell wasn't just a parasite or a possessing spirit. It was a Dark Lord. Voldemort, Harry said. Quirrell's smile widened. Clever boy. Most people don't figure it out this quickly. Let me speak to him, said the voice. The cold, rasping, terrible voice. Face to face. Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. Harry didn't wait. Solar flare. The cone of light and heat erupted from his wand, full power, maximum output, every ounce of his temporary boosted magical power 25 channeled through his apprentice LV5 proficiency. The room blazed white gold. The air seared. Quirrell staggered. Threw up a shield, dark magic, fast, powerful, a solid barrier of black-red energy that absorbed the solar flare and dissipated it. But the shield flickered. For a fraction of a second, it was incomplete, and the flare's light got through, not enough to blind, but enough to disorient. Harry pressed. Stupefy Flipendo Reducto, chained in rapid sequence, aimed not at Quirrell but at the floor beneath his feet. The stone cracked and buckled. Quirrell stumbled, lost his footing. Impressive, said the voice from the back of Quirrell's head, the turban was half unwound now, revealing something. Impressive for an E-rank. Harry fired again. Expelliarmus, aimed at Quirrell's wand hand. The spell crossed the chamber in a heartbeat. Quirrell caught it. Not blocked. Not shielded. Caught. His hand closed around the red bolt of light and crushed it. Wandless. Effortless. The way someone would swat a fly. You are fighting a B-rank wizard inhabited by the most powerful Dark Lord in a century, Quirrell said, the smile gone now, replaced by cold, predatory focus. Your tricks are clever. Your power, for your age, is remarkable. But power is not enough. He raised his wand. Avada, Harry moved. Not dodged. Moved. Battlefield perception had seen the killing intent a full second before the spell, the shift in Quirrell's aura, the surge of dark energy, the specific magical signature of the killing curse beginning to form. Harry was already in motion before the incantation started, throwing himself sideways, rolling, coming up behind a stone pillar. The killing curse hit the wall where he'd been standing. Green light. Death. The stone cracked. Ah, said Voldemort's voice, and there was interest in it now. Real interest. The kind that made Harry's skin crawl. You saw that coming. How? Your rank says you shouldn't be able to perceive spell formation. Your rank says you shouldn't be standing at all. Quirrell finished removing the turban. On the back of his head was a face. Red eyes. Flat, serpentine nose. Skin the color of old ash. A face that existed as a parasite on another person's skull, grotesque and impossible and radiating malice like heat from a forge. The face of Lord Voldemort. What are you, Harry Potter? The face asked. What are you really? Harry stood behind the pillar, breathing hard, wand gripping, core straining. His HP was full, he hadn't been hit. But his magical reserves were depleting fast from the solar flare and the spell chain, and the core expansion would only last a few more hours, and he was fighting Voldemort. He was 11 years old and he was fighting Voldemort. The numbers didn't work. His stats, his levels, his skills, none of it was enough. Not for this. B-rank effective power against a weakened Dark Lord who, even in this diminished state, could throw killing curses with casual precision and crush Expelliarmus bolts in his bare hand. Harry couldn't win a straight fight. He was going to lose if this became a duel. So don't duel. Don't fight on his terms. Battlefield perception pulsed. Data flooded in. The chamber layout. The mirror's position. The magical signatures. The flows of energy. And underneath it all, a detail Harry's conscious mind had overlooked but the system had not, the mirror. Quirrell had been trying to get the stone from the mirror and failing. The mirror of Eris didn't respond to desire, or rather, it responded to the right kind of desire. When Harry had looked into it in December, he'd seen his parents. The mirror showed your deepest desire, your most heartfelt wish. Dumbledore's protection. The final safeguard. The stone was hidden inside the mirror, accessible only to someone who wanted it for the right reasons. Quirrell wanted to give the stone to Voldemort. That was the wrong reason. Voldemort wanted the stone for immortality. Wrong reason. Harry wanted, what? Not the stone. He didn't care about gold or immortality. He wanted to survive. He wanted his friends to survive. He wanted to stop the thing that had killed his parents from coming back. He wanted to protect people. That was his deepest desire, underneath the levels and the stats and the system. Underneath everything. I need to look in the mirror. Come out, Harry Potter, Voldemort called. Come out and face your death. Or face it behind a pillar. The result is the same. Harry stepped out from behind the pillar. He didn't raise his wand. Didn't take a fighting stance. Just walked, calmly, directly, toward the mirror of Eris. Quirrell's body turned to track him. The face on the back of his head, now the front, because Quirrell had turned to give Voldemort a direct line of sight, watched with red eyes that burned with hunger and hatred and something that might have been curiosity. What are you doing? Voldemort hissed. Harry looked into the mirror. His reflection looked back at him. Not the parents alive version from December. A different image. His reflection smiled, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a blood-red stone. Then the reflection winked and put the stone back in its pocket. In Harry's real, physical pocket, something heavy materialized. The Philosopher's Stone. Item acquired, Philosopher's Stone, warning, Dark Lord proximity, extreme danger, he has it. Voldemort shrieked. Seize him. Seize him. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat. And the world exploded. Pain, searing, white-hot, nuclear. Not Harry's pain. Quirrell's. The man screamed, a sound that was barely human, torn from the depths of whatever was left of the person inside the Voldemort puppet. His hands on Harry's throat were burning. Literally burning. Smoke rose from his fingers, his palms blistering and blackening where they touched Harry's skin. Harry acted on instinct. Grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. More burning. More screaming. Quirrell's skin cracked and flaked where Harry touched it, the magic in Harry's blood, his mother's protection, the love-based sacrifice that had saved him as a baby, reacting to Voldemort's dark essence like acid on flesh. Quirrell collapsed. Fell backward. His hands were destroyed, charred, crumbling. His face was a ruin of burned tissue. He hit the floor and didn't move. A shadow rose from the body. Dark, formless, shrieking, Voldemort's shade, the parasitic remnant of a Dark Lord who had died and refused to stay dead, tearing itself free from the destroyed host and streaming toward the ceiling, toward the walls, toward escape. It passed through Harry on its way out. The pain was indescribable. Every nerve in his body fired simultaneously. His vision went white, then black, then nothing. He felt the shade's hatred, its fury, its terror, because it was terrified, this remnant of the most feared Dark Lord in history, terrified because the E-rank boy had beaten it and it couldn't understand how. What are you? The thought screamed through Harry's mind as the shade passed through him. And the system answered. Not in words. In a pulse of blue light that filled Harry's consciousness, that pushed the shade's presence out like a lighthouse cutting through fog. The system asserted itself, its domain, its host, its territory, and the shade recoiled. It fled. Through the ceiling. Through the castle. Out into the night. Gone. Harry fell. He hit the stone floor. The philosopher's stone rolled from his pocket and came to rest against the base of the mirror. His vision was dimming. His HP was critical, the shade's passage had drained him, body and magic and will, to the razor's edge of consciousness. HP, 3/95, warning, critical state, emergency recovery initiated. The last thing Harry saw before darkness took him was a notification, combat complete, Quirrell/Voldemort, survived, calculating EXP. Then nothing. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Cracks in the Mask. Harry woke up in the hospital wing to the smell of clean linen and the sound of someone eating what was definitely an apple, very loudly, very close to his head. "Ron," he said, without opening his eyes. "If you chew any louder, I'm going to hex you, and I mean that with my whole heart." The chewing stopped. "Then, he's awake. Hermione, he's awake. Neville, oh, you're already here." Harry opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the hospital wing's tall windows, warm and golden, painting the white sheets in stripes of amber. Ron was sitting in a chair to his right, apple in hand, looking simultaneously guilty about the chewing and ecstatic about the waking up. His left arm was in a sling, aftermath of the chess game, but his color was good and his grin was enormous. Hermione was on his left, and she'd clearly been crying, though she was pretending she hadn't by aggressively organizing a stack of books on the bedside table. Neville stood at the foot of the bed, looking relieved in that quiet, deep way of his, like a pressure valve had finally released. "How long was I out?" Harry asked. 3 days, Hermione said, her voice slightly thick. "Madame Pomfrey said your magical reserves were almost completely depleted. She's never seen a first year in that condition. We were all very worried." 3 days. Harry processed this. Tried to sit up. His body protested, every muscle ached, his core felt hollow, and there was a lingering, phantom pain where Quirrell's hands had been on his throat. He managed a semi-upright position against the pillows and took stock. He was alive. That was the big one. After Voldemort's shade had passed through him, after his HP had dropped to 3/95, after the darkness, alive. The system was present. He could feel it humming quietly in the back of his mind, the blue interface available if he wanted it but not intruding. Respectful. Patient. Like a friend waiting for him to be ready. "What happened after I passed out?" Harry asked. Ron, Hermione, and Neville exchanged glances. The kind of glance that said they'd rehearsed how to deliver this information and had disagreed about the order. Ron won the silent argument. Dumbledore showed up. Right after, Hermione ran for help after the chess room. Found McGonagall. McGonagall contacted Dumbledore, who was apparently already on his way back because he'd realized the ministry summons was fake. "He got to the chamber right after you went down. He found you on the floor," Hermione continued, picking up the narrative thread with the precision of a relay runner taking a baton. Quirrell was dead, Harry." The room was quiet. "Dead," Harry repeated. "His body couldn't sustain itself after, whatever happened." Dumbledore didn't explain the details. "But Quirrell is dead, and the thing that was inside him is gone. The stone was recovered and Dumbledore says it's been returned to Flammel." Harry stared at the ceiling. Quirrell was dead. A man was dead. A man whose body Harry had burned with his bare hands, whose face had crumbled under his touch, who had died because the magic in Harry's blood was incompatible with the darkness inhabiting his body. He'd killed someone. No. Voldemort had killed Quirrell. Quirrell had been dead the moment he'd let the Dark Lord possess him, dead in every way that mattered, a puppet with a fading personality, animated by someone else's will. Harry had just ended the animation. That distinction mattered. Harry held on to it. Are you okay? Neville asked. Simple question. The right question. I will be, Harry said. And meant it. He checked the system while his friends brought him up to speed on the 3 days he'd missed. The interface materialized in his peripheral vision, translucent and blue. Recovery status, active, HP, 52/95, regenerating, full recovery estimated, 48 hours, core status, depleted, current capacity, 30%, recovering, combat resolution, Quirrell/Voldemort encounter, EXP awarded, 2,500, breakdown, base combat EXP, 500, boss encounter multiplier. Dark Lord Remnant X3 equals 1,500, survival bonus, HP less than 5% plus 300, artifact acquisition, Philosopher's Stone, temporary plus 200, first Dark Lord encounter achievement, plus 500, level up. Level 15 level 16, plus 3 stat points available, level up. Level 16 level 17, plus 3 stat points available, 2 levels. From 1 encounter. The Dark Lord multiplier was massive, fighting Voldemort, even a weakened remnant of Voldemort, was apparently worth 3 times base combat EXP. Harry distributed the 6 stat points with care. 2 into magical power, now 23 base, 2 into endurance, now 20, 1 into speed, now 18, 1 into mental fortitude, now 20. Updated stats, magical power, 23, control, 21, speed, 18, endurance, 20, mental fortitude, 20, luck. His stats were firmly in C-B rank territory across the board. Control and magical power were pushing toward genuine B rank benchmarks. And the level 17 had brought him closer to the level 20 milestone, adaptive resistance, according to the host's guide. But the stats weren't what caught Harry's attention. Something else had appeared in the system interface. A notification he'd never seen before, pulsing with a soft golden light instead of the usual blue. Unique trait discovered, Love Shield, classification, legendary passive trait, description, the sacrificial protection bestowed by Lily Potter's death has been integrated into the host system profile. Direct physical contact with entities hosting Dark Lord Voldemort's essence inflicts severe damage to the target. This trait is permanent and cannot be removed. Note, this trait exists independently of the arcane system. It is a product of ancient sacrificial magic and has been catalogued by the system for reference purposes only, his mother's protection. The magic that had saved him as a baby, that had burned Quirrell's hands, that had destroyed the vessel Voldemort was using. The system hadn't created it, couldn't create it. It was something older, something that existed outside the system's framework. Love magic. The most powerful force in the wizarding world, according to some theories. The system had simply acknowledged it. Filed it. Recorded it as a trait Harry possessed, the way a medical chart might note a patient's blood type. Harry read the description again. Then again. His mother had died for him. And her death had given him a weapon against the thing that killed her. A weapon that no amount of grinding, no level up, no stat point allocation could have created. Some things were beyond the system. Harry closed the interface and looked at his friends, Ron with his sling and his apple core, Hermione with her red-rimmed eyes and her organized books, Neville with his quiet, steady presence. Some things were beyond all systems. Dumbledore visited that afternoon. The headmaster appeared in the hospital wing with the silent grace of a man who'd been walking through castles for over a century. He wore robes of deep purple and silver, his half-moon spectacles catching the afternoon light, and he carried with him an aura that Harry's recovering battlefield perception registered as breathtaking, vast, controlled, luminous, the magical equivalent of standing next to an ocean. SS rank. The most powerful wizard alive. And he'd come to sit by the bed of an E-rank first year. Harry, Dumbledore said, settling into the chair Ron had recently vacated. How are you feeling? Like I got run over by a troll. But alive. Which is the important part? It is indeed the important part. Dumbledore's blue eyes were warm but penetrating, the gaze of someone who saw more than most people knew existed. Harry could feel the edges of legitimacy brushing his mental defenses, feather-light, respectful but present. Testing. His mental fortitude held. The surface thoughts Dumbledore would see were curated: tired kid, relieved to be alive, processing trauma. "I owe you several explanations," Dumbledore said. "And I suspect you have questions." "Several." "Then let us trade. I will answer your questions if you will answer mine." "Fair enough." "Dangerous, but fair." Harry nodded. "The stone," Harry said. "Why was it at Hogwarts?" "Because Hogwarts is the safest location in Britain, and the stone needed to be safe. Nicholas and I agreed that the protections here, layered, diverse, designed by some of the finest magical minds in the country, would be sufficient to guard it." "They weren't." "No." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted, a flicker of something that might have been guilt. "They were not. Which brings me to my first question for you, Harry." Harry waited. "How did you get past the protections?" "Neville handled the devil's snare. Ron solved the chess game. Hermione wasn't there for the logic puzzle, but you already know the answer to that one. Professor Snape gave it to me." A slight raise of Dumbledore's eyebrow. "Just slightly." "Severus gave you the answer." "He told me the smallest bottle on the left. In a conversation where he was trying to determine if I was a threat to the school." "And what did you tell him?" "That I wasn't." "Did he believe you?" "I think he believed my mother. He was protecting me because of her." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Something moved behind his eyes, deep, complex, old. "Yes," he said softly. "Severus loved your mother. Has loved her, in his way, for most of his life. It is the bedrock of everything he does, including things that appear cruel. Including things that are cruel." A pause. "I should not have told you that. Severus would be furious." "I won't mention it." "I know you won't." Dumbledore studied him. "My second question. The mirror of Erist. How did you retrieve the stone?" "I looked in the mirror and wanted to find the stone to protect it. Not to use it. The mirror gave it to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. That is exactly the enchantment I placed on it." Dumbledore's voice carried quiet admiration. "And it worked precisely as intended, except for one rather significant deviation from my expectations." "What deviation?" "I expected you to need the stone to survive. I expected Quirrell to be a threat you would barely escape. I expected to arrive and find you in need of rescue, injured, perhaps, but alive because the stone's protection and your mother's sacrifice would hold long enough for me to intervene." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. His eyes were very bright behind his spectacles. "Instead, I arrived to find Quirrell dead, the shade of Voldemort fleeing the castle, and you unconscious but victorious. Not rescued. Not barely surviving. Victorious. Against a possessed wizard hosting the remnant of the most powerful Dark Lord in modern history." Harry said nothing. "An E-rank first year should not have been able to do what you did, Harry. An E-rank first year should not have been able to reach that chamber at all, let alone fight a possessed wizard and win. The protections were designed to challenge students of varying ranks, Hagrid's for brute force, Sprout's for knowledge, Flitwick's for skill, Severus's for logic, mine for character. A team of talented students could theoretically navigate them. But the final confrontation required combat capability that no first year should possess." The silence stretched. "My third question," Dumbledore said. "And the one that matters most. Harry, what are you?" The same question Voldemort had asked. Delivered with warmth instead of malice, with curiosity instead of hunger, but fundamentally the same question. "What are you?" Harry looked at Dumbledore. Looked at the most powerful wizard alive, a man who had spent over a century accumulating knowledge and wisdom and magical power, a man whose perceptions were keen enough to sustain passive observation charms across crowded rooms and whose intellect had cracked the mysteries of alchemy and dragon's blood and the nature of love itself. Harry could lie. He was getting very good at lying. But Dumbledore wasn't Malfoy. Wasn't a classmate to be misdirected. Wasn't even Snape, who could be deflected with half-truths and emotional triggers. Dumbledore was Dumbledore. The man who'd given Harry his father's invisibility cloak, who'd let the mirror of Erist find its way to him, who'd placed protections on the stone that were designed to be navigable by a team of first years. Dumbledore had been testing him. All year. Not casually, not accidentally, deliberately, methodically, with the careful precision of someone running an experiment. The troll. The mirror. The stone. Each one a data point. Each one a measure of Harry's capabilities. The headmaster already knew the answer to his question. Or at least suspected it. "I'm Harry Potter," Harry said. E-rank. Son of James and Lily. The boy who lived. All true. And all incomplete. Some things have to be incomplete, Professor. For now. Dumbledore regarded him for a long time. The legitimacy touch was gone, he'd withdrawn it, respecting Harry's mental boundaries. "I will accept that answer," Dumbledore said. "For now." He smiled. "But I want you to know, Harry, that when you are ready, if you are ever ready, my door is open. Not as a headmaster to a student. As one person who carries secrets to another." Harry felt something tighten in his chest. The loneliness of his double life, the constant concealment, the permanent performance, the exhausting vigilance, pressed against his ribs. "Thank you, Professor. One more thing." Dumbledore stood. Adjusted his spectacles. "The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed that its continued existence was too dangerous. He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to settle their affairs. They're going to die. They are going to stop living, which is not quite the same thing. They have had 600 years. That is, I think, enough." Dumbledore's eyes were gentle. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. He turned to leave. Paused at the door. "Your mother would be very proud of you, Harry. Very proud indeed." Then he was gone. Quest completed, the Dark Lord's Shadow, Year 1, Reward, 1000 EXP, Quest chain status, ongoing, Voldemort's shade has escaped. The Dark Lord will return. World Quest updated, the Dark Lord's resurrection approaches, timeline unknown, 1000 bonus EXP. And a reminder that this was only the beginning. Voldemort was still out there. Weakened, bodiless, but alive in whatever form a shade could claim. He would find another host. He would try again. And next time, Harry might not have his mother's protection to fall back on. He needed to be ready. Needed to be stronger. Needed to keep climbing. No ceiling. Harry was released from the hospital wing 2 days later, just in time for the end-of-year feast. He walked into the great hall on slightly unsteady legs, flanked by Ron, sling removed, arm functional, Hermione, carrying 3 books she intended to read during dessert, and Neville, quiet, solid, present. The hall fell silent when he entered. Not the hostile, judging silence of September's ranking evaluation. Something different. Something he couldn't immediately categorize. 400 faces turned toward him, and the expressions ranged from curiosity to awe to suspicion to something that looked, in some cases, uncomfortably close to fear. The rumor mill had been working overtime during his 3-day hospital stay. Harry could feel the weight of the stories, layers of speculation, exaggeration, and guesswork piled on top of whatever fragments of truth had escaped the staff room. He fought Quirrell. He fought you-know-who. He killed Quirrell with his bare hands. The E-rank killed a Dark Lord. Again. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table. Sat down. Started eating. People are staring, Ron observed, maintaining his unbroken streak of pointing out the meteorologically obvious. Yep. More than usual. Yep. It's because of the whole, you know. Killing the defense professor thing. I didn't kill him, Harry said quietly. Voldemort killed him. The possession destroyed his body. I just accelerated the process. Ron studied him with an expression that was more perceptive than people gave him credit for. You okay? Like, actually okay? Not your usual, I'm fine thing where you're obviously not fine but you say you are because you don't want to bother anyone? Harry looked at his best friend. Opened his mouth to say, I'm fine. Closed it. Tried again. I'm processing, he said. Give me a few days. Ron nodded. Didn't push. Just bumped his shoulder against Harry's, a physical gesture of solidarity that said more than words, and went back to his shepherd's pie. Dumbledore gave his end-of-year speech. Gryffindor won the House Cup by a margin that was almost entirely attributable to the last-minute points Dumbledore awarded for services to the school, 50 points each to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheering. The Slytherin table's reaction was considerably less enthusiastic, particularly Malfoy, whose face looked like he'd just swallowed a lemon wrapped in a wasp. Harry sat through the celebration and felt disconnected. Happy for his friends. Grateful for the recognition. But unable to fully engage with the joy because part of his mind was elsewhere, running calculations, reviewing the year, planning the next one. Level 17. From level 1 in September to level 17 in June. 9 months of grinding, training, fighting, growing, hiding. His stats had increased by a factor of 5 or more. His spell repertoire had expanded from 0 to 20 plus. He'd acquired skills, forged hybrid spells, discovered ancient knowledge, built alliances, survived a confrontation with Voldemort. And nobody knew. The Great Hall was celebrating an E-rank hero who'd gotten lucky. A kid who'd stumbled through protections designed to be passable and survived a confrontation through the dumb luck of his mother's protective magic. That was the story. That was the narrative. Brave little E-rank Harry, surviving on courage and love and the residual power of his mother's sacrifice. It was a good story. Comfortable. Non-threatening. It didn't require anyone to reconsider the ranking system or question their assumptions about magical potential. Harry let them believe it. For now. The Hogwarts Express ride home was 6 hours of compressed emotional complexity. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The countryside rolled past the windows, green and gold and impossibly beautiful, the Scottish Highlands giving way to English countryside in a slow, sweeping transition that made Harry's chest ache with a feeling he couldn't name. They talked. Not about the stone, not about Voldemort, not about the protections or the fights or the trauma. They talked about summer plans, Ron, family trip to Egypt if Bill could arrange it, Hermione, intensive self-study program she'd already outlined in a 12-page planner, Neville, greenhouse project with his grandmother, and favorite moments from the year, Ron, the troll, obviously, Hermione, the first night in the room of requirement, Neville, the devil's snare rescue, which he'd replayed in his mind about 600 times, and the things they were going to do differently next year. More training, Harry said. Better training. We've been reactive, responding to threats as they come. Next year, I want to be proactive. I've been thinking about defensive enchantments, Hermione said, eyes bright. If we could ward the room of requirement with our own custom protections, we'd have a genuinely secure base. The room's inherent magic handles most threats, but layered personal wards would add another level of, it's summer, Ron interrupted. We're supposed to be talking about fun things. Quidditch. Beaches. Doing absolutely nothing for 2 months. Training is fun, Hermione protested. You're a very specific kind of person, Hermione. She threw a Birdie Bots every flavor bean at him. It hit his nose and bounced off. Ron caught it and ate it. Made a face. Earwax. Neville laughed, a real, full laugh, the kind that came from deep in the chest and involved his whole face. Harry realized he'd never heard Neville laugh like that before this year. The train rolled on. At some point, Hermione went to use the bathroom and Neville fell asleep against the window, and it was just Harry and Ron in the compartment, the late afternoon sun painting everything in shades of amber. "Harry," Ron said. Quietly, so as not to wake Neville. "Yeah. You don't have to tell me everything. I know there's stuff. Stuff you're not sharing. About how you do what you do." Harry waited. "But I want you to know that it doesn't matter to me. Whatever the secret is, whatever's going on, you're my mate. First person who ever treated me like I was more than another Weasley. So yeah. Whenever you're ready. No pressure. But I'm here." Harry looked at Ron. Red hair catching the sunlight, freckles standing out against pale skin, expression open and earnest and totally devoid of agenda. "I know," Harry said. "And that means more than you know." Ron nodded. Satisfied. Picked up another bean. Grass. The train reached King's Cross as the sun was setting. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded with families, parents hugging children, siblings bickering, trunks being loaded onto trolleys. The normal chaos of school's end. The mundane miracle of kids coming home. Harry said goodbye to Neville first. The handshake turned into a hug, brief, fierce, the kind of hug between people who'd been through something together. "Keep practicing," Harry said. "Keep being impossible," Neville replied, and smiled. Hermione next. She hugged him hard, face pressed against his shoulder, and for a second her composure cracked and she just held on. Harry hugged back. Her hair smelled like library books and something floral he couldn't identify. "Write to me," she said, pulling back, eyes bright. "Every week. I want progress reports." "Yes, ma'am." And read. "I've made a summer reading list. It's in your trunk." "Of course you did." She laughed. That same surprised, genuine laugh from the library, months ago, when they'd been two people just beginning to understand each other. She touched his arm, brief, light, there and gone, and then she was walking toward her parents, a couple in sensible clothes who looked slightly bewildered by the magical chaos around them. Ron's goodbye was casual and total. "See you, mate. Mom says you're welcome at the Burrow anytime. And she means anytime, she'll probably send an owl before you've even gotten home. Looking forward to it." Ron grinned. Slapped his shoulder. Disappeared into the crowd of Weasleys, a sea of red hair and loud voices and warmth. Harry stood on the platform with his trunk and his owl cage and watched his friends disperse into their lives. Then he turned and walked toward the barrier that would take him back to the Muggle world. He was almost through when a voice stopped him. "Potter." He turned. Daphne Greengrass stood 10 feet away, flanked by her parents, a tall, pale man in expensive robes and a woman with Daphne's blonde hair and sharp features. Between them, partially hidden behind her mother's robes, was a small girl of about 9 with wide blue eyes. Astoria. Daphne's sister. Daphne's expression was her standard mask, composed, cool, giving nothing away to the crowd of families around them. But her eyes held something warmer, something private, something that was just for him. "Greengrass," Harry said. "Have a good summer." "You too." A pause. Her father was watching, one eyebrow slightly raised, clearly wondering why his daughter had stopped to speak to the school's most notorious earrank. "Oh," Daphne added, her tone perfectly casual, "and try not to get killed over the holiday. I'd hate to lose my most entertaining pen pal." She turned and walked away with her family. Astoria looked back over her shoulder at Harry with curious, evaluating eyes that were eerily similar to her sister's. Harry watched them go. Then he walked through the barrier. The Dursleys were waiting on the other side. Uncle Vernon, walrus-mustached and perpetually irritated. Aunt Petunia, horse-necked and perpetually disapproving. Dudley, vast and perpetually eating something. They stood in the King's Cross car park like an island of hostile normalcy in the sea of Harry's increasingly extraordinary life. "Boy," Vernon grunted. "Get in the car." "Hello, Uncle Vernon. Nice to see you too. Love what you've done with the mustache." Vernon's face went the shade of a plum with high blood pressure. "Get in the car." Harry got in the car. The drive to Little Whinging was 45 minutes of aggressive silence. Harry sat in the back seat with his trunk crammed against the door and Hedwig's cage on his lap, and he used the time productively. First, System Review. Year 1 Summary, Starting Level, 1, Ending Level, 17, Total EXP Earned, 87,430, Stats Gained, 48 Points Distributed, Spells Learned, 23, Skills Acquired, 5, including 2 forged, Major Achievements, Troll Defeated, Ranked Duel 1, Dark Lord Remnant Survived, Philosopher's Stone Retrieved, Skill Forge Unlocked, Wandless Magic Acquired, 87,000 EXP in 9 months. From nothing to level 17. From Magical Power 3 to Magical Power 23. From a kid who couldn't produce a visible Lumos to a wizard with 23 combat-ready spells and a forged hybrid attack that could blind and burn a room full of opponents. Impressive. By any standard, it was impressive. And it wasn't enough. Voldemort was coming back. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. The shade that had fled Quirrell's destroyed body was out there, somewhere, seeking a new host, a new path to resurrection. And when it returned, it would be stronger, more prepared, more determined. Harry needed to be ready. Not B-rank ready. Not A-rank ready. He needed to be so far beyond the normal ranking system that Voldemort's return would be a challenge, not a catastrophe. Second, Summer Planning. The Dursleys' house was going to be a problem. Underage magic restrictions meant he couldn't cast spells outside of school without attracting ministry attention. No casting meant no spell EXP. No spell EXP meant the primary engine of his growth was offline for 2 months. But the system was creative. And Harry was creative. And the host's guide had an entire chapter on growth strategies for periods when active casting was impossible. Physical training, the system awarded EXP for physical exercise that pushed his body's limits. Running, strength training, endurance work, all of it contributed to speed and endurance stats, and the EXP, while modest compared to magical training, was consistent and reliable. Resonance meditation, purely internal, purely mental, completely undetectable by the ministry's trace. Daily meditation sessions would maintain and improve his resonance boost, keeping the EXP multiplier active for when he returned to Hogwarts. Theoretical study, reading magical texts generated small amounts of EXP. The host's guide itself was dense enough to occupy weeks of study, and Hermione's summer reading list would provide additional material. Potion preparation, the system classified ingredient preparation, chopping, measuring, organizing, as potion brewing skill practice. He couldn't brew potions at the Dursleys without arousing suspicion, but he could prepare ingredients in his room, building skill EXP without casting. Wandless magic practice, the ministry's trace detected wand magic. Wandless magic, magic cast without a wand, using the body as the conduit, had a different magical signature. The guide suggested, without confirming, that wandless casting might be undetectable by standard monitoring. Harry intended to test this theory very carefully. He had plans. He had goals. He had a summer's worth of preparation to do. And he had a Dark Lord to eventually face. Harry looked out the car window at the suburban sprawl of Little Whinging and felt the old familiar weight of the Dursley house settling over him like a heavy coat. The cupboard under the stairs was gone. They'd given him Dudley's second bedroom last year, as a concession to the Hogwarts letters, but the atmosphere was the same. Hostility. Resentment. The particular brand of petty cruelty that the Dursleys practiced like an art form. It didn't touch him the way it used to. 9 months ago, the Dursleys' contempt had been the defining feature of his existence, the water he swam in, the air he breathed. Now it was just weather. Unpleasant but temporary. Background noise against the signal of his real life. He had Privet Drive for 2 months. Then Hogwarts. Then the Room of Requirement, and the Alliance, and the Host's Guide, and the long, relentless, exhilarating climb toward a ceiling that didn't exist. 2 months. He could handle 2 months. The summer was productive, miserable, and transformative, in roughly equal measures. The misery was the Dursleys. Standard operating procedure, minimal food, maximum chores, constant verbal abuse from Vernon, passive-aggressive contempt from Petunia, physical intimidation from Dudley and his gang of neighborhood thugs. Harry bore it with the practiced patience of someone who had been doing this for a decade and now had the added advantage of knowing, with absolute certainty, that he could wandlessly flatten anyone in the house if he chose to. He didn't choose to. Not because he was afraid of consequences, the trace might or might not detect wandless magic, but because using his abilities against muggles who couldn't defend themselves would make him a bully. And Harry Potter, E-rank wizard, arcane system host, was many things. A bully was not one of them. Instead, he trained. The physical training started the first morning. Harry woke at 5 a.m., slipped out of the house before the Dursleys stirred, and ran. Not jogged, ran. Hard. Fast. The empty suburban streets of Little Whinging became his track. He pushed himself until his lungs burned and his legs shook and the system registered the effort. Physical training, high-intensity running, EXP gained, 15, endurance plus 0.1, fractional stat gain from physical training, fractional stat gains. The system could award partial stat points through physical training, tiny increments that accumulated over time. 15 EXP and 1/10 of an endurance point per session wasn't dramatic, but over a 60-day summer, it added up to roughly 900 EXP and 6 full stat points in speed and endurance alone. He added bodyweight exercises. Push-ups, pull-ups, from the tree in the back garden, squats, planks. The Dursleys thought he was going mad. Dudley, in particular, viewed Harry's exercise habits with the confused suspicion of someone for whom physical exertion was a deeply alien concept. "What are you doing?" Dudley demanded one morning, finding Harry doing pull-ups from the garden fence at dawn. "Training. For what?" "Life. You're mental." "Probably." Dudley wandered off. Harry finished his set. The resonance meditation was the core of his summer practice. Every night, door locked, a simple wedge, no magic needed, curtains drawn, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed and dove into the system's architecture. His proficiency with resonance was growing. At level 8, his meditation sessions produced a 35% EXP boost. By August, he'd pushed it to level 10, a clean, efficient synchronization that boosted his effective EXP rate by 40% and was approaching the 50% maximum. But resonance wasn't just about the EXP boost. The deeper he went into the meditative state, the more of the system he could perceive. The skill forge's architecture. The EXP processing pipeline. The vast, branching network of potential skill trees and spell proficiency paths. And underneath it all, the core engine, that captured star brightness that powered everything. During one particularly deep session in mid-July, Harry pushed past the usual boundaries and touched something new. It felt like falling through the floor of a room he'd thought was the basement, only to discover there was another room underneath. Deeper. Older. The system's bedrock. He saw history. Fragments. Not memories, exactly, more like echoes. Previous hosts, dozens of them, stretching back through centuries. Brief flashes of their lives, their struggles, their growth. A woman in medieval robes, casting fire from her bare hands. A man in Renaissance clothing, standing on a cliff overlooking a battle. A child, younger than Harry, in ancient dress, glowing with light that should have been impossible. Each one had started where Harry started. Overlooked. Underestimated. Written off. Each one had grown beyond imagining. And the system had been with all of them. Patient. Constant. Unlimited. Resonance meditation, deep synchronization achieved, historical echoes detected, fragmented data from previous hosts. Note, deeper synchronization will unlock more complete historical records at higher levels. Harry opened his eyes in his cramped bedroom at 4, Privet Drive, surrounded by broken furniture and Dudley's discarded rubbish, and felt connected to something vast. A lineage. A tradition. A line of people who'd been told they were nothing and had proved the world wrong. He wasn't alone in this. He never had been. The Wandless magic experiments produced results that were both exciting and carefully contained. Week 1, Harry attempted a Wandless Lumos in his bedroom at midnight, all lights off, door locked. The faintest ghost of light appeared in his palm, barely visible, less than a candle's worth. No ministry owl arrived. No warning letter. No detection. He tried again the next night. Slightly brighter. Still no response from the trace. By the end of week 2, he was confident, Wandless magic was invisible to the ministry's monitoring systems. The trace detected wand-channeled magic, the specific signature produced when a spell passed through a wand's core. Wandless casting used the body as the conduit, producing a fundamentally different signature that the trace wasn't calibrated to detect. A loophole. A massive, legally ambiguous loophole. Harry used it. Not recklessly, he kept the power levels low, the sessions short, the risks minimal. But every night, after resonance meditation, he practiced wandless casting for an hour. Lumos from his palm. Small telekinetic nudges, pushing a pencil across the desk, levitating a piece of paper. Basic magic, barely functional, but each cast was a brick in the foundation of a skill that had no natural ceiling. Wandless casting, Novice LV6 Novice LV9, by August, his wandless Lumos could light a room. His telekinesis could move objects up to about 2 kilograms. His wandless Protego, a membrane shield projected from his palm instead of his wand, was weak enough to be laughed at by any serious combatant, but it existed, and existence was the first step to capability. Wandless casting, Novice LV9 Apprentice LV1, tier upgrade, wandless casting efficiency increased, power now 60% of wand output, range increased to 5 meters, apprentice tier. 60% power. The upgrade came with a rush of understanding, the system reconfiguring his neural pathways, optimizing the body as conduit framework, making the magic flow more naturally through flesh and bone instead of wood and core. Harry's wand was still his primary weapon. It would be for a long time. But the gap between wand and wandless was closing, and with it, his vulnerability to disarmament was shrinking. The letters kept him sane. Ron wrote weekly. Informal, sprawling, ink-blotted letters about family chaos and Quidditch practice and the degenoming of gardens. He included, without comment or complaint, regular updates on his own training, played chess against Dad's enchanted set, won in 14 moves. Mum taught me a new charm for household tasks, it's pants but I'm practicing. Fred and George are teaching me about traps and misdirection, don't tell Mum. Ron was training. In his own way, at his own pace, using the tools available to him. Harry read between the lines and saw a kid who'd been told he was average his entire life quietly deciding that average wasn't the end of the conversation. Hermione wrote even more frequently. Her letters were organized, detailed, and contained embedded quizzes. I've been studying rune theory, see attached notes. Question 1. What is the primary difference between Elder Futhark and Younger Futhark protective arrays? Question 2. How does the Dagger's rune interact with standard ward structures? Please respond with full explanations, not one-word answers. Harry, I know you know this. Harry responded with full explanations. He did know this. Hermione's quizzes were actually useful, they forced him to articulate his understanding, which deepened it, which generated small amounts of knowledge acquisition EXP. Between the quiz exchanges, Hermione's letters revealed something else: loneliness. Not dramatically, not in explicit complaints. Just in the frequency. Just in the way she'd include small, unnecessary details about her day, what she ate for breakfast, what song she'd heard on the radio, how her mother's patient had been particularly funny at the dental practice. She was sharing her life because she wanted someone to know about it. Because, before Hogwarts, before the troll, before the Room of Requirement, nobody had. Harry wrote back about everything she shared. Asked follow-up questions. Showed interest. Not because the system rewarded it, it didn't, but because Hermione was his friend and she deserved to feel heard. Neville's letters were infrequent but substantial. Long, detailed descriptions of his greenhouse experiments, accompanied by hand-drawn diagrams of plant structures and growth patterns that were genuinely beautiful. His herbology work over the summer was producing results that, if published, would attract serious academic attention. He'd crossbred a Flutterby bush with a fanged geranium and produced a hybrid that was simultaneously decorative and protective. It bloomed in beautiful purple flowers and bit intruders. "I'm calling it Neville's Guard," he wrote. "Gran says it's peculiar. I think she means it as a compliment." Daphne's correspondence was different from the others. It arrived not by owl but by charmed paper butterfly, a greengrass family enchantment that allowed messages to bypass standard post monitoring. The butterfly would appear at Harry's window, usually late at night, and unfold into a sheet of high-quality parchment covered in Daphne's precise handwriting. Her letters were strategic. Political analysis of the wizarding world's power structures. Updates on Malfoy family movements gleaned from Slytherin social networks. Commentary on ministry policy changes. An intelligence briefing disguised as personal correspondence. But there were cracks in the strategic surface. Small ones. A sentence here about Astoria, her sister, and the anxiety of the approaching evaluation. A paragraph there about the suffocating expectations of the Greengrass household, where every meal was a performance and every social interaction was a calculation. A single line, tucked into the middle of a paragraph about trade policy, that read, "I miss our library conversations." Harry wrote back. Matched her strategic content with his own analysis. But he also responded to the cracks. Told her about the Dursleys, not in detail, not looking for sympathy, but honestly. Told her about training, about the summer's progress, about the feeling of being simultaneously powerful and trapped. Told her that he missed the library conversations too. Their correspondence was a tightrope walk between intellectual partnership and something more personal, more vulnerable, more real. Neither of them acknowledged the tension directly. Both of them felt it. August arrived. Harry's summer status: name, Harry James Potter, official rank, E rank, system level, 18, experience points, 12, 800/35,000, stats, magical power, 23, control, 22, speed, 21, endurance, 23, mental fortitude, 21, luck. HP, 110/110, skills, 1. Potion brewing, apprentice LV 10, 2. Battlefield perception, apprentice LV 6, 3. Wandless casting, apprentice LV 3, passive, resonance meditation, LV 10, current boost, 40%, level 18. Stats averaging 22. Solidly B rank across the board, with peaks that touched the edge of A rank in some areas. And he'd done it without casting a single wand spell all summer, purely through physical training, meditation, wandless practice, and theoretical study. 2 more levels to the level 20 milestone. Adaptive resistance. 2 more years, at minimum, before Voldemort was likely to return in force. The math was tight. But the math worked. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry sat on the roof of 4, Privet Drive and looked at the stars. He'd climbed up through Dudley's bedroom window. Dudley was at a friend's house, Vernon and Petunia were watching television downstairs, and Harry wanted air. Real air. Not the stale, resentful atmosphere of the house. The stars were clear tonight. Late August, warm, a faint breeze carrying the smell of cut grass and suburban ordinariness. Little Whinging stretched out below him in neat rows of identical houses, identical gardens, identical lives. The world Harry was leaving behind, again, tomorrow. He opened the system interface. Not to check stats or EXP. Just to look at it. The blue glow, familiar and constant, overlaid on the stars. Level ceiling, none, no ceiling. The same words from his first night at Hogwarts. The same promise. The same impossible, exhilarating, terrifying truth. He'd been the weakest wizard at Hogwarts. He'd been E rank, the lowest of the low, the kid everyone pitied or mocked or ignored. And in 9 months, he'd grown from level 1 to level 18 through nothing but effort, creativity, and the willingness to reach for more. The ranking system said he was nothing. The system said there was no ceiling. Harry chose to believe the system. He closed the interface. Looked at the stars one last time. Went inside. Packed his trunk. Set his alarm for 5 a.m. Tomorrow, King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express. Year 2. He grinned in the dark. September 1st was sunny, warm, and chaotic in exactly the way Harry had come to associate with the wizarding world, a beautiful mess of contradictions, where ancient magic and modern logistics collided in a train station that shouldn't exist. Harry arrived at platform 9 3/4 with his trunk, his owl, and a sense of purpose that was almost physical, a weight in his chest, a direction in his bones. He'd spent the summer planning. Training. Preparing. And now the real work began again. Ron found him first. Taller, they'd both grown over the summer, but Ron had shot up like a weed and now had at least 3 inches on Harry. His hair was longer, his freckles were darker, and he was grinning. Harry. Mate. Have you been training? A bit. A bit. Right. You've got shoulders now. Actual visible shoulders. Mum's going to force feed you the second she sees you. Promise? Guaranteed. Hermione arrived with her parents, her trunk, and a cat she hadn't had last year, a large, bow-legged, squash-faced orange animal named Crookshanks who looked like he'd been in several fights and won most of them. Harry. She hugged him. Tight. Her hair had gotten bigger over the summer, if that was possible, and it engulfed his face during the hug. He didn't mind. You look good, she said, stepping back, eyes scanning him with that analytical intensity he'd come to associate with Hermione being Hermione. Have you been exercising? Your posture is different. Your shoulders are wider, yeah, Ron mentioned. It's noticeable. What have you been, actually, tell me on the train. I have 12 questions. Only 12. It's a 6-hour train ride. I'm pacing myself. Neville appeared with his grandmother, a formidable woman in a vulture-topped hat who surveyed the platform with the air of a general inspecting troops. Neville caught Harry's eye, smiled, and gave a subtle nod that communicated volumes. I'm ready. The 4 of them boarded the train. Found a compartment. Settled in. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of King's Cross with a whistle and a surge, and year 2 began. Harry's mind was already running. The Room of Requirement. The Host's Guide. The Skill Forge. Level 20 and Adaptive Resistance. Advanced Combat Training. New Spells. New Challenges. And underneath it all, the persistent, drumbeat awareness that Voldemort was out there and time was finite. But first, the train ride. 6 hours with his friends. The simple, irreplaceable pleasure of being with people who knew parts of who he was and liked him anyway. Right, Hermione said, pulling out a notebook. Question 1. Your Wandless casting progress. How far did you get? Apprentice. Her pen stopped. She stared at him. You reached apprentice in Wandless casting over a summer where you weren't supposed to be doing magic at all. The trace doesn't detect Wandless. Hermione's expression went through surprise, realization, calculation, and something that looked like professional admiration, all in about 2 seconds. That's a significant loophole. The Ministry's monitoring system is wand-calibrated. If wandless magic uses a different conduction signature, then it's effectively invisible to surveillance. Harry. That changes everything. I know. She stared at him for 3 more seconds. Then she picked up her pen and started writing furiously. Ron leaned over to Harry. She's going to spend the entire term trying to learn wandless magic now, isn't she? Probably. Brilliant. That means she'll leave me alone about my homework. She will not leave you alone about your homework. A man can dream. Second year at Hogwarts started with a new defense against the dark arts professor, a new set of challenges, and a new complication that Harry hadn't anticipated. The professor was Gilderoy Lockhart. A rank. Author. Celebrity. And, as Harry determined within approximately 45 seconds of meeting him, a complete and total fraud. Battlefield perception read Lockhart's magical aura during the first defense class and the data was damning. Lockhart's core was genuinely A rank, the raw power was there. But his spell knowledge, his combat readiness, his practical magical ability, all of it was surface level. Rehearsed. The magical equivalent of a bodybuilder who looked impressive but had never been in a fight. The man's most practiced spell, the one his core showed the deepest familiarity with, wasn't any combat magic or defensive technique. It was Obliviate. The memory charm. Lockhart's entire aura was saturated with it, thousands of castings, deeply ingrained, the signature of someone who used Obliviate the way normal people used Lumos. He'd been stealing other people's memories. Their accomplishments, their adventures, their expertise. Rewriting their minds to forget what they'd done and taking credit for everything. Every book he'd written, every story he'd told, all of it was someone else's work, claimed through memory charm theft. Harry sat in defense class, watching this smiling, preening, A-rank fraud release a cage full of Cornish pixies and then flee when they escaped, and felt a cold, specific anger that had nothing to do with the pixies and everything to do with the ranking system. Lockhart was A-rank. Respected. Published. Famous. Because his core was powerful, because the ranking system said he was important, everyone assumed his accomplishments were real. Nobody questioned an A-rank hero. Nobody looked beneath the surface. The ranking system didn't just mismeasure potential. It created cover for fraud. Harry caught the pixies. 27 of them, corralled with a combination of impedimenta and petrificus totalis that he deliberately made look clumsy and lucky. Hermione helped, her freezing charm worked sharp and efficient. Ron swatted at them with a textbook. Neville got lifted to the ceiling by his ears and had to be rescued. Afterward, in the corridor, Hermione said, "Lockhart's a fraud. Notice that, did you?" His spell work during the pixie incident was non-existent. An A-rank wizard should have been able to contain 30 Cornish pixies without breaking a sweat. Instead, he ran. His most powerful demonstrated spell in today's class was the charm he used to style his hair. His Obliviate is strong, though, Harry said, without thinking. Hermione looked at him sharply. How do you know about his Obliviate? Context clues. Not a complete lie. His books describe him performing spells he clearly can't do. The simplest explanation is that someone else did them and Lockhart took the credit through memory modification. Hermione processed this for exactly 2 seconds. That's a serious crime. Memory modification of non-consenting individuals is regulated by the International Statute of, I know. But we can't prove it. Not yet. And outing him would require explaining how we figured it out, which would require explaining things I can't explain. Hermione gave him the look. I know you're hiding something and I'm going to figure it out eventually, look. It was a familiar look. He'd been getting it for a year. But she didn't push. She hadn't pushed all year. It was, Harry reflected, one of the things that made their relationship work, the mutual respect for boundaries, the willingness to trust without complete information. Fine, she said. We watch him. Document everything. If he becomes dangerous, we act. Agreed. The complication Harry hadn't anticipated arrived in October, in the form of a message written in blood on a second-floor wall: the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified beneath the message. Stiff, glassy-eyed, frozen in time. Alive but suspended, as if someone had pressed pause on her existence. The school went into a controlled panic. The Chamber of Secrets, a legendary hidden room supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin, containing a monster capable of targeting Muggle-born students, had been a myth for 1,000 years. Now the myth was bleeding on the walls. Dumbledore's response was calm, measured, and, to Harry's trained eye, deeply concerned. The headmaster's aura, normally a vast, controlled ocean, had developed turbulence. Subtle, deep-level disturbances that spoke of uncertainty. Dumbledore was worried. Harry was worried too, but for different reasons. Battlefield perception had detected something in the corridor near the bloody message. A magical residue, faint, dissipating, but distinctive. A snake-like signature. Reptilian. Cold. And it carried an echo of something familiar. Voldemort. Not Voldemort himself. Not the shade that had fled Quirrell. Something connected to Voldemort, an artifact, a relic, a piece of his magic that had been left behind, hidden, waiting. Harry brought the information to the Alliance. Room of requirement. Emergency session, the second one in as many years. The Chamber of Secrets is real, Harry said. There's a creature in it. A creature that can petrify. And it's connected to Voldemort. Connected how? Hermione's brain was already churning. I don't know the mechanism. But the magical signature near the message has Voldemort's fingerprint on it. Something of his, an object, a tool, is controlling the creature. A Horcrux? Hermione whispered. She'd been reading ahead, as always. Way ahead. A what? Ron asked. A Horcrux. It's dark magic. The darkest. A container for a piece of someone's soul, created through murder. I read about them in a restricted text that the room provided. Hermione's face was pale. If Voldemort created a Horcrux before his fall, it could be operational even though he's currently disembodied. The soul fragment would be independent, capable of influencing people and events. The room was very quiet. So there's a piece of Voldemort's soul somewhere in Hogwarts, Ron said slowly. Controlling a monster. Targeting Muggle-borns. His eyes went to Hermione. Hermione. You're a Muggle-born. I'm aware, Ron. You need to be careful. I'm aware, Ron. I know what you're just. Thank you. I'll be careful. Harry watched the exchange. Watched Ron's fear, transparent and raw, for Hermione specifically. Watched Hermione's irritation, layered over her own fear, deflected through competence. Watched the thing between them, the thing neither of them was ready to name, flare and settle and flare again. He filed it under, things to keep an eye on, and moved to strategy. We need to find the chamber, Harry said. Find the creature. Find the Horcrux or whatever's controlling it. And neutralize all three. Piece of cake, Ron muttered. The creature that can petrify, Hermione said, her expression shifting to analytical mode. There are very few magical creatures with that capability. Gorgons. Cockatrices. And... She paused. Her face went through a complicated series of expressions. Basilisks. What's a basilisk? Neville asked. A giant serpent. King of serpents. Its gaze kills instantly. Its indirect gaze, through a reflection, or water, or a ghost, petrifies. Hermione was talking faster now, the way she did when connections were firing in her brain like dominoes falling. Mrs. Norris was found near a flooded bathroom. The floor was covered in water. She saw the basilisk's reflection, not its eyes directly. That's why she was petrified and not dead. A giant killer snake, Ron said. In the pipes. In the pipes. Because it's a snake, and Hogwarts has plumbing, and, the pipes, Harry said. That's how it moves. Through the plumbing system. The castle's pipes are big enough for a large serpent, and the plumbing connects every bathroom, every corridor, every floor. And the entrance to the chamber, Hermione continued, her voice tight with the excitement of a puzzle coming together, would be in a bathroom. A specific bathroom. The one connected to the original plumbing from Slytherin's time. They looked at each other. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, they said simultaneously. Finding the chamber's entrance took 2 weeks of careful investigation, Myrtle's grudging cooperation, and Harry doing something that nobody, including Harry, had expected him to be able to do. He spoke Parseltongue. The entrance was a tap in the girls' bathroom, a snake-engraved tap that didn't work because it was a concealed magical lock. Harry had been examining it with battlefield perception, analyzing the enchantment structure, when the snake engraving moved. Just a flicker, just a test, and Harry, instinctively, without thinking, said, "Open." Except what came out of his mouth wasn't English. It was a hissing, sibilant language that made Ron jump backward and Neville go white and Hermione's eyes go very wide. The tap moved. The sinks separated. A pipe large enough to drive a car through opened in the floor. "You're a Parselmouth," Hermione said. Her voice was carefully neutral. Not scared, not accusatory. Analytical. Processing. Apparently. That's a hereditary trait associated with Slytherin's bloodline. I'm aware of the association. People are going to freak out if they find out. Then let's make sure they don't find out. He told them about the likely Voldemort connection later, how the failed killing curse might have transferred abilities from Voldemort to Harry, including Parseltongue. The explanation satisfied Hermione's need for logical consistency and calmed Ron and Neville's understandable concern about their friends spontaneously speaking snake language. Ability discovered, Parseltongue, classification, unique, inherited trait, origin, Voldemort's soul scar, note, this ability exists independently of the arcane system, catalogued for reference, another trait that existed outside the system. Harry was accumulating a collection of unique abilities, his mother's love protection, Parseltongue, the system itself, that didn't fit into any normal framework. He was becoming something that the wizarding world had no category for. The Chamber of Secrets was vast, ancient, and deeply unsettling. Harry went in alone. He argued about this for 2 hours with the Alliance. Hermione wanted to come. Ron wanted to come. Even Neville, green with fear but stubborn as bedrock, wanted to come. Harry overruled all of them. The basilisk kills with its gaze. Kills. Not petrifies, that's the indirect version. Direct eye contact is instant death. One mistake, one accidental glance, and someone dies. I can navigate without looking at it. How? Ron demanded. Battlefield perception works with my eyes closed. I can sense the basilisk's magical signature without seeing it. I can fight blind. That's insane. It's our best option. If all 4 of us go down there and someone looks at it, you're not going alone, Hermione said. Her voice was firm in a way that allowed no argument. Hermione, I won't look at it. I'll keep my eyes shut. I'll follow your voice. But you are not going alone, Harry Potter, because every single time you try to handle something alone, you end up unconscious in the hospital wing and I spend 3 days thinking you're dead. Her voice cracked on, dead. Just slightly. Just enough. Harry looked at her. At the fear in her eyes and the steel in her jaw and the absolute refusal to be left behind. At the girl who'd been crying in a bathroom a year ago when a troll came, and who now stood in front of a pipe leading to a 1,000-year-old death chamber and said no, you will not go without me. Okay, he said. You and me. Ron, Neville, you stay at the entrance. If we're not back in 2 hours, get McGonagall. Ron looked like he wanted to argue. But he looked at Hermione, and something passed between them, something private, something Harry wasn't part of, and he nodded. 2 hours, Ron said. Then I'm coming down after you whether you like it or not. Deal. The pipe was a slide. A long, dark, slime-coated slide that dropped them deep beneath the castle into tunnels carved from living rock. Harry's battlefield perception lit up the environment in magical topography, the ancient enchantments on the walls, the protective wards, degraded but still partially functional after a millennium, and, far ahead, a massive magical signature that pulsed with cold, reptilian power. The basilisk. Stay behind me, Harry murmured. Eyes closed when I tell you. Not before, you need to see the terrain. Understood, Hermione whispered. They moved through the tunnels. Past shed basilisk skins, enormous, 20 feet long at least, testament to a creature that had been growing in the dark for centuries. Past sealed doors that responded to Parseltongue. Past bone-littered passages where small animals had wandered in and never wandered out. The chamber itself was a cathedral. Enormous, pillared, dominated by a massive stone face carved into the far wall, Salazar Slytherin, rendered in granite, his expression one of cold, eternal authority. The floor was flooded with shallow water that reflected the green-lit ceiling. And in the center of the chamber, standing before the stone face, was a boy. Not a real boy. A memory. A ghost made flesh, translucent, shimmering, 17 years old, dark-haired, handsome in a cold way. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort at 17. Projected from a small, leather-bound diary that lay open on the chamber floor, its pages blank, its magical aura screaming with dark energy. The Horcrux. Hermione had been right. A piece of Voldemort's soul, housed in a diary, capable of projecting its owner's teenage self and controlling the basilisk. Harry Potter, said the memory of Tom Riddle. His voice was smooth, cultured, carrying the casual confidence of someone who'd never been told no. I've been waiting for you. Eyes shut, Hermione, Harry said. Now. He felt her squeeze his arm once, I'm here, and then she closed her eyes and pressed herself against the wall, hands flat on the cold stone. Harry faced Tom Riddle. Battlefield perception was running at maximum, mapping the chamber, tracking the basilisk signature deep within the stone face. It was behind the carving, coiled in a hidden chamber, waiting to be called, and analyzing Riddle's projection. The diary. That was the target. Not Riddle, who was a projection and couldn't be physically harmed. Not the basilisk, which was a weapon being wielded. The diary. The soul container. Destroy it, and Riddle disappears and the basilisk loses its controller. You're the one my future self failed to kill, Riddle continued, circling Harry with the lazy confidence of a predator. The E-rank infant who somehow survived the killing curse. I must admit, I'm curious. Everyone's curious about me. It's getting old. Funny. The diary showed me everything, the school, the students, the girl who poured her soul into my pages for months. Riddle's smile was beautiful and empty. Ginny Weasley was very informative. And very easy to control. Ginny. Ron's sister. A first year. The diary had been controlling her, using her to open the chamber, to set the basilisk loose, to write the messages in blood. A child, possessed by a soul fragment, doing a dead man's work. The anger that rose in Harry was immediate, hot, and clarifying. "Let her go," Harry said. "She's served her purpose. I have enough strength now to exist without her." Riddle waved a hand dismissively. "But the basilisk is still mine. And you, Harry Potter, E-rank wonder, are about to discover what happens when rank actually matters." Riddle turned to the stone face. Opened his mouth. And spoke Parseltongue. "Come forth, King of Serpents. Kill the boy." The stone face's mouth opened. A sound emerged from within, a sliding, scraping, enormous sound, the sound of something massive moving through stone. And then the basilisk emerged. Harry didn't see it. He'd closed his eyes the instant Riddle started speaking Parseltongue, switching entirely to battlefield perception. The basilisk appeared in his magical senses as a titanic signature, vast, cold, reptilian, radiating lethal magical energy in waves that made the chamber's ambient magic tremble. 60 feet long. Armored scales that registered as near impervious to conventional magic. Fangs saturated with venom that could kill with a scratch. And the gaze, a concentrated beam of death magic projected from its eyes, visible to battlefield perception as a bright, killing light. S-rank magical beast. The highest-ranked creature Harry had ever encountered. Against his current level 18 capabilities. The math didn't work. Harry smiled. The math hadn't worked against the troll either. Solar flare. He shouted, and blasted a cone of blinding light and searing heat directly at the basilisk's head. The creature shrieked, a sound that shook the chamber, that sent water spraying from the flooded floor, that vibrated in Harry's skull. The solar flare didn't damage it, the armored scales absorbed the heat, but the light component did exactly what Harry intended, it dazzled the creature's eyes. Basilisk eyes, adapted to total darkness, evolved to project killing magic, were incredibly sensitive to sudden, intense light. The killing gaze went offline. Temporarily. The basilisk thrashed, blinded, coiling and striking at random, its massive body destroying pillars and sending stone cascading. Harry ran. Not toward the basilisk. Toward the diary. The diary was the key. Kill the Horcrux, kill Riddle's projection, remove the basilisk's controller. Without Riddle directing it, the basilisk would revert to base instinct, territorial but not homicidal, avoidable if you knew where it was. Harry's eyes were open now, the solar flare had blinded the basilisk, making its gaze temporarily non-lethal. He had seconds. Maybe 30. Maybe less. Riddle saw what he was doing. No. The projection moved to intercept, but Harry was faster. A Wandless flipendo blasted Riddle's image aside, the projection flickered, disrupted by the raw magic, reforming a second later, but a second was enough. Harry reached the diary. Grabbed it. Drew his wand. And realized he had nothing that could destroy a Horcrux. Reducto? No. He'd tried Reducto on an enchanted training dummy once, strong enchantments resisted physical destruction spells. A Horcrux, a soul container made by the most powerful dark wizard in history, would shrug off Reducto like a gentle breeze. He needed something more. Something that could damage the container at a magical level, not just a physical one. The basilisk screamed behind him. Recovering. Its eyes clearing. The killing gaze powering up. Harry's battlefield perception flagged something. A flashing indicator. A data point it had been processing in the background while Harry was fighting. Observation: basilisk venom is one of the few known substances capable of destroying Horcruxes. Source: Host's Guide, Chapter 9, Soul Magic and ITS Counters. Basilisk venom destroys magical containers by attacking their fundamental enchantment structure, basilisk venom. The very creature he was fighting held the weapon he needed. Harry's mind processed the information in the stretch time perception of Battlefield Perception's combat mode. The basilisk was recovering behind him, 30 feet away, coiling to strike. Its fangs, each one the length of Harry's forearm, dripped with the venom that could save them all. He needed a fawn. Which meant he needed the basilisk's mouth close enough to reach. Which meant he needed to let it attack him. Hermione! Harry shouted. Stay where you are. Do not open your eyes. Harry, what are you? Trust me. He turned to face the basilisk. It was rearing up, 50 feet of serpentine body, scales glinting in the green light, eyes blazing with recovered killing power. Harry kept his own eyes closed. Relied entirely on battlefield perception. The basilisk struck. 60 feet of reptile, moving at killing speed, jaws wide, fangs extended. Harry waited. Battlefield perception counted the milliseconds. The distance closed. 20 feet. 15. 10. He cast the strongest membrane shield he'd ever produced, not in front of himself, but angled, a curved deflector position to redirect the basilisk strike path. The massive head hit the shield and glanced sideways, fangs raking the stone floor instead of Harry's body. One fang snapped off. Shattered from the impact, spinning across the wet floor, coming to rest 3 feet from Harry's left hand. Harry grabbed it. Felt the venom sizzle against his palm, burning, corrosive, eating through his skin. Damage taken, critical, basilisk venom exposure, HP, 110-62, warning, venom is spreading, fatal if untreated within minutes, the pain was extraordinary. Liquid fire racing up his arm, through his veins, heading for his heart. His HP was dropping in real time, 62, 58, 54. The venom was killing him. Harry drove the fang into the diary. The book screamed. Not a metaphorical scream, an actual, audible, soul-deep shriek that erupted from the diary as the venom-soaked fang pierced its cover and sank into its pages. Ink sprayed from the wound like blood. The pages writhed and crumpled. The magical aura, the dark, oppressive, Voldemort-touched signature, convulsed and began to dissolve. Tom Riddle's projection screamed too. His image twisted, distorted, fragmenting as the soul fragment that sustained him was destroyed. His face, handsome, cold, 17-year-old Voldemort's face, cracked like old paint, revealing something ugly and broken underneath. No, I am Lord Voldemort, I am, he dissolved. Scattered into motes of dark light that faded like sparks from a dying fire. Gone. The soul fragment destroyed. The Horcrux eliminated. The basilisk, freed from Riddle's control, went still. Confused. Its killing instinct drained away without the directing intelligence. It coiled uncertainly, tasting the air, and then retreated, sliding back through the stone face's mouth, returning to the deep chamber where it had slept for centuries. Harry fell to his knees. HP, 34. 30, 26. The venom was still spreading. His hand was blackened, the skin cracked and weeping. The fire was in his chest now, squeezing his heart, dimming his vision. He was dying. And then something landed on his shoulder. Something warm and golden and impossibly present, arriving from nowhere, materializing out of thin air with a trill of music that cut through the pain like a knife through silk. Fawkes. Dumbledore's phoenix. The bird leaned down and cried on his hand. Phoenix tears. The only known antidote to basilisk venom. The tears hit his skin and the pain receded like a tide. The blackness faded. The fire died. His HP began climbing, 26, 30, 35, 40, climbing steadily as the tears neutralized the venom and the system's regeneration kicked in. Basilisk venom neutralized, Phoenix tears applied, HP recovering, 40. 55, 70. 85, status, stabilizing, Harry collapsed forward, forehead pressed against the cold, wet stone floor, breathing in great shuddering gasps. Fawkes trilled on his shoulder, the sound warm and impossibly comforting. "Harry?" Hermione's voice, from across the chamber. Frightened. Trembling. "Harry, can I open my eyes?" "Yeah," he managed. "Yeah, it's over. Open your eyes." She ran to him. Dropped to her knees beside him. Her hands found his face, his shoulders, checking for injury, checking that he was real and alive and present. "You're hurt, your hand," Phoenix tears. "Already healing." "I'm okay." She looked at the destroyed diary. At the broken fawn. At the retreating bulk of the basilisk disappearing into the stone face. At Harry, kneeling in a puddle of ink and water and blood, alive against all reason. "You fought a basilisk," she said. "Technically I dodged a basilisk and stabbed a book. You almost died. That's becoming a pattern, isn't it?" Hermione made a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and pulled him into a hug so fierce it knocked the remaining breath out of him. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her face pressed into his shoulder, and she held on like she was afraid he'd disappear if she let go. Harry hugged back. He was trembling, aftershock, adrenaline crash, the physical cost of fighting a 60-foot serpent and surviving basilisk venom. But Hermione was warm and solid and alive, and she smelled like books and something floral, and for a moment, just a moment, the system and the levels and the stats and the endless climb didn't matter. Nothing mattered except this. Surviving. Being held by someone who cared if you lived or died. They stayed like that for longer than either of them would later admit. Then Hermione pulled back, wiped her eyes, and said, "When we get out of here, you are going to tell me everything." "Hermione, everything, Harry. No more, I can't explain. No more deflection. You just fought a basilisk blind using a perception ability that shouldn't exist, and you knew basilisk venom could destroy the diary without anyone telling you, and you did wandless magic in front of me for the 3rd time this year." Her eyes were blazing. "I have been patient. I have been understanding. I have not pushed. But we are sitting in a 1,000-year-old death chamber and you almost died again, and I am done being patient. You are going to tell me the truth, or I swear on every book I have ever read that I will figure it out myself, and my method will be less pleasant for you than just telling me." Harry looked at her. Red-eyed, tear-streaked, fierce, brilliant Hermione Granger. The person who'd been at his side for 2 years. Who'd lied for him after the troll. Who'd trained with him in the room of requirement. Who'd followed him into a death chamber against his wishes because she refused to let him face danger alone. The person who deserved the truth. "Okay," Harry said. "Okay. I'll tell you. Quest updated, maintain cover identity, cover integrity, 50% decision point. Note, sharing system information with a trusted ally may strengthen the alliance at the cost of secrecy. The system does not prohibit disclosure, the decision is the host's, the system left it to him. His choice. His risk. Harry made his choice. Not here, he said. In the room of requirement. Tonight. Just you. And I'll tell you everything. Hermione's expression softened. The fierce determination was still there, but underneath it, warmth. Trust. The knowledge that he was finally letting her in. Everything, she asked. Everything. She nodded. Extended her hand. Helped him stand. They walked out of the Chamber of Secrets together, Fawkes lighting the way, and behind them the diary lay in ruins and the darkness was quiet and the only sound was their footsteps, side by side, echoing through the ancient stone. He told her that night. In the room of requirement. Just the two of them. Midnight. The room had generated a comfortable space, 2 armchairs by a fireplace, warm light, the kind of environment that encouraged honesty. Harry told her about the system. All of it. From the first night, the blue interface appearing behind his bed curtains, the stats, the EXP, the level ceiling, none. He told her about the grinding. The Lumos casts at 2 a.m., 100 repetitions until his wrist ached. The secret training rooms before the room of requirement. The host's guide and the previous host's legacy. The skill forge. Battlefield perception. The invisible, relentless climb from level 1 to level 18. He told her about the lies. The controlled Lumos output in class. The sabotaged softening charm. The deliberate mediocrity, the performed weakness, the exhausting, constant act of being less than he was. He told her about the fear. The fear that the system would be discovered. That someone would find a way to take it. That the previous host's warning, beware the ones who will try to take it from you, would become reality. He talked for 2 hours. Hermione listened. Didn't interrupt. Didn't gasp or exclaim or reach for a book. Just listened, her brown eyes steady on his, her hands folded in her lap, her expression shifting slowly from surprise to understanding to something deeper. When he finished, the fire crackled in the silence. The ranking system measured your core, Hermione said, slowly, carefully, like she was handling something fragile. And it was accurate. Your core at age 11 was E rank. Yes. But the system allows you to grow past your core's natural limitations. To convert effort into measurable power increases. Indefinitely. Yes. And nobody else has this. Nobody else in the wizarding world can do what you can do. Not that I know of. Hermione was quiet for a long time. Harry watched the firelight play across her face and tried to read her expression and couldn't, quite, because Hermione's thinking face was opaque in a way her emotional faces never were. You know what this means, she said finally. What? If the system exists, if it's real, if it does what you say, then the entire foundation of the wizarding world's social structure is wrong. Not just inaccurate. Wrong. The ranking system assumes that magical potential is fixed and measurable. Your existence proves that it isn't. That means every policy, every career path, every social norm built on rank stratification is based on a false premise. She paused. You're not just an anomaly, Harry. You're a paradigm shift. Leave it to Hermione to hear. I have a secret magical interface that lets me level up and immediately extrapolate the socio-political implications. I can't go public, Harry said. Obviously not. Not yet. Not until you're strong enough that no one can take it from you or hurt you for having it. Hermione's mind was racing, he could see it in the way her eyes moved, processing, connecting, building frameworks. But eventually, Harry, eventually the truth has to come out. Because if you can grow without limits, then maybe others can too. Maybe the system chose you because you were overlooked, but the principle, that effort should translate to growth, that potential shouldn't be capped by birth, that principle is universal. One step at a time. Yes. She took a breath. Let it out. One step at a time. She looked at him. Really looked, the way she had in the library a year ago, the way she had after the troll, the way she had in the chamber an hour ago. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for not running. Running? She actually laughed. Harry, you just told me that the fundamental laws of magical growth have an exception and that you are that exception. Do you know how fascinating that is? I'm not running. I'm making a research plan. Harry grinned. Of course she was. There's one more thing, he said. Hermione waited. The system tracks, bonds. Connections. The alliance isn't just a friendship group, the system recognizes it as a formal structure and gives bonuses for cooperative training and complementary specializations. You, Ron, Neville, Daphne, you're all part of something the system considers strategically important. Strategic to what end? I think. Harry paused. Chose his words. I think the system is building towards something. The world quest, the one about Voldemort's return, it's not designed for me to face alone. The alliance bonuses, the team training modifiers, the synergy rewards for leveraging different members' specializations, the system is incentivizing teamwork. It wants me to have allies. Strong allies. Allies who grow with me. Hermione processed this. And then, slowly, a smile spread across her face, not her academic smile, not her pleased with herself smile. Something warmer. Something private. You're saying the magical system that controls your growth thinks that all of us, are essential to your success. That's what the data suggests. Good. She stood up. Stretched. Looked down at him with eyes that were bright and certain. Then we'd better make sure we're ready. She walked toward the door. Paused. Turned back. Harry? Yeah. Level 18. E rank on paper. The weakest wizard at Hogwarts. That's me. The smile she gave him was like sunrise. You're the most extraordinary person I've ever met. She left before he could respond. Harry sat by the fire in the room of requirement and felt the warmth of her words settle into the places that the Dursleys had frozen and Hogwarts had thawed, and 2 years of friendship had slowly, carefully, irreversibly made whole. Extraordinary. Nobody had ever called him that before. Quest updated, maintain cover identity, cover integrity, 50%, note, Hermione Granger now possesses full knowledge of the arcane system, risk assessment, low, Granger's loyalty is assessed as absolute, alliance bond, Hermione Granger, upgraded to core bond. The system's highest alliance designation. The assessment of absolute loyalty. Harry trusted the assessment. He trusted her. The rest of second year passed in a blur of training, recovery, and quiet growth. The chamber incident was explained to the school as a collapsed tunnel exploration gone wrong. Dumbledore managed the narrative with his usual gentle, immovable skill. The diary was destroyed. The basilisk was sealed in the chamber. Ginny Weasley was rescued, traumatized but alive, found unconscious in a side chamber where Riddle's projection had left her. Harry visited Ginny once, in the hospital wing. She was small and red-haired and she couldn't meet his eyes. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "It was me. The diary, it talked to me and I talked back in it, I couldn't stop." "It wasn't you," Harry said firmly. "A piece of Voldemort possessed you through a cursed object. You were a victim, Ginny. Not a perpetrator." She looked up at him. 11 years old, haunted, fragile. "How do you just say his name like that?" "Because names are just sounds. And being afraid of a sound gives it power it doesn't deserve." She almost smiled. Almost. "Ron's outside," Harry said. "He's been waiting to see you for 3 hours. He's eaten his way through half the hospital wing's candy supply." "That sounds like Ron. Go easy on him. He was worried." "I know." She paused. "Thank you, Harry. For saving me. Anytime." He left the hospital wing. Stood in the corridor. Processed. 2 years. 2 confrontations with Voldemort, or pieces of Voldemort. 2 nearly fatal encounters. 2 scars that didn't show on his body but registered in his mind. He was 12 years old and he destroyed a piece of the most dangerous Dark Lord in history. Quest completed, the Chamber of Secrets, reward, 2000 EXP, Horcrux destroyed, 1, World Quest updated, Horcrux count, unknown. At least 1 confirmed destroyed. Note, if Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes, they must all be destroyed before he can be permanently defeated, multiple Horcruxes. The possibility sat in Harry's stomach like a stone. The diary had been 1. How many more were there? 2. 3. 7. The system didn't know. The host's guide didn't cover Horcruxes, they were apparently a type of magic the previous host had never encountered. Harry needed more information. Needed to research. needed to prepare. But first, he needed to finish the school year, distribute his stats from the chamber EXP, and plan a summer that would push him past level 20. Adaptive resistance was waiting at the milestone. And beyond that, level 25, and arcane analysis. The ability to deconstruct any spell on sight. The climb continued. The end-of-year feast was quieter than year one's. The chamber crisis had left the school shaken, multiple students petrified, all since recovered by mandrake restorative draft, brewed largely from mandrakes that Neville had helped cultivate in herbology. A professor revealed as a dangerous fraud. Lockhart had attempted to obliviate Harry and Ron, and the spell had backfired, erasing his own memory permanently, and the lingering awareness that a 1,000-year-old monster had been living in the school's plumbing. Dumbledore's speech was brief and warm and carried the weight of a headmaster who was very, very tired. Harry sat with his friends. Ate. Talked. Laughed at Ron's impression of Lockhart trying to cast the backfired obliviate. Smiled at Neville's quiet pride in his mandrake contribution. Met Hermione's eyes across the table and shared a look that held a year's worth of secrets and a silent promise. Under the table, a small paper butterfly landed on Harry's hand. He unfolded it. Congratulations on not dying. Again. Summer correspondence protocol, same as last year. Paper butterflies, encrypted. I have intelligence to share regarding Malfoy family movements. Also, the look on Dumbledore's face when he learned about the basilisk was worth the entire terrifying experience. He was shaken, Harry. I've never seen him shaken before. Stay safe. Harry folded the butterfly. Tucked it in his pocket. Let the warmth of it, the connection, the care, the dry with that masked genuine concern, settle into his chest alongside the warmth of Hermione's secret and Ron's loyalty and Neville's quiet courage. He was level 19 now. Halfway to the level 20 milestone. He had friends who would stand with him. He had a system with no ceiling. He had a Dark Lord to face, Horcruxes to find, a world to change. And he was 13 years old, sitting in a magical castle, eating treacle tart, surrounded by people he loved. Not bad for an E rank. Not bad at all. Chapter 4 End.